Ferrista and Tech Mahindra. It's an initiative by the TV9 network.
Very good morning, everyone. We are kicking off the day bright and early as we have a lot lined up for you today. It's going to be a power-packed day with addresses by policymakers, insightful conversations with leaders, breakaway meetings featuring business honchos from Germany and India.
Yes, in fact, there are going to be over a dozen dedicated rooms to host these meetings. There will be sessions in the main hall, including delegations from various state governments of India.
And through the day, we will be exploring all avenues for cooperation between India and Germany across all high-interest areas, from electronics to green energy, from defense to sports, to entertainment and tourism, and much, much more.
Yes, the big moment of the day and the summit as a whole will, of course, be the summit's keynote address delivered by none other than the Prime Minister of India himself, Shri Narendra Modi.
The day will end with a grand evening at the Porsche Lounge that will play host to our awards night, beginning with Auto Honors, where we felicitate automotive trailblazers that have set new benchmarks in the industry.
And then there are the Global Icon Awards, where we host super achievers from all walks of life. So a lot to look forward to.
There will also be a cultural extravaganza in the form of a one-on-one or one-of-a-kind solo concert.
So, as we said, there's a lot lined up for all of you. Without wasting any time, let's begin day 2 of the News9 Global Summit with the welcome address by the man who envisioned this summit, the MD and CEO of TV9 Network, Mr. Barun.
Thank you, Meha. Thank you, Padmaja. Namaste, Germany. Guten Morgen. To all of you who have braved this cold winter in Stuttgart and made it to day 2 of News9 Global Summit. We are honored to have Mr. Cem Özdemir, Federal Minister for Food and Agriculture, and also recently Education and Research. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us this morning. For those who were not with us yesterday, we heard from Minister Ashwini Vaishnav and Jyotiraditya Scindia ji on how India and Germany are on course to further the bilateral cooperation between the two great nations. Let me quote Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia when he spoke from this very dais. He said, "Indo-German partnership is a living bridge that unites the world's two most dynamic countries, a bridge that is not built on steel or stone, but beliefs, ideas, and values." I couldn't agree more. Minister Ashwini Vaishnav went on to reiterate that India offers trust, talent, and stability, which is all the more relevant for exchange of skills between India and Germany. Today, we will delve deeper into the skills program that India and Germany are working together on. Today's sessions also offer a glimpse on how India is reinventing itself across all themes and how Germany is an obvious partner in this journey towards sustainable growth. Just last month, I was at a lunch that was hosted by the Prime Minister of India in the honor of Chancellor Olaf Scholz in Delhi. The Hyderabad House in New Delhi was abuzz with camaraderies, optimism, and ambition. I'm quite certain that the ongoing deliberations at News9 Global Summit will further the cause of India and Germany walking together on the road where the winner would only be the planet. Talking about the planet, well, that is where we kick off today's proceedings. Climate change is a reality that has hit all of us, from floods in India's Chennai to Spain's Valencia, the impact of climate change is no more restricted to scholarly literature. It is upon us. COP29 ended yesterday, and the NATO collective quantum goals seem to remain just another pipe dream. The big question of who will finance the climate change and by how much continues to be a contentious debate. In fact, some of our speakers at the conference today are arriving from Baku after attending the COP29. We'll hear from them firsthand later today. The biggest calamity of climate change is food production, and inflation in food prices hits everyone equally, no matter how rich or poor. So starting the proceedings today would be none other than Cem Özdemir, Federal Minister of Food and Agriculture, Germany, who's recently been added, having given an added responsibility of education and research. Welcome to the summit, sir, once again. We will then move on to another theme that is dominating the global headlines, and that is artificial intelligence. In his address during India visit, Chancellor Olaf Scholz, and during Chancellor Olaf Scholz's India visit, Prime Minister Modi said that AI has two definitions: artificial intelligence and aspiring India. And while India will endeavor to take the lead on technology, the nation is transforming as a manufacturing powerhouse. As global companies began diversifying their supply chains in adopting the China Plus One strategy, India becomes an obvious choice. So on the News9 Global Summit, we'll talk about an India that is poised to be the next factory of the world. And then, of course, we will hear from our keynote speaker at this News9 Global Summit, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi himself. He will take us right inside the global bright spot called India. But just when you think it is over, we will dazzle you with a memorable evening that felicitates global icons as well as auto leaders. And finally, we will leave you with a solo concert like what you have never seen before. On behalf of News9 and esteemed partners, I thank you for joining this summit today. May this summit ignite meaningful conversations, foster impactful partnerships, and pave the way for a brighter, greener, and more resilient future together. Welcome once again to the News9 Global Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Das, for setting the stage for the day's event. The theme of this summit, as we've been telling you all, it's India and Germany, a roadmap for sustainable growth across sectors, starting with what keeps us all alive, food. To deliver the opening address of the day, Agenda for Sustainable Growth, it's our pleasure to invite on stage Germany's Federal Minister of Food and Agriculture, Cem Özdemir.
A world at the crossroads of change, where growth must meet responsibility. The future demands sustainable solutions. Cem Özdemir leads the charge in sustainable agriculture. A voice for ethical growth, a vision for the future. Join him as he maps the agenda for sustainable progress. Ministerial address.
Thanks for the kind introduction. Ministers, Excellencies, Namaste. Dear Mr. Das, dear Mr. Kasper, and thank you for organizing today's summit in Stuttgart. And a warm welcome to all business leaders from India and from Germany. Dear members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. As far as sports is concerned, I have to admit, Germany and India are maybe not the closest allies with their favorite sports. When I look to cricket, I still have difficulties to understand all the rules. And I guess it's likewise, and you look to soccer, 11 players play against 11 players, and at the end it can end with 0-0. So what's the point about that, you might ask? But if you look more closely, you will find out that my favorite soccer team, VfB Stuttgart, has a hockey department since 100 years. So we have much more in common than it looks on the surface. On a more serious note, our world seems to be in turmoil. The number of armed conflicts is unfortunately rising. So are the global temperatures and sea levels. We experience, as we've heard before, extreme rain in Spain, while on the other side, extreme heat with devastating consequences in New Delhi in May and June. There is no country that is not, in one way or another, experiencing the drastic effects of the climate crisis. Greenhouse gas emissions are more than 50% higher than in 1990. The annual average economic losses from climate-related disasters are in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Faced with these global challenges, the international community agreed together to build a path towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. But let's be honest with each other. The progress reports tell us that we're not yet where we need to be. And it's even worse than that. We must rush up to accelerate our efforts to transform our economies and societies to make them more sustainable. None of us is able to face that on our own, independent from how strong our economies are. We need partnership. And therefore, I'm very grateful that the Sustainable Development Agenda is central to a strong and growing cooperation between Germany and India. Since 2011, Germany and India have held government consultations. And as far as I know, Germany is the only country India engages with in this way. And we appreciate the trust that comes along with that. Last month, representatives of our governments met and outlined the roadmap for future cooperation in sustainable growth in different areas. First, the agricultural sector, an area that is crucial in addressing three major global challenges: food security, climate change, and social security. I therefore welcome that India and the European Union have resumed negotiations on a free trade agreement. It's high time that we move ahead. I'm convinced that an increase in agriculture trade means welfare for both of our countries, for both sides. Second, artificial intelligence. It can help us pursue our common sustainable development goals in agriculture. For instance, it can enhance productivity and climate resilience. We all admire India as the global leader in digital technologies. And if I talk about my own country, we're famous, in particular in my home state, Baden-Württemberg, for the famous German Mittelstand. So if we pool our knowledge and innovative approaches together in these areas, we can achieve a lot. And on the other hand, artificial intelligence needs to be safe. It needs to be human-centered. The European AI Act could therefore be a building block on this way to mutual success. Third, renewable energy. It is another area where India is a rising power and a global leader, aiming to become the world's second largest producer of solar panels. The potential for investment is immense, and German companies are eager to be part of that, in particular, the state of Baden-Württemberg. I don't know whether you knew that Baden-Württemberg is the first state in Germany that made solar panels compulsory on new buildings. This afternoon, I visit a farm south of here that is one of the leading companies in agri-photovoltaic. This is an ideal combination, a dual-use area where agriculture and solar power generate great potential. After all, the principle behind this is very simple and compelling. Arable land remains arable land, and the photovoltaic system stands over it, ensuring our basic needs are covered for our common future. The result is win-win for the climate, for the environment, and for our farmers. And finally, the whole area of green hydrogen. Our joint roadmap aims at supporting India in the production, use, and export of green hydrogen, while at the same time contributing to a swifter adoption of green hydrogen as a sustainable source of energy for both countries. As newly appointed Minister for Education and Research, I have to underline, research and education play a key role in the transition to a green economy. We therefore encourage the growing exchange between our two countries in this field and notice a growing number of Indian students studying in Germany, which we highly appreciate. The German-Indian Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement is a milestone in the close German-Indian partnership. We are paving the way for qualified young people from India to gain professional and practical experience in Germany, study, start an apprenticeship, or work as skilled workers. Indeed, the close cooperation between my home state, Baden-Württemberg, and India on skilled workers is really a model. And it is not surprising at all, given that Baden-Württemberg has fostered a great partnership with Maharashtra for nearly 10 years now. Like Baden-Württemberg, Maharashtra has an excellent research, an excellent university landscape, as well as an industrial center with a large automotive industry. In Pune, for instance, there are already over 300 German companies. As you may know, Baden-Württemberg, or as we meanwhile call it, the land, is famous for its innovators and hidden champions. Or, as we say, the Tüftler. But how do I translate Tüftler into English? It's some kind of nerds that are obsessed with making the world better, creating new products. In this spirit of innovation that drives opportunities for partnership, supporting technology transfer between small and medium enterprises and promote startups and young founders could be another fruitful branch of our partnership. Bilateral cooperation could open up new economic opportunities, particularly for technology business in the automotive, software, and electrical engineering sectors. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the rules-based international order, as we all know, is currently under pressure. I highly welcome that India and my country, Germany, are deepening mutual security cooperation and strengthen the defense industrial partnership, for example, through joint exercises. A growing defense industrial partnership is not just a testament of trust. It reflects our shared conviction that investing in strategic sovereignty is vital. This is not only critical for global stability, but also for fostering an environment where economic opportunities and investments can flourish. India and Germany are not just partners in upholding the rules-based international order. We are partners in reshaping it to reflect the realities of a diverse and interconnected world. Together, we renew our call for the United Nations Security Council, that it is effective, efficient, and transparent, and that it is one that represents the realities of the 21st century. In this new global constellation, a close and strategically oriented German-Indian partnership is more urgent than ever. By working together, we can chart a strong democratic path towards an economic system that is both successfully and ecologically sustainable, an example to inspire the world. Thank you very much.
Sir, if you could just come back on stage, we want to present you with a token of our appreciation. Mr. Barun and Reuven Kasper.
And what better in Stuttgart than to have a football jersey in your name? But for the India touch, we also have a stole.
Thank you so much, Minister Ozdemir, for that thought-provoking address, sir. Thank you. On to the next session. A code speak, as we're calling it, a clarion call has been sounded by nations across the world to use renewable energy in combating climate change. Promotion of sustainable energy sources is right on top of the agenda of every nation.
The transition to cleaner power generation is imperative for fueling sustainable growth. Should green energy be looked at only through the prism of cost benefit of companies, or is there a larger global cost and benefit of future generations the key? Does green energy make business sense, or is it just a tick in the box for nations and corporations? How long before the black coal actually turns green?
The world stands at an energy crossroads. Over 70% of global emissions stem from traditional energy sources. The call for renewable energy is urgent, undeniable. BC Tripathi is answering that call for change, a pioneer in green energy, fueling sustainable growth. Join him as he leads the energy transition to a greener future. The Coach Speak.
And the reason we ask all of those questions is because our next address is going to answer those questions and much more. To deliver that address, we have with us on stage Mr. BC Tripathi, Vice Chairman at AM Green. Thanks very much. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Food, Agriculture, Education and Research, Excellencies, distinguished guests from India and Germany, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant good morning to all of you and to our dear friends, Guten Morgen, here in Germany. It's indeed an immense pleasure and honor for me to be present here in this News9 Global Summit. As we all know, energy is the lifeline for the modern economy and to sustain the growth. But looking into the impact of the climate change, the time is high that we start talking about a sustainable future of energy. Today, as we come together to discuss the future of energy, we must be cognizant to the fact that transition from fossil fuel to the renewable source of energy promises a healthier, more sustainable world. The world where cleaner energy fosters better public health, environmental and overall well-being, and this transition holds far more than just economic potential. This shift is a movement towards securing a livable future for generations to come, driven by clean air, job creation, energy access, and resilient community and society. I stand before you today with the excitement and responsibility, not only on my behalf, on behalf of Greenco and AM Green Group. The co-founder of this company, Mr. Anil and Mahesh, who set up this journey to decarbonize the economy is almost 15 years back, with the vision to help energy independence and to fast-track the growth of clean energy. What started with just a 20 megawatt couple of biofuel plants has today transformed into a platform which is operating almost 10,000 megawatt of renewable power running across wind, solar, hydro in 20 states across India. This transformation has been possible due to decisive leadership of Government of India under the visionary guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. The unwavering support for the renewable and clean energy has created enabling business environment in India. The global call for the energy transition has never been so clearer. Over 70% of the global emission stems from the use of energy. Making the shift to the cleaner power not just is a necessity, but a moral imperative for all of us. As nation commit to the renewable energy to combat climate change, India has a huge opportunity to lead the charge, not only by scaling the renewable energy production capacity, but also creating a sustainable infrastructure for integration of that energy into the mainstream. The initiative like One Nation, One Grid can unlock the whole potential of renewable energy in India. And at Greenco, we are focused on finding sustainable, cost-effective solution at scale to integrate these resources into the national grid. Back in 2018, we took a bet on a long-duration energy storage, as we firmly believe it will be critical for integration of renewable energy and also for the safety and integrity of the energy system in future. Today, we are building almost 100 gigawatt hour of closed-loop hydro pump storage with the investment of $10 billion by 2030. This is with a proven technology and with the viable solution for long-term energy storage solution at scale. This energy storage will democratize the energy storage use on a real-time basis and day-ahead storage solutions for both renewable energy producer as well as the consumer. It will have a capacity to absorb 75 gigawatt of renewable energy into the system, and which will be made available on demand. With this, we are in a position to offer electricity at a price of less than 4 cents a kilowatt hour on round-the-clock basis, which is today cheaper than a base-load thermal coal power plant at a pithead level. The first project of this kind is under commissioning right now and should be available for commercial operation by the end of the current financial year. Going forward, from now, 2030, we'll be reaching a capacity of 100 gigawatt hours. Now, with the energy system decarbonization solution firmly on the execution pathway, we focus on building a larger vision for decarbonizing industrial emission and are proud to be at the forefront of the green hydrogen revolution as a part of India's green hydrogen mission. Ladies and gentlemen, you will appreciate the first industrial revolution started with coal, followed by oil and gas, and recently with the shale revolution, which we saw in US. We have been investing into these technologies, these resources to fuel our economy, and we have reached to a scale where it is today affordable. But looking into its impact, it is high time that we should talk about now green industrial revolution rather than industrial revolution. In this context, most recently we have launched a new platform called AM Green. It's a new venture dedicated to producing carbon-free molecules like hydrogen, green ammonia, sustainable aviation fuel, green methanol, and greener chemical for deeper decarbonization of industry. Energy transition, we all agree, cannot be seen in isolation. In this novel space, the role of collaboration between the policymaker, regulators, government, technology players, companies, developers cannot be overstated. At Greenco and AM Green, we are fortunate to collaborate with the global capital partners like GIC Singapore, RDI from Abu Dhabi, and Oryx from Japan, and the industry partners like Petronas from Malaysia. On technology space, we have partnered with John Cockrell from Belgium for electrolyzer, Technip and Relais from France for EPC services, Halder Tapso and Casale for ammonia technology, and many others. We are also working with academia and esteemed institutions like Stanford University, University of Southern California, Indian Institute of Technology at Hyderabad, where we are working together to develop new technology and to innovate the new smart solutions. In this aspect, we have established a School of Sustainability in Indian Institute of Technology in Hyderabad. Moreover, AM Green has forged the key European partnership as well to accelerate the clean energy initiative. On one side, we have partnered with John Cockrell to set up a 2 gigawatt electrolyzer manufacturing facility in India. We have recently placed one of the largest electrolyzer order of 640 megawatt for our upcoming project in the state of Andhra Pradesh for production of green ammonia. Germany and India have a long-standing collaboration in the energy through the Indo-German Energy Forum, and how now this unique opportunity to lead this global climate action through collaboration under Indo-German Green Hydrogen Task Force. The Indo-German collaboration has a potential to meet almost 25% of the global energy need by 2050. As a testimony to our strong commitment to the German and European partners, the collaboration, the AM Green is also entering into the strategic partnership for offtake of green ammonia with the companies like Uniper, RWE, and BASF from Germany, and Yara. We are also exploring the low-carbon solution with BASF for a value-added chemical decarbonization. And to further strengthen our technological portfolio, we have recently acquired Chempolis from Finland, which is a 2G ethanol biotechnology company, which will enable us to produce sustainable aviation fuel. Under our strategic partnership portfolio with Petronas, Malaysia, we are developing one of the largest green hydrogen platform, which is going to produce 5 million tons of green ammonia at multiple locations in India, with the investment of $7.5 billion by 2030. This will directly contribute to the net zero target of India, while simultaneously supporting the OECD market to decarbonize their industry. This output will be equivalent to almost 1 million tons of green hydrogen production, which is almost 20% of the national target of green hydrogen mission in India, which is also equivalent to almost 10% of the European import target for the hydrogen. The equity closure for all these 5 million tons of green ammonia platform has been achieved with the investment of almost $2 billion. And the first project FID has also been achieved, and the project is under execution. We expect to produce the industrial scale green ammonia by the end of 2026 in the early beginning of calendar year 2027. As nations worldwide strive to decarbonize their energy sector, the energy transition is not just about business sense or ticking the boxes between the government and the corporates. It's about securing a better future for generations to come, where we have a sustainable net zero economy. It's a movement towards a healthier, more inclusive, and sustainable world, where energy drives not only economic growth, but also environmental justice, public health, and social equity. This transition is driven by the fundamental truth: the green energy does make a business sense. While there are initial challenges, but in long term, the lower cost, reduced carbon emission, and creation of sustainable growth opportunity are the undeniable benefit. Our work at AM Green is designed to be part of this larger global effort that fuels the green growth, not just in India, but across the world. Climate change represents the existential threat, and it requires far greater investments and collaboration. As we look beyond immediate profit and loss statement, we must recognize that sustainable future cannot be built solely on the financial metrics. A true value lies in the collective responsibility we share for the well-being of our planet and future generation. I urge you, as the global leader, to accelerate the energy transition and commit to the required leadership for a sustainable and a green future. Together, we can unlock the full potential of green energy, not only for the business, but for the health and the prosperity of all. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I would like to thank TV9 and their German partner here for hosting this event and bringing us all together at this platform for such a large clarion call. This vision will not only be realized through partnership and collaboration, where the combined strength of nations, businesses, communities can drive the transformative changes needed to secure a greener, more equitable world for all. Together, we can build a sustainable and decarbonized world. Let's join our mind and hands together. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Thank you
Tripathi,
very much,
please
Mr. Tripathi. Can I
kindly
please
wait.
request you?
Barun Das and Rohan Casper will just like to present us with a little token of our appreciation, sir. And Mr. Ozdemir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tripathi. Tackling climate change and reducing import dependencies on depleting fossil fuels are the two ends of the energy transition spectrum. Finding and deploying green alternatives is not a choice anymore, but a compulsion for all major economies today.
Europe's largest economy, Germany, and the world's fastest growing economy, India, need to collaborate in finding meaningful solutions to enable frictionless energy transition.
And that will be the focus of the first playoff of the day, Develop versus Developing. The green dilemma, how green is green really? Is it lip service or affirmative action? What's the role that the developed world can play to assist emerging economies in their journeys to growth with minimum carbon emissions?
The playoff begins.
And let's get ready for the first playoff of the day. We have a stellar panel of speakers for this session. Let me invite upon stage Rahul Munjal, CMD Hero Future Energies, Vibha Dhawan, DG Terry, Professor Dr. Andreas Bett, Director Fraunhofer, IFC, Dr. Julian Horscherf, ESG and Sustainability Manager, HEP Solar, and we have Peter Hartmann, Management Board Member, Pre-Zero. And for this playoff, the match referee is my colleague Padmaja Joshi.
Hi, good morning. So we have a slightly different format at the summit here. Since we are in a football city, we are going to be doing this as a sort of match. I'm going to be the referee. You're all subject matter experts. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start by telling our audience here a little story. So at the beginning of this year, and especially people from India will identify, I'm Padmaja, by the way. Hi, Padmaja. And I'm going to be moderating this session. In January this year, we had the consecration of the Ram Mandir, which is, of course, very sacred to people in India. And the first announcement that the Prime Minister made soon after the consecration of the Ram Mandir happened is that he's going to install, our country is going to install solar panels on 1 crore rooftops across the country. The reason why I tell this story is because it speaks of the importance that green energy is given in the country. So you have
a civilizational moment that has been consecrated in Ayodhya, and then you speak about the future of the country. Keeping that in mind, we also have this struggle happening between the developing and the developed world. So to kick off proceedings, I want to first start by asking Ms. Vibha Dhawan. You know, we are coming off on the back of COP29. Now, I'm going to ask questions purely from a layperson's point of view. The impression is that the developing world often has to shoulder the burden of what the developed countries are already doing. All of these meetings, these summits that we have globally, has that managed to address the imbalance?
Well, as we all know, COP meetings are held every year, and there are serious negotiations when we are the government's representatives are there, and they discuss about what is climate change, how are we moving, and what needs to be done. Now, over a period of time, it has become very clear that we are making promises in terms of, last year it was loss and damage fund and implementation of that, but then the money which is committed never comes on the table. So it's very clear, but the message or why the COP still remains very important is that the developed part of the world has reached certain stage of development in terms of greening their procedures as well. Like, for example, when we talk of cross-boundary carbon tax and other things, it is that the developed part has technology. They can adopt that. But that doesn't mean that the developing part of the world starts paying perhaps as taxation for their development. So what we are looking at, or the importance of COP, is that the governments are sitting over there. First of all, they need to appreciate what is going to become very important in years to come. What is it they are thinking? Because the changes are not made overnight. They talk about that this will be implemented from 26, 27, or in next 5 years. So therefore, the preparedness or governments understand what they should be doing. And the second important part is that as they have combined voice of developing countries, that then they say what they cannot implement and what they can implement. It's very clear that the kind of financing we require is not coming. And maybe it would be wrong on the part of developing nations even to accept that to some extent. But what is more important is let at least there be flow of technology. It's very clear, like if I talk at the international level, I don't think so. There are critics which say, which was 10 years back, that we all used to say, is climate change a real threat? But today we know, yes, it is a threat. And it's much the uglier than what IPCC reports predicted. And therefore, we have to act in that direction. Now, the developed part of the world also has to realize that there is only one planet to live in. So let's not worry about IPRs. Let's not worry about, I developed the technology, so what I'm getting in return. They should be more towards, this is only one planet. Let me share, because if developing part of the world is not clean, I cannot be clean either. It's something like COVID, it's going to spread. So therefore, they have to be careful.
When you say the money is not coming, who are the defaulters there?
It's everyone. You look at the commitment which was made perhaps in every COP. It's not even 10%. Yes, we are spending money on the name of climate change, but maybe that's only to have meetings. It is not really saying that I'm going to give you soft loan. We are not asking for subsidy, but even the interest rates for the developing part of the world from international financing companies, it's much higher than what they give to the developed part of the world. So how do you expect where the capex is going to come from? So that the financing in that part also becomes important.
Professor Bett, but do you think the gap between intention and deliverables still hasn't been plugged just as yet?
I mean, I'm coming from research, so we are looking always forward. And we heard that we need money at the end. And our research is devoted to reduce the costs. I mean, look back 10, 20 years ago, solar energy was much too costly. So due to research and innovation, we are now in a situation that we have a source of renewable energy, and we have in addition wind and others, but it's important to look that we bring down the costs, that we can do a financing. And I agree with that. We need, in a certain way, a financial structure to really make it happen. But we must also look into the future, and that is why I really liked what you mentioned. We should look in the future and not look back what was our fault in the past, because developing countries are in some better shape, actually, to start with new technology, whereas the developed countries sometimes are very heavily struggling with old stuff and are not ready to proceed fast enough. So in my perspective, we try to work in a cooperative way to bring it in the whole world. And I think everyone here in the room can actually also start and contribute in a small way to reduce our carbon emissions. But we need technologies, and we need to develop that, and we put that in a financial framing. That's important, that we can make really business out of that. And I think in the past we made a lot of mistakes, we know that. We use our air and environment as waste for CO2. We didn't pay for that, and now we have a mess. So now I think we have to restructure the financing. CO2, paying for CO2 emissions would be one relatively easy way to go. That makes it more expensive for developed countries, for example, and push them to go faster into renewable world. So that is my really advice to do that, but we have to do in parallel also developing new technologies and make it even more cheaper. One important sentence to mix it up, because changing all our energy system, all sectors, is really challenging. It's very complicated. We look in all the different sectors and we see that this intermittent dependencies that will change our thinking. And this is something which is very, very difficult, which we find from research, to bring that into the mind of the people. That the old world is gone, we have to look forward. And this is a challenging part we have to do, and look into that we have a holistic approach for our energy supply in the future.
Everyone has the realization, Mr. Munjal, that we need to look to the future. I was looking at our budget document. Speaking for India, we had a huge outlay. We had the Prime Minister Surya Yojana, like I mentioned. He said 1 crore solar panels we need to put. But then you have a new US president who's saying, I'm going to drill, drill, drill. How do you look into the future when you feel, here we are, putting our shoulder to the wheel, and then there is the world's largest democracy, which is saying, we're going to drill, drill, drill. So you're pushing us 3 steps back. How does that work?
So he's actually saying drill, baby, drill. So it's not drill.
I wasn't sure that would be apt for this audience.
Yeah. So this is not the first time he's been the president, right? He was the president earlier as well. And I'll come to that in a little bit. But you must understand, for me personally, I'm a climate optimist. I know there's a problem. I know the world is probably already at 1.4. But I know if we spend some money, the biggest form of carbon emissions is the grid, is energy. Of course, transportation is another hard-to-abate sector, is the third, right? But for the grid, today we have solutions in wind, solar, and battery storage, etc. So there is technology, it needs to be used. Now, last year the world commissioned or added 530 gigawatts of renewables. We're sitting in Germany today. German grid, if I'm not mistaken, is 250 gigawatts only. So we added more than the German grid to the world. So the world is spending money, and a lot of momentum is already there. So while he was the president last time around, Texas became the largest, I think, solar as well as wind producer in the US. So how much of a negative impact will he have? I'm not sure. There will be a negative impact for sure, but will it be to the tune of our fears in our mind? I don't think so. I think we sometimes overemphasize the importance, while he's very, very important, don't get me wrong, in any way or form. But we underemphasize the importance of the rest of the world. While the rest of the world understand what needs to be done, They understand we need $1 trillion every year. That's what they're talking about in COP today. I don't know how successful it will be, but we'll know in the next couple of days, I guess next 24, 48 hours. But if we're talking about to the tune of $1 trillion a year, it's going to come from all parts of the world. So I am, like I said, a climate optimist. I think we should be wary. I hope sense will prevail and he'll do the right thing. But the rest of the world will continue to do what needs to be done.
So you think a lot of this could also be political rhetoric, and in reality, like you mentioned the example of Texas, the reality is a shade different from what is said in the election campaign?
Always, always.
Good to know that it's not limited to India alone. All right, my next question, again, some data about Germany. Germany's electricity supply and the share of renewables in electricity has steadily grown over the last few years. The data which I was reading was that it was from around 6% in 2000, and it has grown to 38% in 2018, which basically means that they had a target of 35% for 2020, and that has already been breached. So 57% of Germany's electricity is now covered by renewables. What I want to ask our next speaker, Peter Hartmann, what I want to ask you is, how was this made possible?
Well, it's made possible by legislatory change, actually, that really pushed us very hard in that direction. But to be honest, this gives, for us in the industry, also a lot of problems. The electric matrix of Germany is changing with a lot of problems for the industrial companies. But what we do need, I think, to make that change happen, because I'm also a climate optimist, but I think we have to do a change. So what we need is a stable, we need stability in the nets, and we need a clear government, we need clear regulations of where to go to. That's, I think, the most important thing. We all know we have to change. And also when you ask about Trump, I think it really doesn't matter what they do in the US, because we have to act. We have one planet, and we have to act now. But and I can even understand that it's really difficult to get the right legislation, to get the economic suspects to move in that direction. So yeah, to answer your question, it's a big step forward, what we have achieved here, but still, to be honest, I think it's also a painful change that we are living right now in Germany, but there is no alternative in my point of view.
Why do you call it a painful change?
Because a lot of capex is necessary, and a lot of times still when we burn fuel, gas, whatever, it's still cheaper than having solar, a big good solar industry, than having wind. We have to remake all the nets, so it's a lot of capex involved. The cost of energy in Germany is, I don't know if it's the highest, but with the highest in the world, which is causing a lot of problems for our industry, for the chemical industry, for example. So we are making our cost of living, our cost of production a lot higher to battle against climate change. And this, of course, is very challenging to the German industry.
But don't you think there'll be a pushback? At some point, the industries are going to push back and say, sure, you're out to save the world, but our economy will collapse. Our industries are going to bear the brunt of your climate optimism.
I think that's a very big discussion in Germany, that we say, well, we're a pretty small country. What does it change if we change? But it's one planet. I mean, there is really no alternative, and we are all sitting here. I think no one has a different opinion. We have to act. We heard the speech about green energy. That's the way to go, but it's a difficult way.
It's a good example to have set, and I will come back to you, Mr. Munjal, on that. What is the acceptability in India? But before that, Dr. Julian Hochscherf, this whole thing between the developed world and the developing economies, is there now a consensus that you cannot have large countries or large economies bullying the rest of the world into matching up or into contributing greatly to the climate goals while not being as good or as great a contributor themselves?
I mean, my perspective on this topic is that in Germany we speak much too often about the 2% that we contribute in greenhouse gas emissions per year. What we should rather speak about is our historical responsibility for CO2 emissions, right? So our welfare is based on historical CO2 emissions. So this is why we have to not hide between these 2% that we add annually to global CO2 emissions, but we have to take responsibility for the historical emissions. This is what leads us to this debate of increasing the share of renewable energies, to think or rethink business models, to think about circularity in business models, to think about how to integrate biodiversity protection measures, because there are links between sustainability topics, and it's not just about CO2. It's about so much more if you speak about a sustainable transition and transition of business models. So you have to make the step from linearity in business models to circularity in business models. And also for the solar industry, for the renewable energy industry, this is true in order not to make the same mistakes again that you have been doing in the 1950s when you relied on, or when you build up your wealth on fossil fuels. So this is really from my perspective, the main responsibility that we have to take, and we are taking this responsibility in the global north, not in the speed that is needed on a global scale to solve issues on a global scale, but we have to take the decisive steps on that journey.
Would you care to simplify that further? What do you mean by a circular model?
I mean, of a circular model, I'm speaking that Germany, for instance, is not a country that is rich in raw materials. So we rely on still importing much of the resources that we need also for the green energy transition. What I particularly do in my daily work is really to think about how can we get that business model circular? How can we recycle solar modules? That's really a decisive issue or a decisive step in that business model that you have to take, because then you're really getting independent. Right now we are just running into the next dependency, and we just have to think about how can we fuel the resources that we need for our business model, not just in Germany, basically in every country that is using renewable energies as well. Also in India, you should really have a plan of how to regain the resources that are included in the components, because it's possible from a technical perspective, but you have to do it from a commercial, or you have to make it feasible from a commercial perspective.
And that brings me to the question I wanted to ask you. We are looking at a model, but isn't that the next step? First, we talk about the acceptability among businesses, among the common people. Do you think that renewable energy has got that kind of acceptability that would be needed for your business, for example, to be largely profitable?
Yeah, so let's talk about the developing world. And even in developing world, India has a very unique situation. So there is India, and let's call the lesser developing world. Let's break that up into two different parts. In India today, there is in both the developing worlds, there is a dire need for poverty alleviation. That's our first and foremost goal. First is everybody needs to be fed 3 meals a day, nutritious meals, and good health care, period. That cannot be second to any other goal. So while that's the goal, India today is energy starved. Mind you, India has got a target of 500 gigawatts, 50 gigawatts a year. That's one of the largest targets in the world, third largest renewable energy target in the world. So it's not that India is not going to do its renewable energy bit. It is, but it needs more energy. That's why it's going to continue to build fossil fuel plants for another 3 or 4 years. I think 2030 or 2035, I'm not sure when we've drawn the line. But because we need energy, because our first goal is poverty alleviation. First goal is food, hunger alleviation. That's one. Then there are countries in sub-Saharan Africa, etc., for whom cost of renewables is still far greater than the cost of fossil fuel, because they have access to oil and gas, or they have access to thermal. So for them, it's a completely different question there. What do you do there? What is fair? Something that was said earlier. You take into account how much emissions were put in by what country in history, not the 2% this year. And if the conversation goes to that, it's a very, very different and a very matured conversation, rather than what's happening this year alone. So, I want to stop there, but I want to draw the distinction between developing India as a more developed country than the other developing countries. I hope that comes out, you understand what I'm saying.
I'd like to add one thing. I think we have to think in steps, right? We have to see where's the potential to lower the emissions, and there a big potential, I think, in every country that is less developed are landfills. I think that's something that's completely missing in the discussion. Where we have landfills with untreated waste, they emit a lot of methane, which is a lot more hazardous to the climate than CO2. And this is, I think, a real easy leverage that we have if we better the situation. Well, I'm saying that because I'm from a waste management company, but still, if we change the way we treat the waste, if we have better landfills, then we can also already and very easily do a lot to lower emissions without talking about fossil fuel, without talking about big capex. So I think that's a really easy and a close-by step that we could achieve.
Ms. Dhawan, do you find all of these different aspects being addressed in India right now?
Yeah, in fact, it's very interesting. Like, first of all, one thing which was said that each one of us is contributing to climate change and I should know what I'm doing. And the movement, Mission Life, which is led by Ministry of Environment and Forest under leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, that actually talks about what is my own carbon footprint. So it's lifestyles for environment. So, and it is also what gets mired perhaps gets managed. The other is in India, all the listed companies, they have to give their ESG reporting. And that's another step towards that, how responsible I am towards environment. The fact that each one of us is realizing that climate change is real and we can't continue, humankind cannot survive with this kind of emissions. We all are going to be responsible looking at how responsible the company is.
Ma'am, may I interject and be a little blunt? You spoke of individuals being made to realize their own carbon footprint. I remember about a couple of months ago, the Indian Minister for Road Transport and Highways, he said that anyone who has diesel vehicles, they're going to be taxed into the ground. And there was such a huge outcry. Everyone said that you are ruining industry. You know, you think that you can just bulldoze everyone. Is there really a realization? I mean, the mission is great, but individually, have people really...
Yeah, no, you are absolutely right. And we also have to realize that India is a very, very price-sensitive market. And that also holds true with Bureau of Energy Efficiency when they talk about rating, 5-star rating for the best of the equipment. Now, if I have spent 40,000 rupees on buying an air conditioner and it's perhaps 3 grade or something, and they tell me that these are outdated and everyone has to shift to 5-star, I can't do it. And same holds true for diesel vehicles. When we brought the diesel vehicles, it wasn't that they have life of 10 years. So if you bring it in between, and again, we are doing a mistake, we are not looking into how good the vehicle is. We are basically looking at the age of the vehicle and we are not doing the life cycle analysis. How much of carbon footprint is there to manufacture a new vehicle? So we are missing on that. And we also have to see, do we have the alternatives available? Today you say electric, we don't have the electric infrastructure fully. Tomorrow it will be hybrid and maybe 5 years down the line, we are only going to have hydrogen. Who knows the way hydrogen develops? So therefore, it is also like, for countries like India, we have to make that transition a little slow. The other thing which is very important for India is, like, if I look into your and my carbon footprint, perhaps we'll be as good or as bad as Europeans and Americans. It's only our average goes down because energy excess to many in the rural was not there. In many cases, it's still not getting mired because they're using firewood. So our carbon footprint, and let's realize as the economic status improves, you first invest on energy. And therefore, it's going to go up dramatically, it's going to go up. What we need to do that, it's a challenge, but I see more as an opportunity. Let's look at India. We had no fossil fuel. And being an energy-starved country, our development was comparatively slow. Every drop of fossil fuel was to be imported. But today, if we look at the cost of production of renewable energy, it is much cheaper than Europe. And therefore, because we have so much of sunshine. And let's also realize, and that is where when the Honorable Minister spoke, he was discussing about partnerships. And that becomes extremely important also for the development of technology. The technologies which have been developed for large entrepreneurs, large companies are not suitable for India, which is a country of small and medium enterprises. It's 65% of your production comes from SMEs. And if they are not cleaned, you cannot be clean. And therefore, you need to co-develop the technologies. And that's where the partnership with Germany becomes extremely important. The new education policy in our country now that talks of dual degree programs that will give you an opportunity to have common PhD students and they develop the technologies to the stage which is required by SMEs. It may not be the best, it may not be suitable for very large companies, but it's suitable for them. So co-development of technology also becomes important.
Professor Bett, if one thing both countries could take away from each other?
I think that is one thing which we certainly can take together is that we have to lower our CO2 emission. And the way is to do that, I think, is a little bit different. But I want to take up what was just mentioned, to cooperate. That's the way to go. We have our strengths, and there are strengths in India. And if we combine that, we are successful in the business and make money. At the end, we have to be honest. It's always about money and cost. And we heard nicely before that they have already 24 hours, 4 cents per kilowatt hour. We are talking in Germany in the best case for 7 cents. That makes a big difference if you go in manufacturing. And for example, we have projects transferring our know-how. For example, we have developed a solar cell architecture called TOPCon, which is now the major architecture used in China. We transfer that currently to India to build up production lines for solar, because we need huge materials. And that is also something we are looking into. Life cycle assessment was mentioned. And that is why we look in circular economy, how we can design modules in a way that we can recycle it after 30, 40 years lifetime. How we bring back the material. We need really billions of tons, because we have to exchange all our system. And in a certain point, we will be limited by copper, because we go to more electricity. We know that already, and we are looking for substitute that and make better technologies. One important point, we set up in a university a master's program, Sustainable System Engineering. We have a lot of students from India now with us, educating in our institute. They go back, some stay also in Germany actually, to continue. And that is something we can do together, both countries, because we need at the end knowledge and education to implement and to transfer also the mindset of the people.
Thank you very much. It has been a wonderful session. I really wish we had way more time, because I don't think that's a problem or discussion. We can, get into one discussion alone. But thank you very much for sharing your wisdom with us. A huge round of applause. Thank you.
Our panelists to be here, and we want Mr. Rowan Casper and Mr. BC Tripathi to come and give them a token of our appreciation. Thank you. Madhvija? Mr. Tripathi? Stoles as well, sir.
a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleasure.
All right, thank you for that wonderful discussion. Now, this is a critical conversation for all countries trying to mitigate the impact of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to playoff number 2. This is one session that we're all looking forward to. It's Artificial Intelligence Advantage India. AI is reshaping industries globally. Today, we explore its impact on India and Germany.
Artificial intelligence is no longer fiction.
Across industries, AI promises unprecedented efficiencies.
But it comes with whispers of fear.
Job losses.
Human irrelevance. In a global economy grappling with slow growth,
Routine, mundane tasks, the very backbone of outsourced IT services, now at risk. Can AI offer cost-effective solutions?
The Pac-Man effect, jobs, intellectual property, even energy consumption. What does it devour next?
India's IT landscape faces a pivotal moment. Adapt or be left behind.
India isn't stepping back, it's stepping up.
a synergy of semiconductors, data centers, and IT solutions forms the path forward. This is the dawn of strategic AI self-reliance.
Can AI be harnessed without erasing human roles?
आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया की डबल ताकत भारत के पास है.
The playoff begins.
In this playoff, we will be raising crucial questions about job displacement, economic implications, and sustainability in the global context. Let me call on stage Stephen Bayer, partner and global industry sector lead, supplier MHP. Thank you so much, sir. Anand Ramamurthy, MD Micron India. So we'd like to call you on stage. Dr. Jan Nihus, Head AI for Language Tech, Institute of Anthropomatic. Harshul Asnani, President, Europe Tech Mahindra. Mr. Debashish Bishoy, CEO, Bosch SDS. And the match referee for this one, my colleague, R. Sridharan.
Thank you, Meha and Padmaja. I see that we have a lovely panel this morning. It's a 360-degree on AI because we have someone who sells technology, we have someone who researches AI, we have someone who makes chips, then we have someone who's actually using AI for consumers. So I think it's going to be an interesting discussion. So I'm going to start, Harshul, with you because while there's been a lot of hype over AI over the last 2 years, especially since OpenAI, ChatGPT broke onto the scene in 2021, there is now a sudden skepticism on whether AI is going to deliver all that's being talked about. In fact, we have a new book that's come out in the US by 2 Princeton profs saying AI snake oil, which I think is a rather harsh term to use for AI. So tell us, how are companies or corporates looking at AI? How much of deployment do you actually see in companies as far as AI tools are concerned?
No, firstly, Shri and Barun, thanks for hosting us all here. It's been an incredible event the last 2 days. Well, when it comes to AI, in my view, it's no longer a question of if. It's a question of when. It's a question of how soon. It's a question of how big. AI, and more specifically Gen AI, is probably the most powerful thing that has happened after the internet. And they say that the impact of AI is likely to be as profound as the impact of internet. They say that software eats the world, but now we are saying AI is going to eat software. And the timing is perfect. The reason I say that is after many decades, while AI has been around for more than 50 years, but after many, many decades, all the foundational technologies, what we call as emerging technologies today, are in place now. Whether it is your 5G, whether it's your edge, it's your cloud, whether it's your compute power, the chipsets, everything that is needed to make AI flourish are in place. So, as they say, you ain't seen nothing yet. I think we're just at the very beginning of that. And we at Tech Mahindra have a very unique vantage point because being a systems integrator, we come in at the front end of everything AI, right? We are invited by customers to do blueprinting, to help them with their roadmap. Again, it really depends on the AI maturity of our customers. There are certain companies which are leapfrogging. They are change agents. They are taking big bets. While there are some companies which are followers, then there are others who are laggards. Unfortunately, there's a research I read in, I think it was a BCG report, which said 2/3 of Indian companies are still laggards. I think most important for companies to look at is what is that use case that you want to build? Exactly. What is the business use case? What is the impact that you want to solve for? Once you have that, then you bring the process, the people, the technology behind it to make it happen and drive the maximum impact and the impact on your balance sheet and on your P&L. While I feel that many companies are also at the same time more looking at technology than a use case. And they come in from a different vantage point that doesn't deliver the necessary impact, right? Because having overload of technology without the right use case and the right business work doesn't work out. So it's a wide spectrum. There are certain companies which are way ahead. There are certain companies that are still struggling.
Right. So Harshul makes a very important point, Devashish, in terms of the ROI on AI. I think that's where most of the companies are really struggling because it costs a whole lot to train these models and then develop solutions that are actually going to generate any kind of return for the company. So from your experience as a vendor, do you have any examples in mind that you can share with our delegates here? Someone who's used AI and put it to really good use with good ROI on that investment?
So Sri, thank you very much for the question. I think it's a logical progression from what you asked Harshul, and Harshul set the stage very nicely. In many ways, your question is actually self-explanatory, right? So if you look at the hype cycle of previous technologies that we have seen, which have become pivotal in industry and therefore business, you'll realize that there comes a point in time when people start asking questions about the efficiency of the technology, one, and the impact of that technology in our day-to-day life, right? So I think we are reaching that point in time. It is not a question of if anymore. It's more a question of when, how, and where. Most importantly, where. And that's where the use case angle becomes extremely relevant. From our standpoint in Bosch, we are at a point where we are deploying AI inside the company. More specifically, we have also realized that we have to innovate with our customers, right? So this is not something where you will have the luxury of time on your side, right? So you have to accelerate innovation at a very, very fast pace. Therefore, we are working with our customers to identify the right use cases and the domains where we think ROI will be very high, right? So on the Gen AI domain, right, we are all used to a form factor of where you type something or you input an image to any of the Gen AI platforms, and we are used to seeing a return, right? We get a return from the tool, and then that is what we have seen in the consumer domain.
It's a nice toy to have.
Absolutely.
Right now. Yeah.
See, that is the only form factor that we are used to for the time being. But we believe, on our side, we believe that the revolution is actually waiting to happen in the B2B domain, right? So there are two axes that we believe are going to be extremely important. One is the geopolitical aspect of it. Countries will interact with each other. The federals will interact with each other, and corporates will interact with each other. These are the two domains where we believe that there is a lot of innovation that is waiting to happen. And therefore, we are working with some of our customers, partners, ecosystem partners, so on and so forth, to evolve corporate use cases, and therefore we can deliver value to the end consumer. Right. So I'll stop here. We will kind of layer this on as we move forward.
Absolutely, we should, yeah. So before I go to Anand and Stefan, Ian, there's a question for you. I'm not sure if you already read this book by the Princeton professors that we're referring to, AI Snake Oil, where they actually give you a lot of examples where these AI models have actually built on faulty data. And we know that an AI engine is going to be only as good as the data we put into it, right? So from your perspective, you're a researcher. How do we fix these issues? I'm sure there's work happening in that. If you look at what's happening at DeepMind, Google DeepMind, the work they're doing in terms of weather prediction, even in terms of protein folds and everything, it's remarkable. So do you see this as the initial teething troubles of AI? Technologically, is it going to get better in terms of the data that's going in and the output that comes out eventually?
I think we already see that a bit. So I mean, I think with ChatGPT, the big advantage was not developing a complete new technology or so. It was really like scaling things up. And then even for researchers, it was really surprising like what we get just by scaling things up. We are reaching, I agree that, like some amount where there's not that much new data coming in. It's also like getting more challenging because data which is essentially, but is more and more generated by Gen AI. So this gets a challenge that you're no longer sure on what you're really learning on. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, we're seeing that with this status now, we're also getting more efficient on like how to use the data. We're seeing smaller models having similar performance. And I think this is something where we definitely have to look into how to improve ML. If we compare it to a human, they have seen so much more data than any human ever will have the chance to. Right. But in a lot of things, they're still not on par. So how to make these models learn more efficient from what is out there is definitely currently a very hard research topic, right, and where we have to see how we can improve that.
Yeah. So Anand, that brings me to you because the high cost involved is in terms of the GPUs, TPUs, the cloud storage, and of course the energy consumption. From your perspective, you're a hardware manufacturer. How do you see the costs coming down in the years ahead?
Morning, everyone, and wonderful to be here. And Barun, great setup, amazing. Doing this in the middle of Germany with such an eclectic crowd. It's just amazing stuff. Just one quick position statement, Sridharan, before I respond to your question, right? The human mind is geared to think very linearly. So I always feel we overestimate the impact of technology in the short term and tend to kind of underestimate it in the long term, right? True. So my position statement is, we've been trying to mimic the human brain for a very long time. I've been in the computer industry for over 2 decades. We've been trying to wonder, the human brain consumes 20-watt power and does the kind of reasoning that compute systems can't, right? So independent of the Princeton study, great respect for people, there'll always be intellectual digression on these topics, but I believe that the train for mimicking the reasoning and the compute performance of brain, that train has already left. And the question now is to how to make the journey safe, secure, and worthwhile. Right. Back to your question on semiconductors, we selfishly believe we are the pizza base on which the whole semiconductor AI stack sits on. We have, if all of you are familiar with Moore's Law, the industry has found ways to bring down cost consistently over many decades, right? True. Now, of course, because of device physics and other challenges, we've kind of hit a roadblock now, but a very interesting thing is happening. I'll get a little technical here, and then forgive me if this is not too relevant. There is a fundamental shift happening in how enterprise server architectures are designed. The traditional architecture would be a CPU sitting next to it, the DRAM from Micron or any of our peers. That is being replaced by a GPU or a TPU. And what we are seeing, just a plug for my mother company, instead of having a discrete DRAM, now we have stacks of DRAM. If you open up the NVIDIA Blackwell architecture, what you see is instead of one single DRAM, you have 8, 10, 16 layers of DRAM with some logic built under it. So the point I'm trying to make to you is the innovation is intense. The amount of innovation you're seeing in the compute architecture is intense, which is why the future for AI is so bright, because the building blocks are beautifully getting in shape. The cost is always high at the start because the industry is very sensitive to yield. In semiconductors, having a viable silicon is not enough. Yeah. It has to yield in excess of 99% for it to be cost effective. I think thanks to the whole focus on bandwidth, the fundamental shifts in server architecture, and the fact that most companies in the ecosystem are innovating so well. I think the cost structures will get better over time. And cost is a function of scale, adoption, and also more competition.
Improvements in technology.
Yeah, and you know, today it's largely a few players kind of taking the lead.
Absolutely.
I'm very sure, I'm predicting that there'll be multiplayer kind of a scenario, and with more players, more economies of scale.
Right, right. So, Stefan, you are someone whose job is to look at how do you use AI, metaverse, Web3 technologies from a consumer point of view, like engagement. How much of AI actually are you able to use or do you plan to use going ahead in engagement with your customers?
Thanks for the question and good morning. Great to be here. It's a wonderful event and also I couldn't agree more to what is actually said. So I would like to zoom out a little, and this is exactly what you're referring to. We are facing a new general purpose technology. So it was said before that there's a world without electricity, then there was a world with electricity, then we had internet, and now we have AI. And I think this is the big picture which we have to keep in mind if we talk about AI, because I also agree to your statement. In the short term, it's overestimated in regards of the impact, but in the long term, nobody of us can actually predict where we lead to. And this is a really fast-paced development which we're facing right now. So basically on a weekly basis, we see new developments and we see new enhancements and we see also new technologies coming up. And I think this is something which we need to keep in mind when we also think about how to leverage the potential of AI within corporations. And therefore, I would say it's important just to use that big picture to leverage for your advantage. And what that means, it means like every corporation needs to see in terms of engagement AI as critical infrastructure. There was like a time where there were no ERP systems like to manage your processes and to manage your workflows in the corporations. Mm-hmm. And now there's like a fundamental layer within your critical infrastructure in the company to leverage that process enhancement and to manage your processes. And that kind of layer is important for every corporation within the company also when it comes to AI. And that means that this gives you like a competitive advantage because then it's in your DNA, it's in your critical infrastructure and you can leverage the technology. And this is also what we at MHP suggest to our clients just to get moving. So you need to adopt the technology and you need to start moving. The train is not left.
That's good news. So Harshul, one of the ironies of AI is that it's actually eliminating low-end coding. Like Sundar Pichai in the Q3 call talked about how 20% of coding in Google is now all automated. I mean, there are no humans who are doing it. So in your experience, how is that going to impact not just the IT workforce, especially from an Indian perspective, but companies in general, like everyone? Jobs are at risk, without doubt.
Well, let me zoom out a bit, and I'll come to your question. But we should all understand that over hundreds of years, when the steam engine came out, when the internal combustion engine came out, when internet happened, everybody was worried. In fact, when internet came, people were even worried that how can you send messages on an insecure platform like email? And at every stage, there were in some sense job losses, but collectively, worldwide, the number of jobs have gone up. So it's a question about reskilling. It's a question about upskilling. Yes, there will be job losses in several sectors, coding just being one of them, call centers, and many other works which have repetitive tasks potentially can get eliminated. But with that said, we do not expect mass layoffs. Mm-hmm. Companies like TechM, and I'm sure many of our other peers, are doing trainings and upskilling at a massive scale. We already trained about 40,000 people in our company on AI in the last 1 year. We expect to train another 40,000 people in the next 6 months.
Right.
So we are doing this at a very large scale. So we have to move our people from standard coding jobs to newer age technologies around AI, around ML, around cloud, around data architects, data engineering, so on and so forth, which we are doing. And Indian services companies have pivoted many times, right? Indian services have been threatened, but have been pivoted many times. But
Jan, what are your views on this?
Yeah, I mean, I can only agree. I mean, I think, yeah, if you're not using the technology, it is a problem for you. But there are so much more new opportunities which we can do new things with the technology. We can more efficient. It can be also like more people can code because they can code together with AI. And they can be creative in new ways. We are seeing that already, like first with what people all started doing with all these Gen AI things. So I would more see it, maybe I'm seeing it too positive, I'm not sure because I'm in the field, but I'm seeing it more as a positive.
Right.
And there's just a lot of opportunities out there which we should take.
Right.
And where there are things which we couldn't do without Gen AI, which we now can do with Gen
Okay, right. So Anand, when we talk about AI, we tend to talk in terms of an amorphous kind of an entity, but the fact is every country probably needs its own AI. So we're talking about Advantage India, referring to the fact that we have an edge when it comes to software coding, IT services. That's a challenge also for Germany or any other country. How do you see India basically addressing the need to develop its own LLMs, LMMs? How do we do that?
Right, I think good question, Sridhar. And not a day goes by when we don't have this classic intellectual battle between should you create foundational LLMs from the core, or should we look at more of a tweak, calibrate by application, by business kind of a model? So I'll give you my position. It's not Micron position, but my position. I think a country like India needs both. I would not get lost in the either-or discussion. I think there's this famous smile curve that we talk about. Raghuram Rajan talks about it in his recent book. At the heart of that smile curve is manufacturing is critical for India, but R&D and IP creation is where we get the highest value for the buck.
Right.
You talked about pricing and cost structures. OpenAI has a near monopoly over how they create these engines, right?
True.
I think it's time for India, because of our skill and scale, both, to not completely ignore the foundational LLM. I know the data sets are limited. We are looking at language models which are tuned to our cultural nuances. I think that effort should continue. It should get a lot of support from industry, academia, and the government. In fact, there's one place where the government can truly, because our R&D investments as a percentage of GDP is still not the best in business, for reasons we largely understand. But if I were to ever advise the Indian government, not that they would listen, but I would suggest that enhancing the R&D input in the LLM space would be a perfect time to create true sustaining long-term leadership. While that is happening, Indian culturally and business-wise is very adept at trying to figure out a business model where from the IT companies to semiconductor companies, the whole value chain will find a way to go and monetize and tweak and calibrate models. So my net there would be, hey, listen, don't get lost in the either or. There is a famous saying in our Micron world, we say the genius of doing nothing. Our best products have come when smart people kept on tooling, retooling, and tinkering with building blocks.
Great.
And from there emerges great genius, right? I know it's a luxury for a country like India, which is still developing, but perfect time for me to go dabble a little more in that area.
So I'm down to my last 5 minutes. So, but Harshul, in 30 seconds, I know that Tech Mahindra is also developing its own LLM model called Project Indus.
Yes.
In 30 seconds, tell us what it's really trying to do.
Yeah, no, so we've built it grounds up. And it is for addressing 650 million people in India who speak Hindi. This LLM model built on about 4 billion parameters, as I said, grounds up, and addresses 37 different dialects of Hindi. It has got some rave reviews, and I think it's very important for country. And we've also, by the way, done it for Indonesia in partnership with NVIDIA. And that's again getting rave reviews for Sahabat and the local languages. It's incredibly important for sovereignty of a country to have its own LLM. Yeah,
right, okay. So I'm going to switch gears now, come to the most important issue which everyone's grappling with, which is of AI safety, ethical issues around AI, the guardrails that we need to build around it. So Debashish, what to your mind are the big challenges, and how can we build sufficient guardrails around AI, especially as it moves towards artificial general intelligence, which I'm told will probably match or surpass human intelligence?
So Sri, See, I think there was this initial paranoia about, what happens with AI when it becomes sentient and that sort of thing. Broadly, from my standpoint, the way I see it, there are two categories of issues here. One is obviously the geopolitical issue, right? And the second is the socio-economic impact of things. In the second category, which is the socio-economic category, we believe that the initial paranoia is kind of waning down, right? People have started realizing that definitely new piece of technology looking for a problem to solve. So therefore, there will be positive impact on economy. Upskilling will happen, as Harshul said, but it will make very, very fundamental impact to adding to, let us say, not even gross domestic, but gross, if were there such a number like, global economy, right? So it will add significantly to that level. So there is no doubt about that. The guardrails topic, the security and related topics, I believe there will be formation of blocks, right? So if there is such a thing, then probably diplomacy, AI diplomacy will also become relevant. And the so-called socio-economic blocks, global blocks will figure out the necessary, let us say, rules of engagement, right? So as to engage safely, right? Okay. And still, I believe there is a domain which is continuously going to remain with human beings, which is about, let us say, taking executive decisions based on inferences.
Right. So human and AI, Stefan,
Absolutely.
what's your view on this? On the guardrails that you need to build as you build responsible AI products for your customers and your clients and your consumers?
I think in that regards, there's also a huge opportunity. So we are focusing sometimes too heavily on the risks of AI and not of the opportunities, because the technology gives us the possibility to focus on topics which really matter. So we are talking right now about repetitive tasks, and fortunately, and so far, also with AGI, AI has no soul. So there's no soul to it, and this is also like a huge opportunity when it comes to creativity and when it comes to focusing on things that really matter. I can give you just an example from Porsche. So we created a use case where developers are going to develop user stories and tickets in a dialogue with AI, and we could increase the efficiency in that regards by more than 50%, but also in that regards we could increase the development quality, because there are no misunderstandings. AI loves to write tickets, developers not.
True. Okay. So 30 seconds only, Jan. I'm going to let you wrap this up because you're an engineer, you're a researcher. Should we really fear AI?
No, of course not. I'm working on it. So I don't say you should fear it. You should see how it works. We should all, I guess, learn more about how it works so that we can estimate where it's helpful, where it's maybe not helpful, that we understand where it maybe reacts other than a human, and that we understand that. Right. So I think the understanding is important, and then it's a great opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a lovely session. Over to Meha and Padmaja.
And thank you for this discussion to all of our panelists. This really spoke about the transformative impact of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, we have seen 2 playoffs already. But before we go on to the coach's perspective, can we please request on stage Mr. Ruben Kasper and Mr. Hemant Sharma, whole-time director editorial at TV9 Network, to please felicitate all of our speakers. Mr. Kasper, Mr. Sharma, please.
आगे सर
in this
chairs also have to.
All right, Meha, so we are moving on now to the coach's perspective.
That's right. We've already seen 2 playoffs. Time for our coach's perspective. Please join me in inviting Gunther H. Oettinger, former European Commissioner for Energy, Digital Economy and Human Resources. He will speak on digital economy, vision for the next decade. But before that, take a look at this AV.
Redefining industries, transforming lives. Data-driven solutions for a digital world. Unlocking potential, driving innovation. A visionary shaping Europe's digital future.
Guiding the next decade of digital transformation.
Join him as he unveils the future of the digital economy. The Coach Speak.
Mr. Oettinger, the floor is yours, sir.
Excellencies, Ministers, dear guests, colleagues, friends from India, dear Ruven Kasper, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, welcome to our friends from India, welcome to Europe and welcome to Baden-Württemberg. As a former Prime Minister of Baden-Württemberg, I'm happy to see such a conference, a high-level platform co-organized by my sports club, VfB Stuttgart, by Ruven Kasper, and an event bridging India and Germany and Europe. And we need such bridges. Let me say my vision, the global geopolitical vision is, we are living in a kind of a pentagram. Here's the US, ongoing, maybe number 1. Here, China, very important, with increasing industrial and military power. Here, I regret, Russia. Here, India, the biggest country, 1.4 billion citizens, with a huge potential. You are a part of it. And maybe Europe. If Europe is working together, if Europe is united, if our 27 member states plus UK, plus Western Balkan, plus Switzerland is a united team, a pentagram. And no doubt we are living in a digital revolution. And the US, California, are in lead. And China is following. Take Microsoft, Google, Apple, all the others, Facebook, Intel, and so on. Take Huawei, Tencent, etc. And I see the potential of India. Mainly the human resources you have. Young, perfect, educated, qualified people. IT specialists from your country. What is our European economic strength? It's a tradition. It's about manufacturing. It's about automotive, mobility. Here we are in the Mercedes Street. Just one corner from here, it's the headquarters of Mercedes Car Group. It's Porsche, it's Bosch, it's Continental, it's ZF, and so on. And we are living in a digital revolution, means the car of tomorrow, no, mobility of tomorrow is digital. So data is key, not the engine. Data is key. Okay, it's a car, it's steel, it's aluminium. There are traditional components, but the 3 new elements are autonomous driving, on the one hand, are electric vehicles, e-mobility, and is entertainment inside the car. And here we are quite weak. So I think a partnership India, Europe, Germany can be a win-win effect. With your human resources, with your ambition, with your potential, and our tradition. So I think we should work together in the deepest manner. We have a lot of contacts, no doubt. And if you see this pentagram, the US, democracy. Europe, democracy. India, democracy. Russia, dictatorship. China, difficult, but no democracy. So I think our values, democracy, our human picture, or our social market economy, our openness, our readiness for fair competition, we have a common understanding of the global economy of tomorrow, a common culture. And this we should use. And we have a lot of added value there for. Digital revolution and big data. Not all policies have to be Europeanized. But in a digital age, we need a common European policy, a common single market. So we are in Brussels on the way to Europeanize digital policies. Take the General Data Protection Regulation. Take the AI Act. Take the Big Data Act. Take the infrastructure from 5G to 6G next decade. Please understand, digital policies are not Stuttgart, are not Berlin. Digital policies have to be Brussels regulation. What is our problem? We are over-regulated. As often, Europe and Germany, we are perfect to regulate or to over-regulate. Reporting obligations. The AI Act in general is a good idea. But the US, they are open, no rules, no regulation. Europe over-regulated. So startups have to leave Europe, have to go to Canada or to the US because they have more room de maneuver, less obligations, so less costs. And here, Europe should be much more pragmatic. Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor, was in your country. And I agree, we should work for to come to a next trade agreement, a general trade agreement, India, Europe. But I can understand and accept Modi, your president, don't like European obligations, don't like our culture to say, you have to act so and so and so. No, we have to be much more liberal, much more flexible. It's the business, and it's not more than the business. Environmental dimensions or climate change dimensions are important, but not inside a trade agreement. A trade agreement has to do with exports, imports, investments, clarity, fair competition, end of the story. And so I think here we have to come together. We have to accept, we have to understand what is your priority list, what is your expectation to Europe, what is your openness, having an Indian, European and German connection and agreement. I'm sure within the next decade, India can be the biggest GDP partner globally. If you see, where do you come from? Where are you now? With 1.4 billion citizens, with your education, with your universities. I'm sure before end of 2040, India will be #1. And China and US in Europe are following. So you have a huge potential. And India maybe is the leader of the global south. You are near to many countries in Africa, in Asia, even in Latin America. So my expectation is you have to be the leader of the global south of tomorrow, but in a democratic manner, in a fair manner, in an open manner. India is young. Germany is old. Our demography is difficult. So your potential of tomorrow is your young generation. And what we can offer to you is, please ask your kids, your girls, your boys to come to Germany even for some time, to a German university or to SAP, to a German IT company. We need your excellent young generation as a global generation. We are open, we are willing to invite everybody. And so I think this conference is perfect as a platform for to demonstrate our openness, our interest for a German-Indian partnership and for a German-Indian win-win relationship. All in all, tomorrow you will see a football match, I think. Our VfB Stuttgart against Bochum, it's a must, it's an obligation to win. Tomorrow it's an obligation to win, hopefully. But our main competitor in Germany is the Bavarian team, is Bayern München. I accept them, I don't like them. So on a mid-term development, we need a team here which can be number one in Germany and which can be interesting for you as well. Let me say, before I come to an end, please come again. Baden-Württemberg is quite interesting. The Black Forest, the Lake of Constance, Mercedes, Heidelberg, Baden-Baden, and so on. Please, it should not be your first and last visit to Stuttgart in Baden-Württemberg. It should be your visit today, and let's continue. And maybe our next conference could be in India. And if you are willing to invite me, I'm there. All the best, good luck.
So we request you to come up on stage again. We'd just like to give you a token of our appreciation. Rowan Kasper can be, and Ramu Rao Chupali, Vice Chairman, my home group. Sorry. You can go.
Well, that's an amazing memory to be taking away. Thanks very much, Mr. Oettinger, for all of your valuable insights on the future of digital economy and the opportunities that lie ahead in the next decade. Let's take a very short break at this point for tea and coffee, but I request everyone to be back in the hall by 11:20 latest. Look forward to seeing you back.
Steel has become the backbone of today's modern economy. From automotive to defense, aerospace, oil and gas, nuclear, steel plays an important role in our lives. But while steel is a solution, it's also a source of pollution that is affecting our planet every day. Every year, around 2 billion tons of steel produced in the world is responsible for generation of nearly 7% of total global CO2 emissions, making it the 5th most polluting industry on our planet. Hence, decarbonizing the steel manufacturing process is the need of the hour. At Kalyani Group, we are committed towards achieving carbon neutrality with our Planet Positive initiative. And today, we take perhaps the most significant step in the journey towards carbon neutrality. Sarloha Advanced Materials Private Limited, a Kalyani Group company, presents Kalyani Firesta. Kalyani Firesta is India's first ever green steel with net zero carbon emission intensity. It is truly a step towards preserving our glaciers, reducing global warming, and letting our future generations breathe better. To reduce our carbon footprints, Sarloha uses many low to zero CO2 emission intensive processes, such as increasing recycled scrap material while reducing pig iron and DRI, replacing furnace oil with an environmentally friendly biodiesel, electrifying various furnaces used for steel production, and continuously enhancing our energy efficiency. Manufacturing process of Kalyani Firesta is powered by 100% of renewable energy sources, be it automotive, nuclear, defense, aerospace, engineering, tool and die, or oil and gas. Kalyani Firesta can help to keep our planet green and clean. When you choose Kalyani Firesta, you reduce your carbon footprints and help in the conservation of natural resources. And most importantly, choosing Kalyani Firesta is your way of gifting a greener and cleaner planet to the future generations. The earth is beautiful. With Kalyani Firesta, let's ensure it stays that way. Kalyani Firesta, steel for a greener planet.
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by one and all, yesterday, today, and tomorrow, here, there, and everywhere. To preserve this beauty, collective efforts are required to reduce carbon emissions. We are contributing our bit by changing the way we make steel. Kalyani Firesta, steel for a greener planet.
देश का #1 न्यूज नेटवर्क और आप देख रहे हैं TV9 भारतवर्ष। फिक्र आपकी, परवाह देश की।
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by one and all. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Here, there, and everywhere. To preserve this beauty, collective efforts are required to reduce carbon emissions. We are contributing our bit by changing the way we make steel. Kalyani Foresta, steel for a greener planet.
Let the games begin.
Do we have lifelines?
ये मैं भी कर सकती हूँ.
Bring it on.
You will love it.
Presentation, it's also important, no?
With Lounge Nights, I'm on a journey where time stands still and every corner whispers tales of grandeur.
I have a certain style that I put forth in front of people.
Content creation is not just a game.
We believe in creating memories, and we are there to ensure that it's once in a lifetime and a real memorable experience for you.
पंजाब के शेर में एक फाइटिंग स्पिरिट है।
क्रिकेट तो ब्लड में है।
On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task depending on your luck.
You talk of Indian cuisine and you think of kebabs. And you think of Indian kebabs and you think of gur tikka masala.
There is art, there is culture.
Honestly, I'm in love with this place.
I'm Natansha Vola and I travel for a living.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put on your aprons and grab your popcorn. I'm Chef Kunal Kapoor और हाँ, मैं हूँ फिल्मी. I'm excited to bring you the most masaledar cuisine inspired by our favorite chatpati Bollywood movies.
ये डली है मेरे यार, बस इश्क मोहब्बत और प्यार.
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by one and all. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Here, there, and everywhere. To preserve this beauty, collective efforts are required to reduce carbon emissions. We are contributing our bit by changing the way we make steel. Kalyani Foresta, steel for a greener planet.
In Stuttgart, where vision meets momentum. Visionaries and game changers converge. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. Driving this momentum, a leader transforming pathways, building a modern rail network for tomorrow, empowering India's digital revolution, connecting 1 billion voices, charting a roadmap for India and Germany, bridging industries, nations and possibilities.
Ministerial address.
in Stuttgart, where innovation meets legacy. A global confluence unfolds. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. At its heart, a transformative leader. A voice for sustainable growth. Bridging innovation with impact, progress with purpose, charting a roadmap for India and Germany.
Join him as he maps the agenda for sustainable progress.
News9 Global Summit.
This is wild Karnataka.
Gujarat, the land of future-ready mega projects. Since 2003, the vibrant Gujarat Global Summit has played a pivotal role in enabling several iconic infrastructure initiatives in the state. From Gift City and Dream City to ambitious projects like Dholera SIR, MBSIR, DMIC, High Speed Rail and PCPIR, Gujarat's mega projects showcase its unwavering commitment to pioneering purpose-built infrastructure to enable 24/7 growth. With future-ready infrastructure, Gujarat has positioned itself as a premier investment hub.
Viksit Bharat, Viksit Gujarat.
Please settle down. We're going to be starting in just a couple of minutes. Requesting everybody outside to please walk in faster and settle down.
The chief architect of a new India.
What does India want? Unbiased.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be beginning our next session in just a couple of minutes. Requesting all at the back, all those walking in.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians.
Miriam,
they
all
owe
of
it
you,
to the people.
requesting all of you to please take a seat as soon as you can. If you get more of your friends to come in and take a seat, it'll be better.
Security should put fear of God in those who have taken Manipur for granted.
Fact without fiction.
Our DNA has been reset to take the next big leap.
It's being done by the people who are staying there.
Exactly. Just because they are tribals, everyone does it.
Why
requesting all of you to please take your seats and settle down. Settle down faster. We have a long day ahead of us. We have so many sessions lined up for you. We can't afford to waste time anymore. And we are in Germany. We should keep to time as much as we can. Requesting all at the back to please start settling down and take your seats. All in the back, standing over there, please walk in, start taking your seats.
We have made content out of news. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis.
Okay, right. I totally forgot to tell you this. There is going to be a surprise gifts for those who walk in quickly and settle down quickly. We have something for all of you. In fact, the faster you walk in, the bigger the gift. So please start settling down. Requesting all at the back, please take your seats. Please, sir, take your seats, please. Requesting all at the back, standing at the back. If you can see me, you can. Please sit down. All right. We can't afford to waste time anymore, can we, Padma?
No, time is money.
Please drop your bagels and your pretzels and please start taking your seats.
And given the people we have in this room, there is a lot of time and money here that has been invested. So I'd request everyone to please settle down now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Welcome back. It is time now for playoff number 3. At the News9 Global Summit Match Day 2, the playoff is all about bridging the skill gap, crafting a win-win.
What does this session hold? In this session, we will discuss how skilled labor recruitment can become a cornerstone for India and Germany relations.
And this playoff will address the role of both government and private sector in training and what is the future of skills development in an increasingly technological world? Take a look at this.
Germany stands at the edge of transformation.
And no growth can happen without people.
We need skilled workforce.
Job vacancies are unfilled.
We have a rising demand for skilled workers for years now.
But India holds the key to this dilemma.
Germany is open for skilled workers,
with opportunities waiting to be seized.
The German government is drafting new plans to smooth the entry process for foreign skilled workers.
1 million young professionals enter India's workforce every month.
Skilled workers from abroad are a perfect addition.
India has the talent, and Germany has the demand.
We need nurses in Germany. We need IT specialists. We need helping hands. We want to establish a win-win-win situation.
In India, a skilled workforce is ready to answer that call.
More companies are now looking abroad.
Highly qualified workers will be able to bring family members to Germany.
आज हमने स्किलिंग और वोकेशनल एजुकेशन में मिलकर काम करने का निर्णय लिया है.
A stronger Germany, powered by Indian talent.
The playoff begins.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's invite our panel for this playoff. Dr. Florian Stegmann, who's the Minister of State and Head of the State Chancellery at Baden-Württemberg. We also have with us Jonas Margraf, MD at Fintiba. Can I please also request on stage Mr. Mark Michaelis? He's the Head of Business Development India at Barma Insurance. Ajit Isaac, Chairman at Quest Corp. And Pankaj Bansal, founder of People Strong. Please put your hands together. And moderating, the referee for this playoff is Razaul Hassan Lashkar. He is the foreign editor at Hindustan Times. Over to you.
Hello and welcome to this session. This is going to be slightly different from the other sessions we've had before. The other sessions were very exciting, but they were about stuff like quantum computing, artificial intelligence. This one is going to be different because it's about the people who are going to actually make the connect between India and Germany. So I'd like to just start with the State Minister. And Dr. Stegmann, if I could start with you, why would you cooperate with India? Why do you want the cooperation between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra? Because, you know, we do know that there's been a state partnership agreement, which is going to be 10 years next year, but why India?
Yeah, thank you very much for your question. And first of all, thank you very much for hosting this great event. It's really a great honor for me to share my point of view on this very important topic. So India is not just the biggest democracy with a population of 1.4 billion people. It's also a country with boundless opportunities. So let me go more in detail. First of all, I think India has a vast potential for investment in economic collaboration. It's a country with dynamic markets and global growing influence. Secondly, India is a global leader in software development and software services. You provide our companies with cutting-edge products and services. So we fit very good together because Baden-Württemberg, we also have a tech-driven industry, so we would match at that point very good. And thirdly, India is one of those countries with one of the dynamics ecosystems in the world. So if we collaborate and if you are partnering with an Indian startup, you can accelerate our tech industry. And my fourth and most important point of view is India has a very strong focus on education and skill development. And this aligns very perfectly with Baden-Württemberg. We are very strong at the vocational training expertise. And in a nutshell, I would say deepening cooperation between Baden-Württemberg and India is just, it means unlocking a potential with shared values, complementary strengths, and vision of mutual growth. But it's not just a partnership, it's for us an opportunity to shape the future of the world.
Thank you. Good start to the discussion. If I could turn to Mr. Isaac, he had some very interesting points while we were just chatting outside. His organization is the largest employer in India, the third largest in the world. So maybe you could just give us some thoughts on, you know, what India could bring to the table when it comes to meeting the requirements in Germany.
So just a correction, we're the third largest staffing company in the world. So let me just give everyone here a sense of the Indian job market. So you know what are the skill sets available, what's the structure of it, and what can come out of it. There are totally 560 million people in India who are classified as eligible to work, people between the age of 15 and 64. Out of this, about 45% is in the farm sector. So about 250 million in the farm sector, 310 million in the non-farm sector. Only 20% of this total of the 560 million is what you call is a formal workforce. People with employment letters, contracts, provident fund, benefits, etc. The rest of them work at will with other places. There are small enterprises in India, smaller than the Mittelstands that you find here. That is what we call as MSMEs, mid and small medium enterprises. There are about 63 million of them in India. They employ about 1 to 2 people each. So about 120 million people out of the entire total of 560 million work in small enterprises. So that's the structure of the market. If you go on the supply side of where education comes in, we have about 10 million people who go through technical education or graduate courses and are eligible for jobs every year. So that's the supply that Germany can look at, one constituency of people. Inside that, you have about 1.5 million engineers who come out, and about 100,000 doctors, plus about 200,000 nurses. Globally, the shortage of healthcare workers is about 18 million. Germany also has a little bit of shortage, I'm sure, and we have nurses now. We're losing nurses to Germany, good thing. But, so this is the landscape of the supply of people. I just want to leave one more point before I turn it back to you. I think it's important for Germany to know that the last 10 years has been transformational for India. India now has a can-do attitude. Its people are aspirational. They like to fit into a system. They're becoming more and more formal and structured in the way they work. So in a society like Germany, I would encourage you to look at people who are in this transformational phase of their journey. And I think they will do well to contribute productively to employment markets here and to enterprises in Germany.
I'll just turn to another German perspective now. Johannes, who is from Pvt, which is a platform that works to get international students across. We were having a little bit of a chat, about managing the, expectations and realities. Maybe you could throw some light on that, and how would you work to integrate Indians who are coming into Germany?
Yes, thanks a lot. Yeah, Pvt, we're a platform, as you said, like a tech platform or like a tech and people service platform where we help internationals to come to Germany and get through the bureaucratic hurdles. And we have accompanied more than 300,000, mainly students, on their way to Germany, and we gained a lot of experience. And I think I would like to touch upon that. I think what you said, we have talked a lot about technology and figures and numbers, and this is about the human factor, about the brains and the skills. And I think this is exactly the point. Also, when we have the triple win strategy of our government, about that 2 governments will benefit, but also really the people that come to Germany. I think it's about how do you want to make someone successful, and successful you become in terms of personal journey and growth if you make it, and make it is mainly about integration. It's really all the hurdles of getting familiar with German. I mean, even if many people you get around here with English, finding a job normally requires some level of German. You need to integrate into the German society to be successful. And I think this is one of the key factors to make that. And that's also why we think, of course, we extended the groups of people that come here of skilled labor from like blue collar and white collar. But especially students are a very interesting target group, because we have like a complete ecosystem that fosters that integration. I mean, we have universities with a lot of programs. They help with integration weekends or integration weeks, to language courses that are more or less for free during university is a big difference to also finding then jobs. And in the end, it's about a career, about a long-term life, and how do you make that successful. And I think this is an interesting fact about Germany, that Germany is OECD leader in terms of keeping internationals in Germany after the graduation. So after 5 years, we still have 2/3 of international graduates and also Indian graduates still in Germany. After 10 years, it's still over 40%. And I think this is something we need to support as much as possible from the whole way, from recruiting people in India to really think about who has the good chances to come here until doing it in Germany, because a failure on the way is very painful. We know that in India, a lot of families collect money to make that way, to pay for like the way to Germany. And if you then, I don't know, end up in the wrong university or in a place where you will not maybe to make it with your education or vocational training, then it's very hurtful for everyone. So I think integration is the key, and we try to do everything, also with Fintiba, to smooth that.
Pankaj, I'm going to come to you from People Strong. You've obviously looked at not just Germany, but other countries. What would you say makes Germany possibly more interesting than, say, a destination like Australia for an Indian?
Which other country can host a football ground for a conference and a discussion on skill, right? So that's one simple reason. And thank you, Barun, for getting us together. Thank you, Sri, for getting me here. Just delighted to be on the panel. My take is as follows. So we are discussing 1.4 billion people of India. It doesn't matter. What matters is that the world needs 1 billion people over the next 2 decades, right? And where will that billion people will come? 25%, if not more, 250 million people are going to come from India. Now, the problem at home in India is that we have done a lot. We have the right UPI systems, which is payments. We have many examples. We have identification. We now have an opportunity to create a skill ecosystem. And what I like about the new world of skills, that it's genderless. Skill has no gender, right? Jobs have gender. They want men or women. But skill has no gender. When you get people to Germany, you're not going to look at gender. You want skilled people. So I think India cannot consume the workforce that we have, the numbers that Ajit mentioned, can never be consumed in India. So we need countries and partnerships like Germany. So I think that's the best bet we have with government coming along. Secondly, I'm not betting on government only. Government, of course, is doing a phenomenal job in this case. But I always bet on category building entrepreneurs. In India, if you look at, you'll be surprised that the internships for class 11 and 12, there are companies which are helping students to get internships across the globe. So we have that opportunity. India's #1 management institute, since independence, we had one, Raza, you know, Indian Institute of Management. Last year it was dethroned, and a new institute, which is 5 years old, called Masters Union is #1. Why? Because it says textbooks on the side will provide the skills which are required by the corporations. #2, India's mass institutions are always known as like Amity and many other brands which have done a good thing. But there, Sunstone kind of companies have come up. So I think skill is the future, Raza.
Mark, if I could come to you, you have an aging population in Germany. And India is a country which has a demographic bulge. How good a fit is it?
It's a huge fit, you know. In India, there's a really young, skilled population, and we need those people here in Germany to, help us here keeping going our way, but we can also offer them a huge opportunity to work here in Germany, to build a new life here. And I work for Barmer, a health insurance company. And basically what we do is we help them to integrate here. Jonas mentioned how important integration is. And we as a healthcare company want to help the people to integrate here where health is no matter of concern, because we want to make the health insurance system as accessible as possible for them so that they can focus on working here, on living here with their families and support the system here in Germany, the social security system. Because here in Germany, the young people pay for the old. And we have an aging population, and if we get a young, skilled population from India that works here, they are able to sustain the system, which is world-leading in its capabilities. And that's really why the Indian population coming to Germany is a huge fit, and we have to strive to build on this and keep them integrated.
If I could turn to Dr. Stegman again, the partnership between Maharashtra and Baden-Württemberg. If you could tell us about the pilot project that you have for getting skilled labor from Maharashtra, and also what can other states learn from this partnership? This partnership is going to be 10 years next year.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Also, the cooperation between Baden-Württemberg and Maharashtra it could be a role model for other states as well, I'm convinced. And the recognition of our work make me and my team incredibly proud. But how did we achieve this? The foundation of our cooperation is a long-standing partnership built on personal trust and
even friendship and relationship. Over the past years, I have traveled many times to India, to Mumbai and Pune, and I had a lot of fruitful discussions, countless meetings, and so we have built a strong foundation of trust and respect and friendship. And this respect and our friendship is, let me say it like that, is the heart of our cooperation. And we work very closely with great trust. And both regions are, of course, the powerhouses in industries like automotive and mechanical engineering, and also the healthcare sector. We have both a strong ecosystem in research. And to support this effort, we established also a cooperation office in Pune, and we have a service desk there for skilled workers. And also I have to mention, this is really respectable because Maharashtra has active investments in German language with cooperation at the Goethe Institutes. And at the bottom line, or in a nutshell, successful partnership require regional personal meetings, exchange, a strong trust, and then it works.
If I could turn to both Mr. Isaac and Pankaj, if you look back about 20 years, if an Indian was going to migrate, it was always to what we call West Asia, the Middle East. But now it's clearly different. Even if you look at remittances, it's changing. What do you think people like you who are in this field can do to, better equip someone who's coming to Europe or to Germany? Either of you, maybe.
So I think, to answer you as Dr. Stigma, if you look at the data in 2013, since you talk of past, we had 32% Indian workforce as skilled. Data in 2024, as per India Skills Report, is almost 52%. So we have this change. Number two, the 10% jobs of India are aspirational jobs, which attract 70% of the applications. So we have this mismatch. We have a skilled workforce which is growing. We have tag data which says that aspirational jobs are not increasing. Of course, they will increase, but not to that magnitude. So now there is no option but to help those skilled workers find jobs. Therefore, Germany comes into play. What role we can play? Again, I will say we have to enable entrepreneurial ecosystems. Like we have two friends here, he's helping people to come here. We have to find that ecosystem in India, which in a structured way will go. And most pleasant thing that I want to quote, Pune you mentioned. In that India Skill Index, Pune is the #1 city. So you are at the right place.
Well, I think for starters, Germany's got to play some cricket, India has got to play some football. We have to learn a sport. Indians have got to drink a bit more beer. And maybe Germany's got to learn some non-vegetarian food. So that will get the people closer. But on a more serious note, India's got about 1,700 GCCs that are set up. GCCs are global capability centers, usually backends of large corporations which do stuff like accounts payables, accounts receivables, order to cash, customer lifecycle management, product development and testing, stuff that is very essential to companies, everyday stuff of companies. So these are companies with enterprises with turnover sizes in excess of $1 billion or so. So even in the state of Baden-Württemberg, you'll find a lot of these companies which have sizes, let's say, of about $1 billion or so, who can set up micro Bosch. Bosch, for example, has already got one in India. So if you set up a GCC in India, that GCC can tie up with a few universities, and that university can have an apprenticeship program with a particular state. So use the companies that are setting up GCCs in India to tie up with universities and draw people from good universities there and get good talent from there. When you have a good brand like Bosch, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, Porsche, etc., setting up a GCC there, you'll draw great talent to those brands. So what you will, by an automatic filter, is that you'll end up getting good talent out of India also. So it's not just the numbers that come in. And the second point is that, India and when you're looking for a job, you want to land up in a country where there is little or no intimidation of any type. For example, if you go to Afghanistan, it's difficult today, or somewhere else. Germany and India have always there's a good vibe about it. That we must build on. That energy that's created out of the relationship should transform itself into more things. I think a little push, events like this, definitely give that narrative a greater sense of momentum. And it'll serve both of us if you're able to draw out more people than what you're doing right now out of India into jobs. I think the migration per annum is about 11,000 right now. It can perhaps reach 100,000 people because we have 18 million people living outside India as migrants.
I think Johannes wanted to make a quick point about something.
Yeah, maybe just to add, because I think it sounds so easy. We have all clear that India has all these skills and Germany needs all these people to fill the jobs. But I think what we may be missing is that Germany is not the only country who's in need of all these jobs. I think India will be the only country in the future who has really a skills surplus. And in Germany, we have to be aware that we actually compete for these skills and brains. And we have to really think about how do we create an ecosystem or like a country and a society that is open to make people feel at home and feel open to come here. And I hope that the more the Indian diaspora grows and the more ecosystems we all provide, that the easier and better this actually gets to really, next to that we have great engineering jobs, and I hope we will also have them in the future, but we need to think about how to also develop our own society into a more open society in bringing all these people into our daily lives. And if we manage to do this, then Germany will also benefit a lot, I think, here from our more open mindset, hopefully.
I have a question for both the German panelists. I mean, it's clear what you said. It's becoming a more open society. I mean, the hotel we are staying in, the people at the front desk are from Afghanistan. The housekeeping in charge is a person from Nepal. So, I mean, clearly there are people coming in, not just from India. But, we've just had an election in America where we have a new president-elect who is talking about cutting off immigration. Europe is having a debate on immigration. How big a problem do you think that is, when it comes to the local society?
The problem, what exactly? The problem that sort of what's happening in the States? Or
in Europe also. In Europe also.
I mean, at the moment, I would say we see rather that Europe is in a very positive situation because of the things that happen in the US, but also like the UK are becoming less open when it comes, for example, to students or immigration. So I think the other European countries, especially Germany, can benefit a lot. Of course, we also have discussions here because like everywhere in the world, in Germany, we have 85% of people living in rural, in cities, in urban areas, exactly. And the same problem with accommodation, like everywhere we have the same issues and how we deal with sort of people coming from abroad. But I think the better we really stress the success stories and what kind of stories the people bring with them, I think the more we make it a really open, or like a stand for our society to benefit from it. And I think then there is a lot of openness, especially when it comes to skilled labor. I mean, this is a very different story that I think we have about, I don't know, asylum seeker or not legal immigration.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about skilled migration. So the people are coming here basically for work. And in my opinion, work is the best place to integrate because you get to know your colleagues, you get to know your co-workers. You are doing maybe some sports after work with them, and that's really the best way to integrate. And in my opinion, this is there's a really positive opinion on that. And therefore, like Jonas said, it's a really great opportunity for Europe to catch those people, even with the election in the US in mind, to catch the people and integrate them here into the society and really show that we are an open country for them.
If I could turn to Dr. Stegman again, this is the Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement is between India and Germany. It's almost 2 years now. But specifically your state, Baden-Württemberg, what are you doing to enhance the experience for migrant job seekers, from a country like India in your state?
Thank you for your question. Baden-Württemberg is implementing a whole range of initiatives just to ensure that skilled workers from abroad, especially from India and Maharashtra, that they feel welcome and supported. So
We have learned a lot from our past experiences, and we're always trying to become better, just to get the process smoother and more effective. And one of our key initiatives was the implementing of 12 welcome centers across the state. The welcome centers, they are, let me say it like that, they are the first point of contact for newcomers, and they are also first point of contact for companies who requires skilled workers. And they can support you with information, and that is very important for both sides. And another very important and significant milestone for the Baden-Württemberg government was to establish, we call it the State Center for the Immigration of Skilled Workers. What does it mean? It means the center is designed to optimize and streamline the immigration process for skilled workers, make it smoother, faster, more effective, as I mentioned. And me personally, as play a central role in this whole process. I do a lot of conversations with stakeholders like not only our ministries, but also the federal ministry, the Federal Employment Agency, the chambers of commerce, just to get to know each other and to know what are the problems. For me personally, it's very important that our cooperation with Maharashtra and India is sustainable. It's really very important. It must be sustainable. So after all, we just heard it, it's all about people. It's all about their personal stories. So that's why I meet not only very regular with politicians, Indian politicians or government representatives. I also meet Indian entrepreneurs and even workers from the health sector. So I met the nurses from Kerala just to know what was your journey to Baden-Württemberg. So, and I always asked what did well and where do we have to improve ourselves, because the personal exchange helps us, helps me to understand where are the problems and helps us to get better. So to put it in 2 sentences, our aim is move to Baden-Württemberg for life and stay in Baden-Württemberg for life. That's our mission.
That's a pretty ambitious plan. I think we're running short on time. I'm probably going to ask all the other 4 panelists to kind of sum up. But if I could ask the Indian panelists, you know, so far, very rosy picture. Do some crystal ball gazing. Do you see any pitfalls? Pankaj, maybe?
Can India spend enough money in publicizing this partnership is my worry. There are not enough people who knows about it. That's one challenge that I see as we progress. And as Ajit mentioned, I want to give a number of GCC. The Global Capability Centers or GDCs in India are 45% other than their home country. So we are the largest already there. So we will get stuff there. And lastly, as Khalil Gibran said, children are through you, not from you. So if they are through us, let's give them the best opportunity that exists here. Probably allocate some fund. I'm requesting Indian government and German both to publicize this policy. That's what I will say.
Walk the talk. Yeah.
So I think there are a couple of issues that both sides should look at. First is that out of 18 million people who live outside India, Germany does not now come into the top 5, so to say. So we have to do something about changing that perception about why Germany is a great place to live in, to work in, and to find employment here. The second thing is, I think there is a changing model of immigration developing. That is, you don't go and stay all your life in one country. You go to, let's say, the Middle East, go spend 30 years, 25 years of your work life, earn enough money, come back and live in India. And the same thing is also visible with nurses from Manila. There are about, I think, 10 million nurses out of Manila. Almost, it's the single largest M4 component of their economy, of repatriation of earnings from nurses who work outside. And those nurses go work outside and then come back and live again in Manila and rejoin families. So we have to combine both of these things. How do we get more branding to get people here? And how do we create a structure where people can come live here for some time, earn some, and then go back if necessary?
Johannes and Mark, some final thoughts?
On the general question?
I mean, you're summing up, I mean, what do you...
Yeah, really, we have to look that we create not a win-win situation, but a triple win. So the employers have to profit of it. The social security system should profit out of it in Germany, but also the employee who comes to Germany has to profit out of it. So we have to strive towards improving their lives as well as profiting from each other. So I see it as a win for everything.
Maybe some last thoughts?
Some last thoughts. Yeah, I think it will be a joint effort, and I think it's exactly what we represent here. It should be effort between companies, the government, between India and Germany. And I mean, we believe in the value of international exchange in Fintiba, definitely. And I would say let's exchange to grow. And I think grow can be then in Germany, also back in India. It will benefit all of us.
And use TV9 network to publicize.
On that note, a very good note to end on. Thank you. Wonderful panel. Great thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
I'm going to request all the panelists to please stay on stage. Please stay on stage. Ajit, all of you, please stay on stage. Requesting Mr. Reuven Kasper and Mr. R.K. Goel.
Mr. Kasper and
Mr. R.K. Goel, please
request
requesting you to take the stage.
Please. Mr. Goel, please. We also have the Indian.
Yeah, Indian shot again. Take from teleprompter.
Reza, can we please invite you on stage as well for a group photo? Reza, please. All right, let's put our hands together for our speakers and for our moderator. Thank you very much for this session.
All right, then let's move on. We have a very, very packed schedule for the day. Don't we, Padmaja? So we can't afford to waste any time. So requesting all of you to please settle down for the next session. We are, after all, in Stuttgart, in Germany. How can we not talk about that one name which is the most loved luxury car name in India? In fact, we have a very loyal customer of that name here amongst us, Mr. Barun Das. Of course, we're talking about Mercedes. Stuttgart is the home of Mercedes-Benz. And of course, Hemant Sharma ji is well a loyal customer of Mercedes with us as well. So, we have to talk about Mercedes.
Absolutely, and with us is Mr. Santosh Iyer for Coach Speak on how they drive a billion aspirations. Take a look first.
A billion dreams accelerating forward. A nation powered by ambition and aspiration. India, driving the global consumption story. Santosh Iyer leads the way, setting new standards. Join him as he explores India's billion aspirations, the Coach Speak.
Well, all of us know what that logo means. I think in India, we have seen those logos being put on all brands of cars. And my favorite was when I saw it even on a scooter. All yours. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Santosh Iyer, the stage is yours, sir. Yes, please.
Yeah, check. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished, bureaucrats, if they are in the room. Otherwise, the policymakers, also eminent business personalities, my colleagues, some of you here, and also, I would say, from my colleagues from the headquarters who are also joining me in some time. It's an honor for me to speak at this TV9 Global Summit. Thank you, Barun Das. I think, the entire TV9 team for putting together such a great, fantastic show. Yesterday evening was quite emotional for me. Been coming to Stuttgart for 15 years. As a proud Indian, the topic is now being given to me is about driving a billion aspirations. I think the timing cannot be right, better than current one. And if I look at this, our presidency at the G20 last year clearly underlined our aspirations and showcased India's commitments to foster inclusive growth and sustainable development. By championing multilateralism and we as a country, India aligns as a global citizens for the global progress. And today I will like to highlight some of this here. To start with, TV9 doing such as hosting a summit, outside of India, in Stuttgart by an Indian media organization is actually remarkable, because I think this has never been done. At least I have been in India 25 years in the automotive industry, 15 odd years now handling media. I have never seen such a great initiative. So kudos to the TV9 entire organizational team. A lot of commitment here. At the same time, please. At the same time, India is a land of superlatives. Yesterday evening, I had, we had politicians, we had also a lot of discussions around how India is growing, the GDP share. But I have been in this company now for 15 years, and back home in Stuttgart, the discussion always is, when will India have the biggest growth story coming in? And there is a famous economist who said that India has disappointed both the pessimist as well as the optimist over a period of time. But today, I think I will maybe share a couple of examples. And starting from the luxury car market, yesterday Mr. Scindia said that, we have something called strategic patience. 30 years in India, we were doing 2,000 cars. Today, we do 20,000 cars. But it's half glass full, half glass empty, because when I look at some other markets, they may even do 200,000, 500,000 cars. So when will that trigger happen? And also, being world's 5th largest economy, we don't see Indian brands outside, be it banks, contractors, consulting firms, accounting firms. They are still not originating out of India. So that's one way to look at it. But on the other way to look at it, India is I would say, the 3rd largest automotive market in the world. We have more than 4.5 million passenger car vehicles being produced and sold in India. I think that's quite remarkable. A lot of ultra-rich HNIs also reside. You can see a consumption boom happening in India. So a lot of things have changed the corner. I won't go into the infrastructure growth happening. A lot has been said, a lot is known here. But when I look at the data, Germany has 13,000 kilometers of Autobahn. India is building 5 times that in 5 years. That's the kind of pace of infrastructure development that's happening. And we as Mercedes-Benz, we are seeing this. With this change in development, we also see change in aspirations. The per capita income now going up to $3,000. We have clearly seen a lot of aspiration. And I think the 3-pointed star really represents I would say, a dream of many Indian to get into this car at some point of time. And what we can see today is, on one side, the per car penetration today in India is around 40 per 1,000 people. This you compare with Germany, it's around 600. So one can argue that there is a very long runway and a billion people dreaming they should get into cars. But when you look at public policy, clearly India also has its own set of challenges. We are a growing country, and it's very clear that public transport should be one of the biggest, I would say, lever to ensure that more people get sustainable modes of transport. And then, of course, driving luxury cars, or even a car itself is a luxury to a large segment of society today. But this is where that's the pivot that we see, that the billion dreams in India will drive that pivot going forward. In my view, there are 4 mantras, apart from many things that has been said till now, for the billion dreams and aspirations to grow. Number 1 is manufacturing, for sure, because let me give another statistics. For every truck or bus manufactured and sold, you create 14 jobs. For every car that is made, again, you create close to 12 to 13 jobs in India. So if you see 4 million cars being sold today, just imagine the number of job creation that's happening. And if India has to grow at the 6% growth, surely automotive industry alone can help in getting employment, getting jobs. That's one part, but this cannot be on the traditional setup because the labor cost arbitrage is a thing of the past. Many countries will take up. The core mantra for success would be to combine digitalization in manufacturing. A lot of work happening on digital twins, on trying to make it faster, better, and I think in terms of quality as well. So I think that's something that we need to, again, pivot on. The second thing, which is very much linked to manufacturing, is also about, so the Make in India is great, but it's time now we make in India for the world. And here, from the automotive industry standpoint, it's very clear that yes, there are aspirations. A lot of people ask us, are you going to export? At this stage, the answer is no, because one thing that you need to do this is also a free trade, because this is something that we have been, as a multinational company, always been advocating. Borders need to be open to facilitate free trade. We are also now in India formed a lot of associations. Stefan Alusa is here from AHACA. We have been discussing this during the recent APK as well. And I think this, our job is also to educate Indian industries to ensure that they don't feel the threat of a free trade, because free trade means both the economies grow. We need to have a win-win equation when it comes to these FTAs. Third, of course, I think the last panel was great and enlightening, so I won't delve into empowering the youth also in terms of getting skill development. But I think the biggest, again, opportunity for India is increasing gender diversity in workforce. Today, with a very low participation of the women workforce, we are not capitalizing the huge potential that lies in India. And the demographic dividend, because most of us are lying on simple mathematics saying that, India is having 1.4 billion, growing at an X rate. This young population, they will start consuming. But for them to consume, they need to have the money in the pocket, the per capita GDP needs to go up. And for that, inclusion of the women workforce will mean that the household income, because today an Indian household is dependent on one income household, and that something which pulls development, growth, consumption down. But inclusion of diversity, inclusion of women more in the workforce will lead to this faster acceleration. Last not the least, which is a bit very close to my heart, you have clearly a strategy from India about green transition. I think the statistics that was mentioned yesterday by Honorable Minister Ashwini Vaishnavji, that India today, 45% of the energy today in India is from renewable, non-fossil fuel based resources. It's staggering. And this comes into, for the future, we are discussing about from being a net importer of energy to a net exporter of green energy. This something will change the balance of trade because manufacturing goods and services is one end of the spectrum, but I think energy export coming out of all the initiatives will change the game. But on the other side, now coming back to the automotive industry, we need to also transition to electrification much more rapidly. Use this on one side, the electrification agenda of the government to shift into green energy. On the other side, transform with electric cars. I think the government has a lot of policy initiatives there. India leads in carbon neutrality, leads in decarbonizing the sector. We cannot grow as a country and fulfill the billion aspirations by putting more cars on road or more vehicles on road without decarbonizing. So decarbonizing need for India, again, this comes that if there is an X country at an X rate of electrification, should India also go in that same trajectory or even more? And the answer, in my opinion, is we need to do much more than any other country in the world to electrify so that we decarbonize the sector as we grow. Else, we have different set of challenges in public health as well as in other policies. So to conclude, I would say much has been done, a lot has been done, I would say, and adapted to drive the billion aspirations. I am a firm believer that execution is the only strategy customer or the market or the consumer sees. So can the policymakers, can the business houses all execute? I think media plays a big role in questioning this, in trying to push this, and I would love that to continue. And before I end, I grew up in India, which had and I will translate to English as well, but there's a very famous song. It said, "Hum honge kamyab ek din, ek din, ek din," with lot of dots there. And I grew up, it means in English, we will become successful one day, dot, dot, dot. But it's time we become successful today and not tomorrow. And that mindset we saw in the policymakers yesterday, in the bureaucrats, in organizations like TV9, which are really pushing the agenda very strongly, getting the cultures together. This is just not a business delegation. This is how the aspirations of 1 billion people in India will be aspired. We all, I think Germany and India has a very great connect. As I said, personally, been here for 15 years, coming here almost once a quarter, a lot of association with a lot of friends here. I can't be more proud. Thank you once again, TV9, and for sharing my thoughts on driving aspirations for billions back in India. All the best and have a nice day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Iyer, for that. Please, requesting to stay on stage.
And can we please request Mr. Florian Stegman, Mr. Ruben Kasper, and Mr. Barun Das on stage to please felicitate our guest. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And up next is another coach speak. We're talking about Dr. Ajay Mathur, Director General, International Solar Alliance, who has now arrived in Stuttgart all the way from Baku, where he was attending the COP29 meet. Let's hear from him all that went right and wrong at COP29, where the contentious net collective quantified goals around climate financing were discussed. Let's hear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much. First of all, I apologize for being late in being with you, but this was an opportunity I had to fully accomplish. I'm delighted to be here, and believe you me, the sunlight makes it completely worth it. I spent 5 cloudy days in Baku, and coming back into the sunlight makes it seem that solar is actually here. Well, this is the home of solar. This is where solar started. Even today, Germany manufactures something like 26 gigawatts of the starting block of solar. You know, the solar chain has these things called solar, well, first of all, you make polysilicon, then you make the solar, the ingots out of it, and from the ingots you make solar cells, and from solar cells you make the solar modules that you and I use. That's the supply chain. Germany makes 26 gigawatts of solar ingots. The starting point. Most of Europe uses German ingots. A few months ago, when I was looking at getting machinery for India for making solar ingots, we found that the cheapest, well, in terms of the value for money, the best machinery was coming from China. Now, this is something we need to change, and I think that together we can change it. It's not as if we don't have history about it. You look at 20 years ago, when the wind revolution was taking off, the wind machines were being designed in Germany and being manufactured in India, and they were being exported to the rest of the world. I believe it is a model that makes sense. The manpower here, together with the manpower that comes from India, can provide the kind of cutting-edge information that is needed, the cutting-edge knowledge and information that is needed to design cutting-edge technology. Manufacturing is much cheaper in India, but together we can conquer the world. And it is with that thought that I looked at the solar picture. When I look at the solar picture, I see that the huge advantage that this country had, I mean, Germany paid as much as 50 euro cents for a kilowatt hour of electricity from solar. Germany is the reason why the world has solar today at not 50 US cents, not 50 euro cents, at 2 US cents, 1.5 US cents. This is the power of scale. I believe that the power of scale is amazingly useful as we move ahead. We look at, we therefore, in our own thinking, we tend to divide the world into 4 parts. The first is countries like Germany, where in a sense the energy consumption is more or less constant. Yes, it is increasing because of electrification of the transport sector, something that Santosh talked about. It is increasing because of the electricity being used for the manufacture of green hydrogen, but more or less it's constant per capita. What this means is that in Germany, you've been able to use solar energy during the day. And the German solar energy during the day is, well, cheaper than anything else, but it's only available during the day. So at night, the vast amount of electricity, something like 10 gigawatts of electricity, comes from lignite and gas, because solar is not available. What it means is that the ability to use existing capacity, lignite and gas, is there. When I look at India, I see the generators and distribution companies coming to me and saying, listen, we'll gladly put up solar for during the day. But what happens at night? Because there the demand is increasing. The demand is increasing at the day and at night. So solar provides during the day. What do we do at night? Do I set up a coal power station to meet the need during the night? That doesn't make sense. In other words, for these countries, these large developing countries where huge amount of growth is occurring, we need to focus on batteries. Because batteries allows us to store the solar electricity that is produced during the day and use it at night. Then you have the smaller developing countries. In the smaller developing countries, the biggest problem is that everybody does not have access to electricity. There, it is important that we start looking at options. And there is no cheaper option than looking at a solar mini-grid, which is solar plus batteries. Solar plus batteries provide electricity to people who have never had it at a price that is cheaper than extending the grid. If you have to extend the grid by more than 10 to 15 kilometers, solar plus batteries is cheaper. This is what we need to focus on as far as the smaller developing countries are concerned. And then you have the small island states. I went to Fiji, and in going from the big island to the small island, how do you go? You go by boat. What does the boat run on? Diesel. Where are the electric boats? Where are the solar boats? They aren't there. Because neither Germany nor India has invested in creating a high-speed boat that can take 100 passengers from one island to the other. In other words, we need to look at these countries and develop the products that they need. They are a very special market. They are not large enough to make it by themselves. But we can certainly enable that transition. The point that I want to leave with you is that coming out of Baku, these 4 archetypes of countries were very, very clear. It is very clear that there are the developed countries, the large developing countries, the smaller developing countries, and the small island states. And in almost everything, whether it is the solar philosophy that we talk about, or whether it is their own strategies for the energy transition that we are talking about. They are very different. We are right now faced with a number of challenges. We are looking at moving the carbon emission reductions that occur in the developing countries to the developed countries, to the so-called offsets. I would argue that instead of having a general approach of developed and developing, we need to move into these 4 categories and move the kinds of activities which make sense, which move the needle as far as the energy transition is concerned, into the global picture. We also talked about the fact that there will be a need for a resource transfer, financial transfer from the developed countries to the developing countries. What I think is very clear is that as far as investments are concerned, you don't need any government money. Financial money, your pension money and my pension money is good enough because we get a return on that. We get a return on the electricity that is sold. Yes, there may be perceived problems as far as payments are concerned. There may be perceived problems as far as the success of the technology is concerned. For perceived problems, if you have to spend public sector money, let's spend it on guarantees so that we can pull private sector investment money into the green sector. I request you to think of seeing how we can create these guarantees. At the International Solar Alliance, we are creating a guarantee to help provide payment guarantee mechanisms for all international investors who invest in the decentralized solar in Africa. Why decentralized solar? Because ultimately solar has to hit you and I. Remember, you and I. Where does this, is the solar on the rooftop? Is the solar pump on the farm? Is the solar mini grid? That's where you and I see solar. That will make a change in our lives. My short point that I want to leave you with is that change is possible. We looked at a number of solar startups across the world. We identified 20 in Africa. There were 180 who applied in Africa, 20 were selected. We looked at startups in the Asia-Pacific region, 30 in the Asia-Pacific region, including 10 in India. And we are now looking at identifying 20 startups in the Latin America region. Believe you me, the kinds of new applications that they talk about are just out of the world. There was a guy in India who had developed a robotic arm to clean solar panels. Solar panels become dusty in the Indian environment. And a robotic panel helps clean those solar panels. Amazing. In Africa, there was a fellow who was making and selling carts for cold food or hot food using solar technology. I was completely blown by both the range of products that these guys had developed, as well as the fact that you and I were willing to pay to get those products. I believe that we can make a difference. We can make a difference by going ahead and enabling investments to flow on the one hand and enabling these entrepreneurs to develop on the other hand. I thank you for your attention.
Stay on stage, sir. Please stay on stage. We have to do your felicitation. Requesting Ruben Kasper and Mr. Harshul Asnani. Please take the stage. Can we have Mr. Harshul Asnani? Okay, requesting Hemant Sharma ji to please take the stage.
Mathu, you hold the future of our planet in your hands. We can't let you get away so easy. We have to ensure we're in safe hands.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Hemant Sharma ji, for taking the stage. All right, it's time for some more pitch side coaching, Padmaja. So time now to invite the Director of Sarloha Advanced Materials Pvt Ltd and Managing Director, Kalyani Steels, Mr. R.K. Goyal, to share his winning playbook on the green goalkeeper. But first, take a look at this.
In a world striving for green, one industry stands as a guardian of change. Revolutionary materials, redefined for the planet. R.K. Goyal leading the green materials movement. A defender of the planet's future. Join him as he shares a vision for a sustainable tomorrow. The Coach Speak.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I like to thank TV9 for presenting here a wonderful fusion of politics, industry, sustainability, media, and it's a place where you can find almost everything. I've made presentations in several conferences. The focus was only on the topics or the conference topics. But I'm amazed to see that we are going to see football. We are in a football stadium. We have media. We have best of the politicians from India, best of the speeches about the country's growth plans, and a huge relationship development, uplift in relationship between India and Germany. Thank you once again. Let me now make my presentation. Now, from the human-induced warming reached approximately 1 degree centigrade above pre-industrial level till 2017. And it is expected to go to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2040. You have already seen the way environment is behaving, the way glaciers are melting, so on and so forth. And if we all collectively do not do something substantial, then we are in for a much, much larger problem. By 2040, we will already be at 1.5 degrees centigrade, and while the global targets are 1.5 degrees centigrade by end of this century. So something substantial is required to be done, and in COP, all of us have made various commitments and need to follow that. It is not only for the nations who have committed about it, it is about all individual companies who have to make commitment and who have to do their bit so that in totality we are able to achieve these goals. Now when we come to India, last year we produced around 141 million ton of steel, and we generated around 358 million ton of CO2. Like typically in India, we are generating 2.5 ton of CO2 per ton of crude steel production, while global average is around 1.91. Global average is 7% of total CO2 emissions in the country are from steel sector, while in India it is 12%. So we need to do much, much more, and we find there is a huge potential to do much larger things in India as we are blessed with so many positives. Now, if we do not do anything, we leave the situation as it is. As a country, we are planning to create capacity of around 300 million ton by 2030, and the production may be around 255 million ton. And if nothing much is done, then we are going to double our emissions by 2030. So if we need to do, we need to act, and we need to do something substantial. Now, this is basically a flow diagram of an integrated steel plant, where the first portion, which is in a box, is basically iron making, where you produce by blast furnace route with coke oven, sinter plant, pellet plant, hot metal. And this is subsequently converted into steel by BOF, EOF, or electric arc furnace, and then subsequently refined and rolled to produce steel. In the first portion, almost 70% of emissions are there, and in the rest, it is 30%. So what we did, that we first attacked the 30%, which we believe is a low-hanging fruit. What we did, we converted all our energy, what we are using in our plant in Pune. We have two steel plants, one in Pune, which is based on electric arc furnace. Other plant is an integrated steel plant in Hospet, Karnataka, which is an iron ore bowl. So we changed 100% of our RE energy to RE energy from thermal energy. We eliminated 100% of fossil fuels which we are using in our plant and converted them to either RE-based operations or biofuel. And in the process, we could reduce our carbon footprint substantially. Like, to begin with, it came down to around 190 kg in scope 1 and 2 per ton of crude steel. But even by subsequent improvements, it has come to just 105 kgs. And we are in the process of developing it further, and maybe in another few months, we will present you results which I don't think anybody is thinking in the world. Now, typically in an integrated steel plant, there are 4 parts. One is production of renewable energy. Second is green hydrogen production. Third is DRI, using green hydrogen as reductant instead of coke. And fourth is converting into steel, EF, SF, or induction furnace. Now, renewable energy technology, equipments, this part is exceptionally well developed in the country. Like, we had set up some 82 megawatt of solar and wind energy plants, which has helped us in taking care of our 100% of RE energy plant. The second part is green hydrogen production. Now, lot of work is going on in this. At certain level, this is already getting produced. Mr. Tripathi has mentioned in the morning, lot of production of hydrogen will start happening in the country and has already started. But a million ton of steel plant typically requires almost 65,000 tons of hydrogen. And hydrogen is very difficult to transport. So one possibility is you have hydrogen production manufacturing along with the steel manufacturing facility, and RE power plant, you have to bring RE power to produce RE power based hydrogen, or you produce hydrogen somewhere else, convert it to ammonia, bring ammonia to your plant, and again dissociate ammonia into hydrogen and nitrogen, which makes it further expensive. So this need to be really worked in a manner that it becomes cost competitive and you are able to produce at the steel plant site. Third part is DRI making. Now basically with natural gas, DRI manufacturing process is very, very well established. It is there in India since more than 27, 28 years. But in India, we have an issue related to first, availability of the gas. Number two, availability of gas at competitive price. But this may not be the situation in many other countries, so this can be done. And the technology, this itself can reduce CO2 footprint by almost up to 40-45%. And this process itself need to be tried to use 100% of hydrogen. There is already a plant running in Sweden. It's a pilot plant operating at 1 ton per hour production, and it is doing well. But then at a large commercial scale, a lot of work is going on, but one need to really produce. And once this DRI is produced, then this DRI can definitely be melted in EF or SF, and the green steel is produced. Eventually, some such process need to be really developed, where from iron ore you can produce green steel. Now, let me talk about green steel at Sarloa. Now, a brief overview of Kalyani Group. We have a group sales turnover of around $4 billion. We have manufacturing footprint at 23 locations and quite a few in Europe also. We have market cap of greater than 14 billion and a workforce of more than 12,000 people. We are manufacturing steel for various critical applications which requires steel which is highly clean and with very high level of properties including fatigue strength. We are producing for aerospace, outer space, defense, nuclear, oil and gas, submarine, railways, wind power, automotive. Many of these sectors are new age, which are really helping us in supplying steel to them, to remain in high value added steels, and at the same time, these are the sectors which are looking for green steel, of course, beside automotive. On that, automotive is basically our largest sector. Now, we manufacture steel through electric arc furnace route. We have a capacity to produce 204,000 tons. And this 100% of capacity, we are able to produce green steel. We have started producing since last more than 2 years. And yesterday, Mr. Scindia was there. Subsequently, I will show you a photograph. He was the person, when he was steel minister, who graced our occasion while launching the green steel. Now, as far as our manufacturing facilities are concerned, we are melting in electric arc furnace, which is 100% powered by RE. Then we have secondary refining in ladle furnace. We have vacuum decasing, VOD, casting. We have the best and the largest caster in the country. We do ingot casting up to 70 ton, and we have secondary refining processes like slag refining and vacuum arc remelting. We have several rolling mills, heat treatment, finishing, and almost all the testing facilities which are required. Now, these are some of the grades which we produce for various sectors, and a good portion of our steel is coming to Europe in the form of components, and as well as to US. Now, when we talk of green steel, we talk about scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. As I mentioned before, scope 2 we made zero basically by uses of green energy or renewable power. Scope 1, we changed our raw material mix and we are largely using scrap. We are taking back scrap from all our customers. We are also, like you may be surprised, we sell components, steel to countries like US, and at the end of life of the component, that component comes back to us in India for remelting. Now this circular economy, which we have adopted very heavily in our plant, is really helping us. So in a way, we are basically conversion agents. And it is highly sustainable because the same material keeps moving rather than bringing fresh material. Now, as I mentioned before, fuel mix today is basically biofuel, or all our furnaces and all are running, which were running earlier on furnace oil or PNG, are today running on electricity or biofuel. Now, this is the photograph of our launching ceremony. Mr. Scindia, you can see, yesterday he had made a speech, and the complete Steel Ministry people are there. We have created two brands. One is Kalyani Ferresta, where it's a low CO2 steel, where we were committing 190 kg when we started 2 years back of CO2 per ton of crude steel, and 0.35 tons of CO2 per ton in the rolled product. And by utilization of 100% of renewable energy. And we also have a grade, Kalyani Ferresta Plus, where whatever is the residual CO2 that is offset by purchase of equivalent carbon credits to achieve carbon neutral products. But this is all scope 1 and scope 2. We did not stop here. Now, many of our customers in Europe has started asking for scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 in totality. And we are already started supplying crude steel with less than 400 kg of CO2 and various grades of steel which has alloying elements also, like for example bearing, with only 510 kg of CO2. These are among the best figures in the world. We already have now a tie-up supply arrangement with some German companies, and we are already supplying green steel to companies in Europe. Now, when we thought of producing green steel, we thought maybe people will not believe us or trust us that we can produce this, we can produce with such low CO2 footprint. So we hired the best inspection and certification agency, DNV, based in out of Netherlands, and they are the people who are certifying every heat of our production of green steel. Now, you may be a little surprised. The German government delegation led by Mr. Stefan Wengel, Parliamentary State Secretary, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Germany, on 26 July 2023. He visited us with his complete team, and I don't have words to explain the way he appreciated our this initiative, and he really said that this is the thing we would like to do in Germany as soon as possible, and how we can cooperate. And TV9, without knowing this, has already started some level of cooperation, some level of integration between the two countries. This is our supply agreement, photograph of supply agreement with ZF. We are the only supplier to them, and they want to be assured of a large supply of green steel from our plant. They did very extensive verification and compared us with the rest of the world for production of green steel before signing this MOU. Thank you very much, and it will be a pleasure for us to work with German companies for development of green steel, for supply of green steel as well as components made of green steel. In fact, this is one offering to all our customers that if you are planning to buy, you did not buy subsequently, you are planning to buy steel from us, green steel, then we can support you in producing green components. So whatever is the technology, whatever is the support required, there is no charge for that, and we will support you for doing the same. Thank you very much. Thank you, TV9, once again.
Requesting Mr. Goyal to please stay on stage. Requesting Barun Das and Roman Kasper to please take the stage to felicitate Mr. Goyal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goyal, for being our goalkeeper today and helping us understand how to defend against the challenges in sustainable steel production.
That's right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the State Showcase here at the News9 Global Summit, beginning with a state that's very close to my heart, the state of Karnataka. Padmaja, ninge Kannada gotta? Oh, lovely, lovely. So I basically asked her in the language of Kannada from the state of Karnataka, do you speak Kannada? And she said, little. That's the beauty of India, isn't it? So many wonderful languages, ancient languages all coming together. And Karnataka is a very important state in this country. In India.
100%, and it's known across the world for its technological prowess, thanks to Bengaluru, known as India's Silicon Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Siddaramaiah, Chief Minister of the Indian state of Karnataka.
Karnataka and Germany continue to enjoy a strong relationship, especially in areas of trade and FDI. 1,600 plus German companies are operating in India, employing 3 lakh persons. Over 600 German joint ventures are represented in the Indian marketplace. I am also pleased to note that Karnataka is home to nearly 200 German companies like Bosch, Siemens, Carl Zeiss, to name a few. The German state of Bavaria is a sister state to Karnataka. Karnataka is a preferred investment destination since it offers a conducive business environment and several advantages that can help German companies expand their operations in India. The state has a large pool of skilled and educated workforce, particularly in sectors like IT, engineering and manufacturing, which are of interest to many German companies. Karnataka has a well-developed infrastructure, including modern airports, seaports and industrial parks, providing efficient connectivity and logistics support. The state government offers attractive incentives and single-window clearance systems to facilitate foreign investments, reducing bureaucratic hurdles. Bengaluru, the state capital, is a global hub for technology and innovation, hosting 400 plus R&D centers. German companies can leverage this vibrant ecosystem to drive innovation, collaborate with local partners and tap into the growing Indian market. By capitalizing on Karnataka's strengths, such as its investor-friendly policies, world-class infrastructure and skilled workforce, German companies can successfully expand their operations in India and tap into the country's vast market potential. We also continue to emphasize that we are a policy-driven state and hence deliver continuity in our promises to investors. We would like to partner with German companies and lead the path of sustainable growth and development together. We are also happy to note that Germany was an esteemed country partner for the state's flagship Global Investors Meet. Invest Karnataka 2022, the state would be keen to have Germany once again as a country partner for Invest Karnataka 2025, which is set to happen from 11th February, 14th February 2025. Heartfelt appreciation to News9 and TV9 network for organizing the leaders of Global Bharat Global Summit from November 21 to 23, 2024. This summit stands as a testament to India's role as a global leader and an incubator of transformative ideas. Such platforms are invaluable for fostering collaboration, driving innovation, and inspiring solutions that align with the aspirations of a progressive, inclusive India. I extend my best wishes to all participants and look forward to the enriching discussions that will emerge from this remarkable gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Chief Minister of the Southern Indian state of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah. We have another state showcase now.
And you know, we're talking about information and technology in Karnataka, but the state we are going to talk about next is the one that epitomizes dhando, which is business in India. Everyone in Gujarat is always thinking and talking about what to do next, how to get more business, from Surat, which is home to the diamond industry, to, of course, some of the biggest entrepreneurs, the biggest business names in India come from this state as well. No guesses, we're talking about Gujarat.
Suche, Saruche,
Majama.
Majama. That's again from the Gujarati language, another beautiful language. We have the Chief Minister of Gujarat delivering the next showcase, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen to it.
India Germany, a roadmap to sustainable growth की थीम के साथ आयोजित न्यूज़ 9 ग्लोबल समिट में उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों का मेरा नमस्कार। वैश्विक नेता और भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में विश्व में भारत सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबके प्रयास के मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। जर्मनी में आयोजित यह समिट भी इसका एक उत्तम उदाहरण है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी ने गुजरात को ट्रेड, कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज के ग्लोबल मंच पर लीडर बनाने के ध्येय से 2003 से वाइब्रेंट गुजरात ग्लोबल समिट शुरू की। इस वाइब्रेंट समिट के फलस्वरूप गुजरात आज ग्लोबल डेस्टिनेशन फॉर इन्वेस्टमेंट एंड एफडीआई में अग्रिम राज्य है। फॉर्च्यून 500 में से 100 कंपनियां गुजरात में कार्यरत है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में आज विश्व के कई देशों की तरह जर्मन भी गुजरात के साथ अनेक क्षेत्रों में जुड़ा हुआ है। अहमदाबाद में इंडो जर्मन टूल रूम स्किल डेवलपमेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर के लिए दोनों देशों के संकलन का बेस्ट एग्जाम्पल है। जर्मनी की 10 प्रतिष्ठित कंपनीज गुजरात में कार्यरत हैं। इसके अलावा गिफ्ट सिटी में डॉइश बैंक भी कार्यरत है। भारत जर्मनी के संबंधों को और मजबूत करने में गुजरात एक सक्रिय भूमिका निभा रहा है। गुजरात आज भविष्य की टेक्नोलॉजी से लिए फ्यूचर रेडी हो रहा है। सेमीकंडक्टर, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, ग्रीन एमोनिया जैसे सेक्टर्स के लिए गुजरात एक बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म के रूप में उभर रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में संपन्न हुई 10वीं वाइब्रेंट ग्लोबल समिट में भी ग्रीन एनर्जी और सस्टेनेबल ग्रोथ पर विशेष फोकस किया गया था। जर्मनी भी इस वाइब्रेंट समिट में पार्टनर कंट्री के तौर पर जुड़ा था और सस्टेनेबल ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन इंडो जर्मन पर्सपेक्टिव विषय पर सेमिनार भी आयोजित किया गया था। जर्मनी और गुजरात के बीच इस मजबूत संबंध सेतु को न्यूज़ 9 ग्लोबल समिट का आयोजन और भी मजबूत बनाएगा। इस विश्वास के साथ आप सभी को एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। भारत माता की जय, वंदे मातरम, जय जय गरवी गुजरात।
Thank you very much, Mr. Chief Minister. And of course, long-standing connections between Germany and India, as we have seen over the last 24 hours.
Absolutely, and state for state, you know, so many
Gujarat in particular.
Yeah, and so many Gujaratis here in Germany as well. I'm afraid it is time right now for a lunch interval, but bear in mind, we have a very packed schedule. We have the Minister President of Baden-Württemberg, Mr. Winfried Kretschmann, set to deliver his address. We have Prime Minister Modi's address. We are very, very crunched for time. We cannot afford to waste even a single moment, and that's the reason why I'm requesting all of you to please assemble back here at 1:40 so that we can carry on with the proceedings for the day, the Golden Ball address to the Minister President of Baden-Württemberg. All of that set to happen. Requesting all of you to take that lunch break now and be back here in the hall at 1:40, not a minute later. For now, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Steel has become the backbone of today's modern economy. From automotive to defense, aerospace, oil and gas, nuclear, steel plays an important role in our lives. But while steel is a solution, it's also a source of pollution that is affecting our planet every day. Every year, around 2 billion tons of steel produced in the world is responsible for generation of nearly 7% of total global CO2 emissions, making it the 5th most polluting industry on our planet. Hence, decarbonizing the steel manufacturing process is the need of the hour. At Kalyani Group, we are committed towards achieving carbon neutrality with our Planet Positive initiative. And today, we take perhaps the most significant step in the journey towards carbon neutrality. Sarloha Advanced Materials Private Limited, a Kalyani Group company, presents Kalyani Firesta. Kalyani Firesta is India's first ever green steel with net zero carbon emission intensity. It is truly a step towards preserving our glaciers, reducing global warming, and letting our future generations breathe better. To reduce our carbon footprints, Sarloha uses many low to zero CO2 emission intensive processes, such as increasing recycled scrap material while reducing pig iron and DRI, replacing furnace oil with an environmentally friendly biodiesel, electrifying various furnaces used for steel production, and continuously enhancing our energy efficiency. Manufacturing process of Kalyani Firesta is powered by 100% of renewable energy sources, be it automotive, nuclear, defense, aerospace, engineering, tool and die, or oil and gas. Kalyani Firesta can help to keep our planet green and clean. When you choose Kalyani Firesta, you reduce your carbon footprints and help in the conservation of natural resources. And most importantly, choosing Kalyani Firesta is your way of gifting a greener and cleaner planet to the future generations. The earth is beautiful. With Kalyani Firesta, let's ensure it stays that way. Kalyani Firesta, steel for a greener planet.
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by one and all. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Here, there, and everywhere. To preserve this beauty, collective efforts are required to reduce carbon emissions. We are contributing our bit by changing the way we make steel. Kalyani Firesta, steel for a greener planet.
ये है देश का #1 न्यूज नेटवर्क और आप देख रहे हैं TV9 भारतवर्ष। फिक्र आपकी, परवाह देश की।
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by one and all. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Here, there, and everywhere. To preserve this beauty, collective efforts are required to reduce carbon emissions. We are contributing our bit by changing the way we make steel. Kalyani Foresta, steel for a greener planet.
Let the games begin.
Do we have lifelines?
ये मैं भी कर सकती हूँ.
Bring it on. You will love it.
Presentation it's also important, no?
With lounge nights, I'm on a journey where time stands still and every corner whispers tales of grandeur.
I have a certain style that I put forth in front of people.
Content creation is not just a game.
We believe in creating memories, and we are there to ensure that it's once in a lifetime and a real memorable experience for you.
पंजाब के शेर में एक फाइटिंग स्पिरिट है। क्रिकेट तो ब्लड में है।
On connoisseur conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task depending on your luck.
You talk of Indian cuisine and you think of kebabs. And you think of Indian kebabs and you think of gur tikka masala.
There is art, there is culture.
Honestly, I'm in love with this place.
I'm Akansha Vola and I travel for a living.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, put on your aprons and grab your popcorn. I'm Chef Kunal Kapoor और हाँ, मैं हूँ फिल्मी. I'm excited to bring you the most masala-dar cuisine inspired by our favorite chatpati Bollywood movies.
ये दिल्ली है मेरे यार, बस इश्क मोहब्बत और प्यार.
The beauty of Mother Nature is cherished by one and all. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Here, there, and everywhere. To preserve this beauty, collective efforts are required to reduce carbon emissions. We are contributing our bit by changing the way we make steel. Kalyani Foresta, steel for a greener planet.
In Stuttgart, where vision meets momentum, visionaries and game changers converge. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. Driving this momentum, a leader transforming pathways, building a modern rail network for tomorrow, empowering India's digital revolution, connecting 1 billion voices, charting a roadmap for India and Germany, bridging industries, nations and possibilities.
Ministerial address.
in Stuttgart, where innovation meets legacy. A global confluence unfolds. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. At its heart, a transformative leader. A voice for sustainable growth. Bridging innovation with impact, progress with purpose, charting a roadmap for India and Germany.
Join him as he maps the agenda for sustainable progress.
News9 Global Summit.
Hört man mich, wenn ich das Mikro anmache? Super, sehr gut, sehr gut. Darf ich nochmal die andere Konsole testen? Wenn es funktioniert, würde ich lieber an dem Pult bleiben. Dann sehe ich das Video direkt. Wunderbar. Dankeschön. Keine Störungen, nichts. Sehr gut. Sehr gut.
This is wild Karnataka.
Gujarat, the land of future-ready mega projects. Since 2003, the vibrant Gujarat Global Summit has played a pivotal role in enabling several iconic infrastructure initiatives in the state. From Gift City and Dream City to ambitious projects like Dholera SIR, MBSIR, DMIC, High Speed Rail and PCPIR, Gujarat's mega projects showcase its unwavering commitment to pioneering purpose-built infrastructure to enable 24/7 growth. With future-ready infrastructure, Gujarat has positioned itself as a premier investment hub.
Viksit Bharat, Viksit Gujarat.
Kumaraswamy will be meeting President Ramnath Kovind at Rashtrapati Bhavan today.
So that he gives
3, 2, 1, fire.
भारत भविष्य की योजनाओं में भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है.
The chief architect of a new India.
What does India want? Unbiased and straight to the point.
Find out what went wrong.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people.
We made history for a reason tonight.
Will it change the shape of American foreign policy? Security should put fear of God in those who have taken Manipur for granted.
Fact without fiction.
Our DNA has been reset to take the next big leap.
It's being done by the people who are staying there.
Exactly. Just because they are tribals, everyone does it.
Wait.
Why is India giving the Pinaka such stepmotherly treatment?
Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Russia has assembled a large force of 50,000 soldiers.
We want diplomacy and not weapons.
For India, expects
Canada is back.
Try and look at the sources.
And it also sends a message.
We have reached the first village of India.
We have made content out of news. I would not call it a change. I would call it metamorphosis.
If your parents had heart disease, the children will have double the chance.
I, as a Nepali, could thrive in India.
They are spiritually connected with the Indian subcontinent.
Kids want to see sixes hit, things happen rapidly. To be able to spend time with people who were almost like family is where all the legends are.
Large sums of wealth are taken from the defeated city by force at the point of abandonment.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
You can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong point.
I am Deep Kalra.
Sakshi Vij, Prashant Tandon,
Deep Bajaj,
Kanika Tekriwal,
Pramod Bhasi.
And this
is my art of winning.
This is your time. You will make it for us. A winner is first born in their mind.
we all deserve what we get. I enjoyed conversations like this.
It was a very knowledgeable conversation.
This is a very new format.
Question and answer.
It was most certainly a duologue, not just a dialogue. I hope you all like it too.
You will love.
There is a reasonably good chance for India to emerge as a Vishwa Guru.
Reforms that it has carried out will pay it rich dividend in the coming years.
Liked what you just saw?
India holds the key to this dilemma.
Germany is open for skilled workers.
All right, we'll be beginning in just a few minutes from now, requesting all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to please start settling down and taking your seats. We'll be beginning in just a few minutes from now. I have a packed schedule ahead of us post-lunch. So requesting all of you to please start taking your seats and start settling down. Request all your friends outside to start coming in as well. We will be beginning in just a few minutes' time from now. All right, we are going to begin in just 1 minute's time from now. 1 minute is all we've got for everybody to please settle down and take your seats. Those walking in, request all of them to please walk in fast and start taking your seats. We are beginning in 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to talk about something that has been a success story in India, something very close to people's hearts, a decade of Make in India, one of the Indian government's most ambitious initiatives.
Absolutely, one of the most ambitious and one of the most important as far as the future of India and the world is concerned. And to deliver the Make in India keynote coach speak, let's now invite upon stage Mr. Baba Kalyani, chairperson of Bharat Forge.
A vision built on resilience. An economy powered by innovation and industry. This is the story of Make in India. Baba Kalyani, a leader in Indian manufacturing, driving the future of Make in India. Join him as he redefines India's path to global industry. The coach speak.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Guten Abend. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to see some old friends here after many years. Mr. Boozer, especially. I met him after 20 years. Last time we met was in my house in Pune. Mr. Jupali, the young entrepreneur representing my home group in India, also the backbone of TV9. It was a great pleasure to hear you yesterday and meet with you. Mr. Kasper, the great, there he is. I think he's been the main guy why we are in this arena. Also, he's a good friend of one of my very good friends, Stephen Buchner, who is not here today. He had to go to Oman. Mr. Barun Das, Managing Director of TV9. My friends from the German industry. Mr. Stefan Haluza, Director General of Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. Friends from the Indian industry, ladies and gentlemen. I almost consider Germany my second home after India. And it is indeed a great pleasure to address such a distinguished gathering, an audience here in Stuttgart, Baden-Württemberg, the epicenter of European automotive industry and the famous German Mittelstand. First and foremost, I compliment Mr. Jupali, Mr. Barun Das, and Mr. Kasper, the chief organizers of News9 Global Summit. The grand event is a testimony to your excellent leadership, innovative thinking, and great teamwork. Please accept my heartiest congratulations and conceptualizing and organizing this grand platform that brings together the political leaderships, business leadership, cultural people, sports, and more importantly, the people of India and Germany, together under one single roof. Truly great work. Exactly a month ago, 21st, 22nd October, we marked 20 years of my company, Bharat Forge's footprints here in Germany. It was in 2004 that we had acquired a small business in Ennepetal that was known by the name of Carl Dan Peddinghaus. That was the name of the founder at that time, a very distinguished engineer who had formed this forging company near Dusseldorf. That was followed by another acquisition called Aluminum Technique in Dresden. And eventually this marked a paradigm shift in our company's quest for supplying and being a solutions development partner to who's who of the European automotive industry. For an Indian company, 20 years ago, this was not easy. We were entering uncharted territory. I don't think any German automotive executive ever believed that an Indian company coming out of Pune can supply, let's say, critical automotive components 20 years ago. Today it's a different story altogether. And hopefully tomorrow it'll be another story where we may even do even better things and greater things. Today, 250,000 Indians reside in Germany. Back then, there were only about 25,000. Today, you have restaurants serving Indian cuisine in every major German city. Back then, there weren't any. Most Indians who come here, by the way, don't miss Indian cuisine. They enjoy European food. But we also have a large population of vegetarians who like their curry. Germany in 2004 was the third largest economy in the world. India was not even listed in the top 10. So when we took charge of these operations, there was a lot of skepticism within the management and the workforce. CDP's workforce in Enepatal was roughly about 550, 600 people. And the skepticism was, here's an Indian guy coming from India. He's going to take our technology, take it to India, take our jobs, and run this company down. And we knew if we had to succeed in the heartland of German manufacturing, and the Ruhr region is the heartland of German manufacturing, at least in the metal area, and like Stuttgart is in the automotive area. We had to first gain the trust of our employees, create a collective new vision together, and chart the way forward to grow the business and win the confidence of our customers. But ladies and gentlemen, within 100 days from the day we acquired this business, one of my good friends, and then who was the director of sales and marketing, his name was Michael Kaspersky, he long retired, paid glowing tributes to the new organization and acknowledged the technology, discipline, and speed that we Indians brought back in the company that charted the course of profitable growth in the following years. We gradually became one of the largest forging companies, and today at Bharat Forge, we take pride in being a preferred supplier and development partner to marquee customers like Mercedes-Benz of the Daimler Group, Porsche, Volkswagen Group, Volvo, Scania, DAF, MTU, almost every company who is making anything to do with engines and transmissions. We greatly value our relationships with each of our customers. Mr. Berzer from Mercedes-Benz is here, as I said, and I must take this opportunity to convey our sincere gratitude to the continued support, patronage, and guidance that we have received from the Daimler Group. And also I must say that Mercedes has played a very, very crucial role in developing the technology level of a lot of Indian companies. They have manufacturing plants in India, both for passenger cars and for trucks and also for buses. And they have many suppliers and supplier development systems. And it's just amazing what you can learn from a company like Mercedes-Benz. So thank you, Mr. Berzer. Ladies and gentlemen, what I just narrated, our company's experience in Germany and with German automotive majors, is a small speck in the larger strategic partnership between our two vibrant democracies. But yes, if there is a will and a determination to collaborate, the German-India collaboration can make a great positive impact to global business, the economy, and world societies at large. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are amidst a very rapidly evolving world with many unknowns and many known unknowns, making already a VUCA world even more complex and incomprehensible. The many flashpoints that are cropping up on the planet today are indicative of the end of a multilateral, rule-based global order, redefining the existing alignments, trade links, and thereby signaling a major transition in the globalization era, if not the end of it. Against this backdrop, such a dynamic and VUCA environment, the world is witnessing 4-5 major transitions that each of our businesses, no matter which part of the planet you are, must account for. From a manufacturing perspective, since I come from a manufacturing industry, the digital and AI transition impacts productivity, quality, work life, is one of the most major transitions that all manufacturing companies will go through. The energy transition impacting sustainability, to my mind, is a must if we need to save the planet. And one of our sister companies, Kalyani Ferresta, who make engineering steel, in a very simple manner, has been able to demonstrate how to make green steel without having to invest billions of dollars and green hydrogen and all that thing. So there are solutions, simple solutions, that are also available. The bioengineering or the genetic engineering transition, which is going to impact health and food security, especially for populous countries like India and other populous countries in Asia, is going to be extremely important as we go forward, especially in our region. The supply chain transition and the resilience of supply chain, which we are witnessing today, is something that impacts global manufacturing and global trade. And of course, the most important one, which we are now beginning to see come into play very rapidly, is the whole human resources transition. And I'll talk a little bit about this going forward. I strongly believe that India is very suitably poised and possibly best placed in the world today to adapt and steer these transitions or the mega trends. I've been in the manufacturing business for more than 5 decades, with operations spread across Germany, Sweden, France, the United States, and of course India. Never in the past have I experienced the kind of confidence and positive impression that India as a country is casting at the world stage today. At approximately $4 trillion today, India is the 5th largest economy globally and is believed to accelerate to $30 trillion by 2047. That is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, which he calls as Viksit Bharat or Amrit Kal, and that is a vision that almost every Indian shares in his own heart and soul. This is a 8x jump over a quarter of a century. Over the next 7-8 years, India too is expected to drive almost 20% of global trade. And this is very important for everybody on this planet. Growth in this decade, that is 2023 to 2033, the per capita income levels would increase from about $2,200 to $5,200 by 2031. The developed world has seen such massive spurts of growth at different points in time of their country's history, which had instrumental role in charting or defining their respective economic growth trajectories, whether it's Germany after World War II, whether it is Japan after that, whether it was South Korea, and then of course China in the 80s, 70s, 80s, and the 90s. India today is at the cusp of a similar transformative economic phase. This massive transformation is throwing up several big opportunities. These are opportunities for the world, for Europe, for Germany, to collaborate and participate with a rising India, a resurgent India, for the benefit of world societies. Let me now set the context on the emerging manufacturing landscape in India. From the year 2000 to 2024, that's roughly about 24 years, India grew from $467 billion to about $3,900 billion, a little less than $4 trillion in GDP. That's about 8x growth in GDP in this 24-year period. Throughout this period, the manufacturing contribution to GDP has remained stagnant, unfortunately, at about 15% of our GDP. That's roughly about from $75 billion in year 2000 to about $650 billion in 2024, approximately 8x. It is therefore very imperative for us to accelerate manufacturing growth in India. If India is set to grow 8 times in the next 25 years, India's manufacturing needs to grow 12 to 15 times in the next 25 years, roughly almost 2 times, a little less than 2 times of the GDP growth. We understand that we cannot merely afford to be a factory of the world built to print. We also cannot merely afford to be the global capability centers, or GCCs that they are called, for world destinations merely as designed for others. Today, inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi's call, we are in India, rapidly moving in the direction of being an innovation-driven economy and a products nation. It is the first time in India that everybody is saying that we now need to become a products nation. We need to design and produce our own products. We are determined to make products designed in India, made in India, for India and for the world. Taking a reference from Minister Vaishnav and Minister Scindia's talks that we heard yesterday in the afternoon, let me reiterate. India recognizes the need to establish a renewed manufacturing ecosystem that is aligned with the future needs of the world, that is competitiveness, ease and speed of doing business, aligned with the UN sustainability goals, and most importantly, relevant in the rapidly evolving digital and AI age. It is with this intention that India is today investing and creating capacities for large electronics, semiconductor, robotics, large renewable power industries, planning across solar, wind, small modular nuclear reactors. That's the new frontier that India is opening up, hydro, etc. And largely creating giga-scale capacities. I'll give you a small example. A few years ago, I was in New York, and Google had acquired a huge building space in Manhattan. From one end of the other, if you know Manhattan, each block is roughly about 1/4 of a mile. And if you have 2 blocks, it's almost half a mile. And they had acquired 2 blocks. So to go, and it was connected, so go from one end of that Google office to the other end, you needed a bicycle because walking was too long a time. So I very casually asked the head of that facility, I said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "Google's philosophy is you don't do anything in a small scale. You always do things that will impact 1 billion people. You do things on a scale that is large." Now, this is the learning most large Indian entrepreneurs are getting. So if you see the investments that are being made in India in solar, in semiconductor, actually robotics, I was very impressed. Last week, we had a summit in Goa, headed by, actually the summit is called by Farid Zakaria, who is the CNN news leader. You probably have seen him on CNN quite often. Mr. Schmidt, who used to be the CEO of Google at one time. Mr. Ambani, who heads Reliance, and a couple of other Indian businessmen. And there, it was surprising to see the kind of work that is going on in India by Indian companies. I won't name the company, but they are building the biggest robotic plant in the world. They will make 20 million robots by 2030, humanoids. I don't think you can see this anywhere, probably only in China. And at a cost which is even more competitive than China. The 6G telecom network is being designed in India right now, as we speak. And by 2030, India will provide technology to the rest of the world for the 6G telecom network. That's how advanced Indian industry is getting. This is all private sector, by the way. I don't want to keep talking about other examples, but there are many, many examples. And therefore, things are moving at a speed in India in terms of technology, in terms of new areas, in terms of new investments at a very, very rapid pace. Recognizing the needs of India as a rapidly growing economy, the Indian government, and you heard this yesterday from Minister Vaishnav, that the three pillars based on which Prime Minister Modi has created the growth perspective for India. One is infrastructure, where the government is investing large amounts of capital in building roads, ports, airports, waterways, and all kinds of infrastructure, urban and rural infrastructure. And of course, then power generation, both renewable, and now I think more moving towards things like nuclear, also moving to biofuels and biogas. And how do we, and creating a system by which better logistics can reduce the cost of manufacturing, can reduce the cost of logistics, and make manufacturing far more competitive. Last but not the least, the vibrant startup and technology ecosystem India offers with almost, you heard that yesterday, so I won't repeat the numbers, but we have the second largest startups in the world, 100+ unicorns, each with a value of more than $1 billion have been created. I'll come to my last point, the last transition that each country has to make, and that is connected with human resources. In Europe, we are all staring at a sudden shortage in human resources. In our own factories, in Ennepetal, in Saxony, we can't find people to work. It's a big challenge, and when I talk to my other industry friends, they all have the same problem. And then I saw this program that India is going to send some 50,000 trained personnel to Germany for working anyway. But this is a problem not related only to Germany. The problem is larger. The developed world is engulfed with the problem of low fertility trap. Germany, 1.4 fertility rate. South Korea, worst, 0.68, which means 40% of South Korea won't exist in the next 30 years. Japan, 1.3. US, China, Russia, Australia, 1.5. Decline of fertility rates across the developed world is the most phenomenal trend of our times. On the contrary, India's fertility rate is about 2, and we are expected to be the largest society of this century with a large working class population for the next 25 to 30 years. Our average age of our population will remain at around 29 to 31 years. And we are taking efforts to upskill, adopt, align our young workforce with skill sets of the future, such as AI, digital, and you heard all this yesterday, so I'm not going to repeat it. The world today urgently needs to build resilient value chains, global value chains, and rapidly resolve this wide-scale human resource challenge. A resurgent India, a rising India, is the answer to these issues. India can be a backbone to the future of global value chains that brings much-needed resilience. India has a large workforce, skilled and equipped for the AI and digital age. While the Western world, including Germany, is experiencing structural challenges like rising energy costs, rising inflation, shortage of manpower, India has all of this: large pool of skilled workforce, fast-growing market, high-cost, competitive business-friendly environment, and most importantly, an ecosystem that is aligned with the 5 transitions that we have to adopt to. In our collective endeavor towards a sustainable future, the German-India partnership can be a living bridge, a platform to collaborate, to co-create, to co-develop, and manufacture products and technologies to address the future requirements of the world. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kalyani, requesting you to please stay on stage for your felicitation. I'm going to request Mr. Ramu Rao Jupalli, Mr. Barun Das, and Mr. Ruben Kasper to please come on stage to felicitate Mr. Baba Kalyani. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Baba Kalyani.
Thanks very much, Mr. Kalyani, for being a true champion of Make in India, leading the charge with excellence in the manufacturing sector. Let's move on to playoff number 4. India, the next factory of the world.
Oh, absolutely. As the world shifts its focus away from China, India is emerging as the next big manufacturing hub. And in this session, we explore how India can collaborate with Germany to drive new opportunities in manufacturing and, of course, technology.
Let's call on stage Mr. Jörg Berzer, board member of Mercedes-Benz Group.
But before we get our panelists for this playoff on stage, let's take a look at this.
An increasing number of global companies are pulling their factories out of China.
Apple is exploring ways to reduce its reliance on China.
So what has triggered the mass exodus?
The problem now is that China is drowning in debt. The era of miracle growth is clearly over.
The companies are broadening their search. They're looking at India.
The government wants to make India one of the world's biggest economies.
India is growing rapidly, with Germany as a trusted partner in its journey.
Economic reforms put in place by Prime Minister Modi's government have created the foundation for India's economic progress.
More than $14 billion of iPhones were assembled in India.
More than 5 million vehicles were made in the country last year.
Together, India and Germany are crafting a roadmap for sustainable and inclusive growth. The playoff begins.
All right, now can I request on stage Mr. Berzer, board member of Mercedes-Benz Group AG, Mr. Rahul Bharti, executive director, corporate affairs at Maruti Suzuki, Mr. Baba Kalyani, chairperson and MD of Bharat Forge, wherever you choose, and Mr. Sanjay Nair, president at Assocham, Stephen Halusa, DG at Indo-German Chamber of Commerce. The match referee for this playoff has already taken his place. It's my colleague, Sandeep Punithar.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think this session comes just right after what Mr. Baba Kalyani just told us about why India needs to become a manufacturing hub, why it needs to become the factory of the world. And he spoke something very interesting. He said India needs to become a product nation. Now, I have a product right here. This is a haversack that I've had with me for 14 years. It's a German haversack. If this was a person, in about 4 years' time, it could have voting rights. It's got another 10 years of life in it, I think. That's one product. Another product is, I went to school with someone whose father brought the first German submarines to India 4 decades ago. And a few years back, he became the captain of one of our first French-built submarines, and he pulled his submarine up next to his dad's old submarine, which is still going strong, and it's got another 10, 15 years of life in it. So that's German products for you. I want to start by asking Mr. Kalyani this, to take off from where you left in your address. What does India need to really do to become a product nation? That's the first thing that jumped out at me. A factory of the world, but also a product nation.
Well, you know, if you trace the history of any country, trace the history of Germany for the last more than 100 years. Germany was a product nation even 100 years ago. They had many businesses that were making all kinds of things. They had metals business, steel business, armament business, am I right? Of course, the automobile was just starting, growing. But for a product nation, you need 3 major ingredients. Number 1, you need first people who have ambition, who have passion to make things happen. You need availability of material resources, whether it's in the old days it used to be minerals, iron ore, water, shipping area, etc. And third, of course, you need a market for that, a growing market. I think we have all this. The problem in India largely has been that for almost 60-odd years, we kind of drifted after independence into a direction, or even directionless, I would call, of trying to follow some philosophy that we didn't even understand, central planning, or whatever it was. And of course now, with Prime Minister Modi, you know, we've been able to correct most of these things and get the mojo back in India's entrepreneurship.
Get the mojo back in India's entrepreneurship. Indeed, and we've seen a kind of focus on manufacturing that we haven't seen in decades, as you mentioned, Mr. Kalyani. But I want to talk about another product which aspirational India really looks forward to. And people who haven't factored aspirational India into their business plans have seen cheap car dreams being ground into the dust. I'm sure all of you have known the story of the Tata Nano, the great car, but unfortunately it was sold as a cheap car, and possibly one of the reasons why it flopped. Every Indian wants a 3-point star in their lives. Jorg, what are your plans for India? Mercedes.
It's good to hear that every Indian wants to have a 3-pointed star. That means a huge market. I think one of the most important topics we just mentioned, and Baba Kalyani mentioned, which I admire him because he is not only a pioneer in India for manufacturing industry, but also a pioneer, as we heard, for expanding business to Germany and participate also in the German automotive industry. But what is most important is market. We are in India since 30 years. Since 30 years we're producing in India, and 20 years ago I was honored to visit and first met Baba Kalyani in his forging facility. We as a car company which is not producing cheap cars but luxury cars, we need a market to expand. And if you just look at how we expanded our facilities around the world, there was always first a local market in Germany, that's our heritage, but also in the US, also in China, also in South Africa. Everywhere where we have manufacturing factories, plants, there was first a local market. The market was developing, and then the next step was basically also exporting and producing it for other markets. So that's what we want to do as well in India. We would like to, and we target for expansion at the local market, and then let's see what happens. Yeah? So if I look back the last 30 years with our manufacturing in India, yes, it was first a very small factory, which followed traditional Mercedes production system, and now what it's developing together with our R&D facility, which we have in Bangalore with more than 10,000 colleagues in R&D, to the powerhouse of digitalization in manufacturing. We are basically writing chatbots in Bangalore, we're using them in Pune, and then we're expanding it to our production network. And this is, I would add a fourth topic, innovation. Innovation coming from India for production industry, for production processes, and this makes us confident that the market in India is really developing, also in a segment where we are building cars in.
The market in India is developing for sure, but there's a gentleman to your left who's smiling all-knowingly because he's got plans for not just India, but for the rest of the world. Rahul, tell us Maruti Suzuki's plans for the world. Make in India, make for the world. What is Maruti Suzuki planning right now?
Sure. I think I'll start from where Mr. Baba Kalyani left. The kind of aspiration we have for growth from, let's say, today till 2047, whether it is for Viksit Bharat or it is for our own enterprises, that ambition cannot be satisfied by the domestic market demand growth alone. We've done the numbers. So we need a larger share of the global trade. And why not? India currently has less than 2% of share of the global trade. There is every reason why we can take a much larger share and participate in the global value chain. The reason is that the manufacturing sector has been rightly identified as the single largest lever for economic growth for India, from a developing country to a developed country. It creates many, many jobs. Jobs are also created in the services sector, but many of these jobs rest on the manufacturing sector. I'll give you a small example. The insurance or finance services for purchase of a car. Now they come in the services sector, but they actually are spurred because of the manufacturing sector. So manufacturing sector can lead that journey. Automobiles are a good large chunk, 40% of manufacturing. And therefore, we also have a sense of responsibility. We are the largest car provider in India and export. So when we say make in India for the world, we have targeted to grow many-fold times in exports. So something like we've done 3 times in the past 4 years, and from where we are today, we are targeting 3 times in the next 6 years. So something like 9 times in 10 years. And in exports, there's nothing called market share. It's an ocean. You can get as much as you have an ambition for. So it's an opportunity share. So I think one can go even beyond that. And I would imagine many other Indian companies can do a similar trend.
Right, absolutely. The animal spirits of India's private sector have been unleashed. But Sanjay, we were speaking just before this session about how India seemed to have completely skipped the manufacturing revolution. There seemed to be a erroneous belief that we could ride to become a global superpower only based on the services sector. And I was looking at some figures for shipbuilding, for instance. We are going to be the 3rd largest economy in the world a few years from now, but we account for just 0.06 of the world's ships built. We are number 22 in the list of shipbuilding nations, way, way behind, forget China, but even behind South Korea. Do you believe that the current focus of this government on manufacturing, which is, as we say in Hindi, der aaye par durust aaye, is that enough to power us into becoming the 3rd largest economy? As Mr. Kalyani was mentioning, the contribution of manufacturing has to be 12 times what it is presently. Sanjay.
Thanks for this. I think, you've got some great success stories, but I think we shouldn't get fooled just by the success stories. We have to be honest. As you rightly said, we really missed the boat on manufacturing. I think 15% of GDP, you said, Baba? 15% of GDP. I think I'm not a manufacturing guy, but I come from a financial background and an investor. I think a couple of things that investors and FDI investors like Mercedes-Benz and others should look for, and which India completely missed the boat, is connectivity, logistics, and power cost. And there's too much of emphasis, tax consistency is not there, too much bureaucracy. I think all that is changing with this government for the last 10 years. I think we've come a long way in changing, like you heard the minister talk about, removal of so many regulations and compliance. All that is soft touch that can happen pretty quickly with a determined government. But what you cannot change overnight is logistics, power cost, ports. I just did a small study as an anecdote that, we've got pharma waiting at Nhava Sheva for three weeks because we don't have deep water draft and ships can't come in. Anyway, leaving that aside, I think this government is now very determined. If you look at the Gati Shakti program, you look at the national corridors that they're creating, there seems to be a much more holistic approach. But still, our logistic cost, last time I looked at it from our investment company, was 18% of GDP is logistic cost. Global standards are 6 to 8% is logistic cost. Okay, our power cost is 6 rupees a unit. I think you can, in America, you probably don't even have to count it, in those kind of terms. So I think we have a long way to go. This government is very focused on doing it, but it's going to take time because this is the hard part of it. The softer parts, compliance, bureaucracy, tax consistency, much better. We've been investing in India as KKR for like 16, 17 years, not the issue. But I just want to take the platform to say we need foreign direct investment desperately. Indians cannot itself finance its own growth ambition because we are savings deficit. It's a fact of life because our government preempts the savings first to finance its own debt. But to welcome foreigners to come there, you need to have a conducive environment, which I think we have. We have a pretty good red carpet there. We can make it easy, but it's not going to work on the numbers till all the logistic projects are played out and the power costs are throttled, which this government is going full throttle. So you've got to give it some time. And he said, I can tell you, I was at a Chamber of Commerce in one of the EFTA countries, came out of it, and I wish the Chamber of Commerce guy who was hosting me saying, I hope you heard something about India. I gave you a reality check and I gave you realistic. He says, yeah, now I've got the governor of Pennsylvania and South Dakota coming in to make in America. So, you've got to compete with Americans who want to get manufacturing. And this is well before the new president-elect, right? This is 2 months ago. So I think we've really got to wake up and do it. And if somebody is woken up, is this government, led by this prime minister and the ministers you heard yesterday. They're so determined, very hardworking. But the fact is, it'll take another 5-6 years. In the meantime, my last recommendation is if we get foreigners like you all to come in, at least we'll find good partners, much lesser inconsistency in policies. And I'm talking more like a private equity guy, unfortunately. But the fact is, you'll have more predictable returns if you get good partners to start with. Then you can become more independent when you feel confident. So I think that's the way to go about this. And that's what I've been pitching for the last couple of months on the road.
For the benefit of our hosts here, it's Der Aaye Durust Aaye means better late than never. It's taken a while to come, but finally it's arrived. And that is how we reacted to Chancellor Olaf Scholz when he came to Delhi, Stefan. The German government brought out a very interesting document, a 32-page document called Focus on India. I haven't seen this kind of a country-focused approach that any other country has brought out. I mean, Germany has taken its time to come to India, if I can say that. But now it seems that it's firing on all cylinders. It sees India as the next big hope when 2 other countries have disappointed you in the past. I can mention cheap gas and manufacturing. But that comes with baggage, as we've noticed, right? Now, what is it that you really need to get Germany and India to build this bridge that the minister mentioned here? How to turn this bridge into a physical bridge, like a gas pipeline, but a stronger one?
Probably we have to talk about shipping then in this case. No, I think you're absolutely right. The new Focus on India policy that has been made by the German government, by the federal government, shows very clearly that for the first time, at least as long as I've been following politics and specifically related to Asia, that there's a very clear, specific focus on a country, and that goes across all different areas of life. So we're talking about politics, we're talking about government, we're talking about industry, we're talking about culture, we're talking about sports and football. So unfortunately, it wasn't football, but when we organized the Asia Pacific Conference just a few weeks back in Delhi, we had a national game between the two hockey national teams, because hockey is that one sport where there really is a level playing field between the two teams, and it was great. 2 games, one was won by Germany, the other one by the Indian team, so it was a perfect tie as a start. And now, basically, this shows that the German industry is now very much looking at, for many good reasons, at India. And I'm just also looking a little bit at the title, India, the Next Factory. Honestly, I don't think that there's going to be this one next factory that we're going to see, because if there's one thing that we have learned from the pandemic and other supply chain interruptions, is that we need multiple factories around the world to make sure that we can serve our markets in the future. And when you look at that, India is absolutely on the top of that priority list of countries that you would look at. For many good reasons. I mean, we talked about the market already that needs to be there. We talked about the infrastructure that is improving rapidly. When you come to India, you see that, at least I live in Mumbai, so every time I come back, even after a week, there's a new street opening, a new part of the coastal road is opening, and that you can see the improvement in that area as well. And you need talent, and that, of course, we spoke a lot as well. Already that we can find in India, but so there's a tick in the box for India in all of these areas. But there's one thing that I think Santosh already mentioned in his speech before, and that's the free trade agreement. Because to become an industry hub, a production hub for the world, what you need is ease of doing business, in the sense of bringing components, raw materials into the country, processing them, and we know that ease of doing business in India has improved greatly, and then export again. And for this, you need a network of free trade agreements. So that would be my hope, because that would bring a new level and a huge potential for Indo-German trade or European-Indian trade, if we can really make some significant progress in that area. And that's, I think, what we are looking for, the industry is looking for, that this is going to come sometime soon.
It's going to come. And in fact, Jörg, we were just looking at the air quality in Stuttgart this morning. The AQI is 16 in Stuttgart. New Delhi, where I come from, it's touching 400. We have difficulty breathing in Stuttgart. We have not seen clean air of this kind for several decades. Now, one of the reasons for pollution in Delhi is, of course, the automotive sector. It contributes something like 50% of all the pollution. Electric cars are seen as the future to reduce pollution, have environmentally sustainable transport. How can Mercedes-Benz partner with Indian companies to unleash that electric vehicle future, or do you believe that it's actually a green hydrogen future we should be looking at?
Well, for us, it's electric. It's not. It's right now. It's not green. If you look at the powertrain, it's not green hydrogen. It's electric. That's the way to go. For us, it's a little bit different in the truck industry, obviously, but for passenger cars, it's electric. Well, we were lucky to be early because we're already producing electric cars in our facility in Pune. For example, the EQS, I had the pleasure to be part of the delegation of the Chancellor Scholz in India some weeks ago, and we were driving around with the EQS in Delhi. I wouldn't say this caused better air quality, but if you scale that up, this will for sure have an impact. And we are looking for to expand our market position if the market grows for these cars. Our intention, our mission is to build the world's most desirable cars, also in India, for India, and then let's see what's coming. I wanna get back to what you just said. If you talk about exports, obviously a FTA, a free trade agreement, would be very, very beneficial, because producing cars in one country is the one thing. Producing cars for the world in one country is also depending on the framework, for example, the tariff framework. So it would be a big benefit in the future strategy as well, because then India can basically also use all the benefits, the framework, the right framework for growing in manufacturing full scale, a very competitive productivity rates, excellent quality coming out of our plant in Pune, and so on. I just mentioned digitalization of production processes, innovation, and so on. So I think there are a lot of very, very good advantages for India becoming really a powerhouse in manufacturing.
Lots of potential there for India to become the powerhouse of manufacturing. But Mr. Kalyani, back to you again. You spoke about why India really needs to overinvest in manufacturing now. We've kind of missed the bus, missed the boat, and missed the merchant shipbuilding projects. But what is it that India can actually learn from Germany now, given the fact that this is possibly a once-in-a-generation opportunity, that you're looking at the government of India and the government of Germany talking very seriously about collaboration? What can we learn from Germany in the short term, Mr. Kalyani?
You know, we always say in our country, you need to make products like the German products. So fundamentally, what it means is Germany has probably created the capability to make really the best class product. I wouldn't even say world class, best class products. I mean, whether it's their cars, whether it's their machine tools, whether it's their equipments, they really do a fantastic job of engineering and converting the engineering into a product. I used to be on the Bosch advisory committee for 17 years. Bosch also has its headquarters right next door. And I've seen almost every facility of Bosch in Germany and outside Germany. And how Bosch transformed itself from diesel fuel injection to everything else that they do today is just amazing. Now that's what Germany can do. It can teach us how to do this transformation, how to do this transition. So I think building a close relationship with Germany, a close bridge with Germany, encouraging German companies to come and invest in India to produce, opening up our markets, and what Mr. Burza says, yeah, we need to have some kind of trade agreement with Germany and with the EU. Only my precaution, one word of caution is we need to be very careful that China doesn't use it to dump products into India and get us out of business.
As I recall a certain conversation in a train compartment in New Delhi about a month ago. Thank you very much, Mr. Kalyani, for putting that into perspective. Thank you, gentlemen, for your thoughts and views. You've actually captured a German word, if I may use that, zeitgeist. You've captured the zeitgeist of 2024, India, Germany, the partnership that could power the next factory of the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks.
Thank you. Right, requesting Mr. Hemant Sharma, Mr. Rowan Kasper to please take the stage, and requesting Hemant Sharma ji to please take the stage to felicitate the panelists. Mr. Rowan Kasper and Mr. B.C. Tripathi to please take the stage.
Tripathi, can we please have you on stage? Thanks very much, Hemanji. Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. Can we please have you here for the picture? Thank you very much to all of our panelists and to Sandeep for this wonderful panel. On to our next coach speak. We are in the age of startups and unicorn is really the buzzword at present.
That's right. These billion-dollar babies have great timing, disruptive ideas, and agility that is truly magical, just like the unicorn. Once they've reached the coveted unicorn status, the scrutiny and large base effect seems to tire them out. Sometimes venture capitalists clip their wings, and other times more disruptive unicorns emerge, killing these magical creatures in their wake.
But there are a few that fly higher than the rest. They go public, expand globally into multinational corporations. This session unravels the secrets to becoming those latter long flight cruisers who make it. A step-by-step guide to keep flying high. It's time for some coach speak, Pep Guardiola style. Let me invite Mr. Purnendu Chatterjee, Chairman, TCG for Unicorn today, MNC tomorrow. But before that, a quick look at what this session holds.
It begins with a spark. An idea, bold and disruptive. Unicorns, the billion-dollar dream. Purnendu Chatterjee, a pioneer in transforming startups into global giants. A leader shaping the future of business. Join him as he unveils the roadmap to global success. The Coach Speak.
It's for you, Mr. Chatterjee.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Purnendu Chatterjee of the TCG Group.
Good afternoon. So nice to be here. And I really want to thank the TV9 group to create this wonderful idea and put it in the land of football, this great summit. And it's a harbinger of many things to come. You know, as you think about my topic, unicorns to MNC, I want to expand the aperture a little bit. You know, we all talked about where we end up in 2047. But many of the people that are getting into having a unicorn today or thinking of having a unicorn today in the early 20s, and they will probably live for 100 years. And there will be many more coming. So I want to increase the aperture to talk about this over the next 50, 60 years. With that in mind, second thing I wanted to say, what I was going to say is all been said by Baba. Okay? So now I have to create new material to add to what Baba and the panelists have already shared. As I'm thinking about it, two thoughts are going through my mind. One, what are the forces at work, and how do we navigate with agility through that forces as you think about the journey between a startup and an MNC? Within that, many things are happening. Climate revolution, bio-revolution, lots of revolutions. But two things stands out in my mind. Trump 2.0 and AI. Trump 2.0 to me is not just disruptive. I think it's an upheaval. We don't know what it is going to be. Baba used the word VUCA. I use the word disruptive, upheaval, future. Second is AI. You all have been reading about it. NVIDIA's earnings has become everybody's business. What is the guidance? It is 37.5 billion next quarter. And what is the number? And the market goes up and down. Talking about market, and my good friend here is Sanjay Nair sitting here, a big market animal. So I want to use some data from markets to make my point. See, market cap is a very interesting phenomenon for all unicorns. They start with $1 billion market cap. They don't talk about GDP, they don't talk about revenue. As a matter of fact, more money you lose, higher is your market cap. But market cap is an indicator of future profits. US market cap in the last 3 years went from 40 trillion to 55 trillion. Chinese market cap during the same period has gone down from 14 trillion to 10 trillion. Think about this. What the market is saying is the future profits of the US economy is going to be substantially more and increasing than the past. Think of the Magnificent Seven. You know what the Magnificent Seven are, so I don't want to repeat that. The share of market cap over the same 3-year period has gone from 10 trillion to 17 trillion. Interesting is there used to be 25% of US market cap 3 years back, then went to 28. Today it's standing at 31%. 31% of US market cap is in 7 stocks. Huge amount of political implications in there. Controlled by few people, beyond sovereignty. So we have to deal with those things separately. But now, I look at UK. UK has been our rulers for 200 years. And I've been talking to them about were UK superpower because of their technology or because of they were superpower, they got the technology. Think about this question later on, as Baba mentioned something about the origin 100 years back, the kind of technology that was here in this place. Because military might creates also technology. Many things today are dual use. As a matter of fact, drones actually came from the consumer world to the military world. So being superpower has a relevance. So when you factor these forces that are working, by the way, I did a little quick check. The Mercedes-Benz market cap has gone from 72 billion 3 years back to 50 billion today. 50 billion today, right? Because, okay. So, but having to compete with Tesla, with a $1 trillion+ market cap, you have to think about where capital will come from. As Indians, we have to think about where capital will come from. So what I see happening by using market cap as a lens to think about the future, unicorns should be think about where to invest. You invest and you go get customers that have money. Mercedes-Benz has taught us that. So you make money by catering to the rich people. You sell nano cars to the poor people, you don't make money. So first unicorns must do is to go where the rich customers are. Unless you are making these products which have infinite reach at zero variable cost, which is the Google's product. And we're not talking about too many Google types in the future. But for the unicorns, friendshoring is a very important phenomenon. the global supply chain is deglobalizing, and we got to figure out how you become part of that friendshoring game. And if you're technology-driven unicorn, you have to be dealing with American and European customers, because that's where the money is. Because India will do well, but Indian unicorns have to go and be successful in the biggest capital markets in the world. Now we're talking about becoming a product nation. And this is where I'm now shifting into. These forces are going to change the entire element of the business system. What do I mean by business system? You have R&D, you do product design, you do manufacturing, you do distribution, you have customer success. All of that areas will be disrupted by AI in massive way. And those who are not thinking about AI and digital, how each element of the business system is going to get disrupted, will be disrupted. Taking that into consideration and not spending all the time on the business systems elements, I want to focus only on R&D. India's position in R&D is dismal. You look at how many real products have we ever designed today that's in the market that came from our research? Very few. The only thing is globally, dominance technology in my mind is the Aadhaar card and UPI payment systems. The biometrics that we are using is truly world-class. But other than that, and there also it's not so much our technology, we took other people's technology. If in the next 100 years, we're going to have the rightful place in the Committee of Nations, our technology base has to just go up dramatically. Think about all the products that came in, from physics and chemistry, from Europe and UK, and that are fueling the growth of product-driven innovation and marketplace. Yes, market will need this, but it's a companies that provide increasingly better and better product and increasingly better and better materials. Internal combustion system has gone massive changes with catalytic converters and all, so that we can breathe, not 16. Even in LA, it was fog. LA used to be in the 70s, worse than probably Delhi today. But it's very clean air today. So all because of technology and innovation at the R&D stage. So I see an opportunity for India and rest of the world, friendly worlds, collaborating, because today you go to Silicon Valley, you see Indians, not only in the universities, along with the Chinese, all propelling the growth in Microsoft, OpenAI, Tesla, all of this Magnificent Seven, and many, many more. Needless to say, many of them are run by the Indian CEOs. So we are exporting science, technology, and leadership capability to make America grow from 40 billion to 55 billion. With this in mind, I see a potential for India to play a major game in the innovation ecosystem, starting with research and development. There are areas where supply of talent is far short of demand. And we can learn the lesson from Y2K. The reason the world crossed the chasm of the Y2K is because Indian talent, thanks to Infosys and the other 5 IT companies, proved that Y2K is really not going to be a problem. And I see in quantum computing, in neuroscience, in batteries, in I take 20 areas where supply of global talent is far short of demand. With that in mind, collaboration has to happen. I have a not-for-profit operation called CREST, C-R-E-S-T, Centers for Research and Education in Science and Technology. One of the there are 5 verticals. One of the verticals is working on sustainable energy, climate revolution. Within sustainable energy, batteries. Within batteries, sodium-ion battery and solid-state batteries. Now, you all know renewables would not happen unless batteries happen. And lithium-ion batteries will probably meet, over time, only 100 megawatt hours out of the 200 that is needed. So there is plenty of space for others. So in sodium-ion batteries, we have collaboration going on with University of Chicago and Oregon National Lab. We see how to get 200 watt-hour per kilogram batteries from current level of 54 to be able to compete at the grid level with other battery provider and later on the area of mobility. We see 500 battery warriors who will also get PhD degrees in this process, working in India, in Chicago, in UK, possibly in Germany, possibly in Japan, because each of these countries have talent shortage, not just the talent for the factory workers, but talent at the high end of science and technology. And we can do it. We are doing it. We're doing it for quantum. We're doing it for nano. We're doing it for microelectronics, cancer, neuroscience. But these are all beginning. And that's why I have 200-year project on this, because it's going to go on, and science and technology is going to be the foundation for a product-driven factory that India can help rest of the world. So that's also an area that startups will happen. Startups will take advantage of these technology to make them MNCs. Look at all the MNCs, at the very core is their R&D labs. And that's what I think is the future, and my advice to the youngsters. Thank you.
Asking you to stay on stage. Let's felicitate him. Let me please invite Mr. Barun Das, Mr. Ramu Rao Jupalli, Mr. Ruben Kasper, and if you have Kai Damols amongst us, requesting Mr. Kai Damols to please take the stage to felicitate Mr. Puneti Chatterjee. Good to see you. Good to see you.
All right, thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's time to buckle up. How close are we to seeing self-driving cars on our roads, and what's the future of flying taxis? It's time for playoff number 5, Future of Mobility, Co-Driving the Agenda.
But before we go to the playoff, take a look at this one.
Mobility is evolving fast.
From electric cars to self-driving tech.
Innovation now leads the way.
New solutions for a changing world.
The era of electric is here.
The age of gasoline is fading. From ICE to EV, the transition is on.
Hybrid and hydrogen options are evolving too.
Engineering the next era of movement.
An evolution driven by necessity.
Sustainable choices driving tomorrow's cars.
The fuel debate intensifies.
Flex fuel. Is it an alternative or a temporary fix?
Lithium ion versus sodium ion? What powers tomorrow?
Lower emissions, affordability,
sustainability.
The future of car ownership is changing.
Flexibility and access over ownership convenience, redefined for a greener world.
Germany's roadmap, precision, innovation, and collaboration.
Stuttgart, where automotive history meets innovation.
Shaping the future with partners like India.
The playoff begins.
And for this playoff, let's invite upon stage Mr. Shubhranshu Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, CVBU, Tata Motors. Mr. Santosh Iyer, Managing Director and CEO, Mercedes-Benz India. We have Mr. Martin Corner, Director of Climate Protection, Mobility and Housing Policy Unit, City of Stuttgart. Mr. Sigmar Hasis, CEO of Hasis. We have Dr. Hagen Radowski, Senior Partner, Porsche Consulting GmbH. And Mr. Mark Zimmerman, CFO, Member of the Board at MHP. And for the refereeing of this playoff, the match referee is none other than my friend and colleague Karthik Malhotra. Karthik, all yours, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I think everything that we've heard today pretty much culminates in something that we're going to talk about now, which is the automobile industry. We've spoken about green, we've spoken about sustainability. We also just heard Mr. Purnendu Chatterjee talk about sodium-ion batteries as an alternative to lithium-ion. But starting with the concept of future of mobility, I really want to understand, is there a future of mobility beyond electric mobility? Because right now, the buzz of the town, no matter which town you go to, from Europe to India, happens to be electric. Mr. Santosh Iyer, let me start with you. Is the future of mobility electric, electric only, or electric plus?
See, we are in Stuttgart, where if you ask it 140 years back, and if you would have come here and asked this question, they would have said, and you do a market research, they would have said mobility means faster horse carriages. Nobody would have told a car, right, till the time...
Sir, you're doing that already. You're using the Formula One engines in the Mercedes-Benz cars, and then you're combining it with the power of electric and hybrids, which are giving a mileage of 13 kilometers a liter. So I don't think the story has changed too much, has it?
No, I think the brand thrives on innovation, and we have been pushing the boundaries. So the future to define is yet to be seen. But as we see today, there is no other alternative, at least in the passenger car space, than electric. When you have to decarbonize the industry, when you need to also get performance out of the car, I think if you tick all those boxes, right now it's only electric which offers. But future nobody knows. That's to put a time frame to say the future will never be anything apart from any other technology may not be entirely right. But at this stage, it's about electrification. It's about using electric cars. Personally, me working for the brand, when I come to Stuttgart, when I have a chance to see some future cars, including performance cars, they blow me away, on what's yet to come. So a lot of work happening. On one side, we heard about batteries, but also on the other side in terms of motors, and also trying to make the car itself much more recyclable, much more sustainable. So yes, right now, all bets in on electrification, electrified cars, till the time something else challenges this technology and these platforms.
Okay, Shubhranshu, let me come to you and let me get the India perspective. While Santosh Iyer has also given us the Indian perspective, but this is a German brand, and on the panel you've got two more German gentlemen with you. But I want to come to the Indian perspective. Is it too early for us to start thinking about sustainability, or is it the right time to also start thinking about sustainability when we talk about electrification?
As a matter of fact, I think India is not even one step behind when it comes to the consciousness that sustainability is an imperative. In fact, thousands of electric buses are plying our roads. We are in electric cargo, in mini trucks, passenger vehicles. There is a leadership position already with Tata Motors. But the important thing is the reasons that are driving sustainability is the consumer realizes that he is doing good by doing well himself, as in the cost of operation itself becomes a major motivator. Say, for instance, in the case of last mile cargo, if you are spending 30,000 rupees on average a month on diesel, if you have, say, you're running 300 kilometers a day, the equivalent costs in electrification would be about 3,000 rupees a month. So even though the vehicle cost would go up, the cash in the pocket and the cost of operation is so lucrative that it is becoming a major magnet. So I think contextually people realize that it's good for business, it's good for environment, and of course the sensorials and everything else along with it are also going up. So electric vehicles are very much present across various sectors of the economy, and we will see this in terms of payload, etc., going across pretty much the entire portfolio, where commercial vehicles and passenger vehicles.
Right. So we've seen, I think what you're mentioning is absolutely bang on and on point. When you talk about electrification of the fleet in India, the journey really started with commercial vehicles, and a high capex, low opex model works well. But in the case of passenger vehicles, is the consumer going to be ready to shell out that additional delta on an electric vehicle when ICE pretty much does the job for him? Shubhranshu.
Well, in my opinion, I can speak as a marketer. You see, we are too focused on what is changing in the consumer's context. And Bill Bernabach, who was an advertising genius, said, for millions of years, human beings have had very basic instincts and very basic heuristics. So we should be more concerned about the unchanging man. And the unchanging aspect of this is, if there's something new that offers you delight, that has novelty value, that has huge operating economic advantages, then, you know, the adoption starts. And then the early adopters set the trend, and the rest follows. So you know that the Nexon in EV from Tata Motors has a 70% market share now.
Absolutely.
And I think the accompanying infrastructure in terms of home charging and so many other things, the conditioning variables are all lining up. And so I think the future is very, very bright. And I think the passenger adoption is also happening not only because it's a fancy new car, but because they see the value in terms of what it does to the environment, and they want to make their own personal contribution as well.
Okay, let's bring in the German perspective here. Dr. Hagen Rudowski, if I can throw a question to you. You're from the Porsche Consulting Group and Consultancy, and you sit on the board and work very closely on strategy. From the perspective of a German brand like Porsche, am I pronouncing it correct? Is it Porsche, Porsche,
yeah,
Porsche?
It doesn't matter as long as you say it with a smile.
Okay,
so.
well, the smile is right here, as broad as yours. So from a consulting perspective, when you were on the drawing board really figuring out the electric strategy, what were some of the pros and cons, and what really made the pivot from ICE to electric happen for the Porsche Group?
I think the point was already made over here when we say, electric is the future, there's no doubt. But let's not forget the most important person in our game, and that's the customer. Take rates are different around the world, and some regions need more time. So really adjusting your product portfolio in that sense that you kind of respect that different rates of change around the world really makes a perfect strategy.
Okay, Siggy, let's come to you. There's a time involved from the time a car is conceptualized or a vehicle is conceptualized to the time it really comes to the market. With a very rapidly changing technological environment, that time to market needs to be crunched. It needs to be shortened. And I think that is where somebody like you comes in, who has about 27 years of experience, if I'm not mistaken, with Mercedes-Benz, and now you're running your own consultancy firm. So how do we innovate, and how do we reduce the time to market, and how do we quickly pivot from something that is not working to something that could work using technology?
Yeah, I fully agree. It's speed, speed, speed. So how could we accelerate to bring innovation in the product and produce it in a customer valuable way? And this is all about, I call it digital transformation with lots of elements, but we need digital transformation with a concrete why. Why means value add. Value add for the customer. And at the end, the company wants to earn money. Therefore, speed means, and let me just make an example how we do the validation. Other OEMs globally, there are 3 types of validation. Road-based validation, but for this you need hardware prototypes, very costly. Then you have test bench validation, and the third one is digital validation. And if we want to make speed, we have to shift from the right to the left. That means from road-based validation to test bench validation to digital validation. This has to do definitely with tools, with methods, with organizations, with processes, but do not underestimate the mindset. We need there the mindset of digital, a digital-driven organization, and we need digital courage. Digital courage means to focus on digitalization and focus and shift this from road to test bench to digital. And this helps to make speed. This I call digital transformation, digital engineering, and there I do see everywhere huge potential.
Okay, so digital transformation seems to be the name of the game. Santosh Iyer, let me bring the ball back to your court. And, when you talk about Mercedes-Benz and when you think about the whole manufacturing process, you still have the Henry Ford images in mind of cars really being rolled out on assembly lines. Today, sitting in Stuttgart or anywhere in the world, how do you view Mercedes-Benz as a company? Is it a mechanical manufacturing company? Is it a digital company?
Firstly, the top boss is here, right here, Jörg, who is leading. And in Stuttgart, we have something called Factory 56, which we are all proud of. I think this factory is a benchmark for the world when it comes to automotive production. We have never gone the one color, one model philosophy. You mentioned brands back in the US. We always believed in innovation, maybe not selling more cars, but innovating and making more. And that also goes to the production processes. Thanks to our colleagues in Bangalore, we have this MBIDI setup. Digital twins, what he's mentioning, is all being practiced. It's not a concept. And I think just to name, a lot of technology is coming in to ensure the manufacturing lead time as well as quality as well as processes are done up. So I think even in India, we are quite fortunate to imbibe many of those. Flexible production, we can also make an electric, because one of the question was also how do you now change based on customer demand your production processes. We can be proud to say that in our manufacturing process in the same line we can make an electric car, hybrid electrified combustion engine car, and also the traditional combustion engine car. So all possible to be rolled out of the same line. That gives flexibility, and all of this again is, I think, we keep pushing the barrier to see what we can do for the future.
Okay. Hagen, let me bring you back into this conversation. Now, we are consistently talking about electrification, electrification, electrification. Does there need to be a step in between from ICE to electrification? And is that step hybrid, or is that step not required at all?
That, first of all, Kartik, that step is required, but then there's also a step in that going from what you call, what was the first one? The test bench, no, not the test bench, the road, then the test bench, and then digital. So, that step of digital in between is, that step of test bench in between is really important in getting to digital. So, there was a book written over 60 years ago with a very boring title called The Structure of Scientific Revolution from Thomas Kuhn, if you want to read it. But that guy coined a term in that book that we all use to describe what's happening here. It is the paradigm shift. And that's what's really happening. And we need, we need to give our customers time and also maybe that step in between to adapt.
Okay, the step in between, Shubhranshu, let me come back to you. And Tata Motors is the largest electric vehicle manufacturer, seller in India. My whole conflict with EV is, and I don't want to be a naysayer, but my only conflict with this whole EV narrative right now is that what if 5 years later, after making large investments in electric manufacturing, there's a new technology which offsets the impact of the investments that you've made already. And there are cases and there are case studies here in Germany itself where massive investments have been made in a technology and there weren't enough sales. So how do you quantify and qualify that risk-reward ratio when you adopt a new technology?
Well, I'm saying no. Firstly, there is no dance of probability here. It's quite clear that the world needs to move towards a more sustainable mobility. And time and the future only move in one direction. So when people have already adopted that...
Do we know it's the right future?
Certainly, because the way industry and technology come together and move ahead is that a very virtuous ecosystem develops around it. And consumer insights into their choice making are actually mediated by various voices of authority. It's not only the OEM saying, I think you should buy electric, therefore go buy electric. They make their own choices based on what are the options available. Take, for example, what has happened in communication or content, for example. The choices that were made, if people said, oh, I should not move away from a landline telephone because who knows if this cellular thing will ever come down in terms of cost, the adoption would not have kicked off. When NASA sent a man to the moon in 1969 July, the total computing power in NASA was less than what's available in an electric iron today. Right. And an ordinary hand phone, smartphone would have more computing power than the entire planet had. If they said, you know what, I'm sending a man to the moon, but what if the technology changes in between, I can't get him back? There is inherent risk in every business decision that you make. But I think the propensity to consume, the virtuous positive cycles that have kicked in, and I think a global supply chain coming together makes it pretty sure, pretty certain that this is the intended direction, and I think we will move all the way.
Okay, and this actually brings me to a small elephant, but yet an elephant in the room, and this is something that my colleague Sandeep just addressed some time back, but I want to bring it in the context of manufacturing of electric vehicles. And Siggy, let me come to you with this. There is this small elephant, a fairly large one actually, I stand corrected, called China. When you talk about electrification of fleets, when you talk about electrification of mobility going forward, the huge dependence on China is something that India and Germany, to my mind, will be able to do very little about in the foreseeable future. How do you view that?
So I mentioned I spent 3 years in China during my 27 years at Mercedes, and definitely it's our biggest market. This is the current status, and this will stay, not just for Mercedes, I guess, for other OEMs as well. But now I'm not a Mercedes guy anymore. Now I'm independent, and I have my own opinion.
You can speak your mind then.
And therefore, it's good to have their local production. That's a first good starting point. And we can be proud of this, and we have to expand this. But anyway, we have this regulation in China, in US, and it's always good to have their local production as a starting point. And then it's the collaboration. How do we collaborate? I mean, from a governmental perspective, a political perspective, economic perspective, with the right partnerships, definitely, and to overcome this. It's not an easy game, but you ask for electrification.
Yeah,
there we have to start
on
China. The core there is battery. We have,
which is what? Correct me if I'm wrong. 70% of the cost of an electric vehicle is battery, and almost 100% dependence on those batteries is China.
Yeah, you have the big players definitely with the CATL, with the whole ecosystem. You have them in China. There are many tries of all the OEMs to start their own ecosystem. Not currently very successful. So therefore, we have to find here a good solution. I still believe there must be a common approach of OEMs to come there up with a alternative, with a common alternative.
Okay.
To be not 100% dependent on this situation, definitely. But I do not see currently the successful startups, the successful joint ventures, but I would push them, I would encourage them to continue. At the end, we have to make money. At the end, we have to steer the innovation. You said on the way from liquid to solid. I guess this is an important step. It's all about battery, but do not forget the next step with the cars with the big wheels. We already started, which is fuel cell. I personally believe this is a good future, not in the next 5 years, but perhaps in the next 7 to 8 years for cars as well. So therefore, do not forget the next step of innovation, of technology, because there we are more independent. We have we can strengthen our strength there, and push that technology further.
Okay, so from what I understand, Siggy, that you're saying that step 1 is fait accompli. There has to be reliance on China, and we can work on step 2 and step 3. Well, gentlemen, we are at half time of this playoff right now. I want to bring in a counter attack, and Mr. Purendu Chatterjee, if I may request you to really, you touched upon it, and you gave this case of sodium-ion batteries. Is there an advantage, inherent advantage that India has and the rest of the world without China has in sodium-ion batteries as an alternative to lithium-ion batteries when you talk about the future of mobility? Can we have mic number 6 on, please?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, look, sodium-ion battery is in the early stage of the game. Okay. So if you successfully execute the R&D programs, and globally it gets executed,
We are in the beginning of the game, so we can catch up. So India will have, because of its market power, a huge advantage. Also, sodium will go into the grid first, and we are building a new grid, and the grid by battery will be sodium. So these two reasons gives me immense hope that we will succeed in beating China in sodium.
So, gentlemen to the panel, thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Gentlemen in the panel, I really want to come to this question right now about alternatives to lithium ion. Are there conversations in boardrooms about exploring these new technologies, especially lithium ion? Santosh Iyer, if I can come to you.
Well, I can only urge all of you and some of my Indian friends who have come in that 200 meters away, if you go to the museum and you start from the first floor and you keep coming down, you will see the evolution of cars, technology, and how things have happened. And you will see that nobody could envisage the ground floor cars when you start from the 1886 on the first floor. Similarly, on technology, there is, of course, solid state, many others. We are having this company, YASA, which make motors. And it's just not the batteries, as I said. It's also the performance coming out of motors. A lot happening, lot will continue to happen. But for us, we have to keep the customer in the center today. Today's mobility need cannot be met by a technology of 2040, and we cannot wait. We need to give something to the market which the customer wants in a sustainable way, in a decarbonized manner as much as possible, because let's accept we are part of the problem. I think in the earlier panel, we mentioned Delhi air quality versus other places. So we can keep postponing. We can say that let the customer wait for the best ever technology to come, the most low-cost solution to come, the supply chains to get corrected. But then at whose cost? And that cost is public health, that cost is environment, and that cost is our children's future. And this is something, if we collectively agree that yes, we need to drive today the change with the available technologies, because they are great. Today's electric cars, at least what we make in India, they give 700 kilometers range. We in fact did a Guinness Book World Record in India of driving a car by an independent person on public roads, not on test tracks. And that car did 900 plus kilometer range in India from Bangalore to Bombay. So I think it's all there today. Of course, there will be better technologies in the future, no doubt. But the customer of today wants a car today for his mobility needs. And then again, as Mercedes-Benz, we are in luxury mobility. So they go a bit beyond car, a bit beyond just the basics to see what kind of comfort. And I think we have not discussed much on the software bit of the car.
I just wanted to come to the software part.
The differentiator will be the software. Today, we have the MB operating systems in our car. This is the experience that will differentiate cars, brands, and products and services. And I think that's a lot to be done there. A lot of focus is on the hardware, which is this battery. But if you take this out, I think that will develop. All of us will find solutions. The car of the tomorrow will also be more software defined, just not battery defined.
Right, which is why I began by asking you that, are you a mechanical engineering company or a software company, a digital company? But great, I think I have the answer now. Dr. Hagen, if I can bring you into this conversation now. Minus hardware, what is the future of mobility? Talk to us about the software and talk to about artificial intelligence and machine learning and self-driving cars and, all the beautiful geeky stuff about automobiles. Take us through it.
Yeah. So the paradigm shift I talked about, that's really, this is it. For over 70 years, we first had a beautiful design, then we put in more and more electronic control units, too many by now. And then at the end, we did try to put it all together with one piece of software. That no longer works. So this is the age of the software-defined vehicle. Yes, you've heard this before, but no longer design first, then ECUs, then software. Today it's software first, then a few ECUs, and then we can go into any beautiful car like any Porsche. So this is the basic idea. And along the way, AI helps us to be better in coding, to be better in design, to be better in supply chain.
Okay, but you talk about AI and I get the jitters, I get the goosebumps. I really don't want to still believe that AI can be used to a point where the car is going to drive itself. I still want to be in control.
That moment is very close, but we've been waiting for it for a very long time too, I admit. So we're somewhere in between.
So are you scared of that moment as much as I am, or there's something else which is holding back automation and self-driving cars?
It's more the perception and maybe also a little piece of missing regulation. But if you go to San Francisco today, you can already experience that. So it's there. It's more about, how do we deal with the biggest topic for autonomous driving, which is mixed traffic. That's really the challenge. So if you go on the road, all those other cars still will be there. What do we do about it? That's what's keeping us up a little bit here.
Okay. Siggy, let me bring you in. You talk about crunching timelines and the time to market and really getting the technology, the software part, to work much quicker to get cars rolled out sooner than they used to earlier. I believe the timeline has been crunched from 4 years, or from 5 years to 4 years, and now you're working on crunching it from 4 to 3. Yeah. Talk to us about the role of artificial intelligence and connected technologies in crunching this timeline from a manufacturer's perspective.
Let me start a little bit storytelling. 10 years back, when I had a discussion with Ola Kalenius, and I asked for some money for the digital twin, he said, okay, Siggy, give me 3 numbers, how I can measure your success and how you want to bring benefit for the company. And I know he expected KPIs. And I said, Ola, 30, 12, 1 ready. And this is always time, cost, quality. So time is only one aspect. It's cost and quality as well. These 3 dimensions. At that time, I meant 30% hardware prototype production, 12 months acceleration in the product creation process, and first time right. That means no postponement of your market entry dates. This is time, cost, quality. And what I've learned there, make your targets measurable. And if you have measurable targets, you can track them. And this helps you to do the digital transformation. Coming back to AI. AI you can use along the enterprise processes in engineering, production, sales, after sales. You can do AI in the car as well, in the behavior. So therefore, 2 areas. In both cases, it's super important, and I'm doing a lot of AI projects with a lot of startups, not focus only on the technology. Yes, it's Gen AI. Yes, it's deep learning. Yes, it's neurosymbolic AI. It's knowledge graphs. Combine the right algorithms, but even more important, have a deep knowledge of your business processes. And if you know your business processes, and that's true for engineering, for production, sales, and after sales, knowing you have the right data and you have first to do your homework before you start the AI. Do I have the right data? Do I have the right data quality? Do I have access to the right data via API? And have the right use cases? Then you can start doing AI. And what I have seen already, and you come back, I will come back to this acceleration, you can easily do efficiency improvements by 30–40% because of along the processes, along this engineering processes to accelerate even more. And this is AI with a deep knowledge of the business processes. So do it in a T-shaped way.
Okay, so KPIs, and talking about KPIs, Shubhranshu, if I can bring you into this conversation now. Is there a KPI for Tata Motors to make its way into Germany? I haven't seen Tata Motor cars in Germany yet. What is the roadmap?
Not in my pay grade to answer.
Okay.
But I can tell you, I'd like to kick the ball in India's direction for a minute.
Okay.
Because I see that we've spent a lot of time on powertrains and alternate fuels and future fuels and so on. But you must remember, since we are an India forum here as well, for an economy of 3.5 trillion at 1.3 billion people plus with a median age of 28, if you were to count 100 people on the planet, 2/3 of them are going to be from India and China.
Yes.
So the definition of global and the bracket at which we are talking about the most sophisticated innovations coming to market and being commercialized, the entire luxury market in India is all of 50,000 vehicles today.
That's right.
And so therefore, for an urban population of 500 million, You need to have the ability to do incremental changes which can be commercialized with mouth-watering value at a very effective price point. And so the global majors also will need to be able to bring that innovation in easily accessible ways at the last mile, find the dealers, find the service ecosystem. And there are brilliant things happening. Porsche has the suspension management system. Li Auto has done some fabulous work. How do we bring the benefit of that technology, which is happening in labs across the world, is commercialized for the elites, to the everyday lives of Indians everywhere, which then opens up a humongous market which will continue, given our demographic dividend, for many, many decades in the future. So I think, it's like I said, it's not my pay grade to decide whether or not we need to be in Germany, but certainly we need to do more in India. Everybody needs to do more in India, and the Germans are welcome to be in India as well.
I noticed you very, very easily flicked the ball from your court to Santosh Iyer's court. So, what do I make of it? Are we expecting semi-luxury or more luxurious Tata Motor vehicles, or are you hinting?
I'm a commercial vehicles man.
Mercedes-Benz cars more accessible to people like us.
I mean, Santosh's credentials are impeccable. It's well established. I mean, Mercedes is a leader in that bracket, and some of the work that they're doing direct to customer, etc., is very, very impressive. I'm just saying that even that, Karthik, if I may hazard a point, the old structure of mass, popular, prestige, local player, JV, MNC, even that model has gone for a toss now. So everybody is in play everywhere. Instead of saying, this is my proven model and I'll take it to an India and then wait for India to catch up, you just need to have the acumen to say, this is a great market, what model will work here? And then tweak the model if you can.
Right. So, Santosh Iyer, I think he tried to flick it again, but let me try and control the ball here. Are we really looking at, as from the standpoint of Mercedes-Benz, is there scope to explore more entry-level Mercedes vehicles in India? Because like Shubhranshu just mentioned, just 50,000 luxury car sales as opposed to almost, 4 million cars that we sold last year? So the ratio is small. Is there a case for Mercedes-Benz and other luxury brands like yourself to look at entry-level vehicles in India? Or do you think your business model will rest on super luxury, super expensive cars as they've been the case right now?
So firstly, the car has a lot of content that we are trying to give to the market, and it starts from safety till digitalization to many other topics. Now, if you look at our mix in India, 25% of the cars we sell are all top-end cars. Then 60% of the cars are core. And then the entry is still today hardly 10 to 15%. So it's not that we don't have the entry. We have the GLA, we have the A-class there. But end of the day, of course, these cars have content and they are Mercedes-Benz. There is no plan to not have a non-Mercedes-Benz in any market. And either we do it because I think the brand promise, if you have a car, it needs to tick all the boxes. And what is the fundamental DNA of the brand. So in that sense, yes, we are waiting. Also on the other side, we have financial solutions. What's working well in India is we have a financial services arm, which is now close to 1 billion in portfolio. And these guys, they really come up with ownership solutions where an Indian can actually pay 50,000 EMI, and actually start driving a Mercedes-Benz. And that in monthly installment is something that actually then crosses barriers between different segments. Our effort would be to try to make that as one of the key entry. But yes, again in India, consumers like to own the car and not lease it. And in these models, you have to give the car back in 3 years. So there is always an anxiety what happens after 3 years. So this is more of a cultural shift, but that's the direction we would like to continue in terms of our product development as well as what we do in India.
Okay, so I want to take a little bit of a break here and really pivot from four-wheelers and cars. While I understand this is the birthplace of Mercedes-Benz and Porsche, but I really want to defend at this point some blue sky thinking. And if Mr. Rahul Bharti is with us in the audience, Mr. Bharti, I would really want to come to you and want you to elaborate upon the story that you and I were discussing offline yesterday about flying taxis. Oh my God. I mean, that seems to be just another game changer at all. And Mr. Rahul Bharti was telling me about these flying taxis which are being tested by Suzuki in Japan. So take us through the future of flying mobility.
Yes. So we have to be open about what all can society benefit from. In Japan, for example, in mobility, there are individual machines where you have a one-man machine which can take, let's say, an elderly gentleman or a lady across the marketplace. Similarly, there are flying cars, and they are not too far away. They will be productionized in 2025, next year, and we are almost at the end of 24. So innovation is something you have to dream about what can, and actually you have to question why not. So I see a lot of ads, can I have an AI machine where my dog understands my language or I understand his language? Can I have a pen that does my homework? They're not too far away.
These seem like the Apple April Fool's Day ads, right? I mean, all this used to seem like April Fool's Day. And here we have, in fact, some solutions already. So, yeah, please elaborate.
Yes. So it appears it's on the border of, the difference between intelligence and sanity is success. So it may not be April Fool's Day. And let me also mention to you, there's not just one company. There are several companies who are trying their hand at it. And it will be launched very soon, I think, in one of the major events in, I think, Japan Olympics or something. The idea is that there are needs of society which are not being fulfilled by our traditional mobility models. We have to think beyond.
Okay, we have to think beyond. Gentlemen, how are we thinking beyond as players in the auto sector? Shubhranshu, I'm sure you may not want to disclose all the strategy in front of Maruti Suzuki, one of your closest competitors back in India. But blue sky thinking, how relevant is that in boardrooms, in decision-making processes?
I think the point has already been made. The biggest change in automobiles or mobility per se has been the development of digitalization in every part of its operation. And I think outside of financial services...
I understand the process. I'm saying from a product innovation perspective.
I'll just come to that in a second. So point I'm making is, little incremental changes when looked at in aggregate in a market the size of India are massive changes. So for example, the way in which the automobile was conceived of and the entire industry grew, say in Europe, is a very large market of very few people, each having a lot of money. You come to a developing market, say in India, the paradigm shift is that it's still a very large market in aggregate of billion people, each having very little. So now the automobile, the mobility need is still very much there, but you need to have that mutation, that valuable mutation to be able to offer appropriate technology at addressable value. That's the challenge to bridge. So blue sky thinking is about not what the possibilities are, because they'll always be mouthwatering, but whether that possibility can be addressed on scale. So that's
okay. Maybe I can give a very different tangent to this. You know, we think of mobility, but India also has the highest number of road accidents. You know, we have 150,000 people dying almost once. By the time we conclude this session, couple of casualties would have happened in terms of road accidents. So we were discussing, and we adopted a highway stretch, right, as part of our CSR initiatives, which has the highest fatality. You know, the Samruddhi Mahamarg, one of the best expressways, but having the highest casualties. And then with them, when we were discussing with this NGO, what can we do? We said, our cars have a lot of sensors. They continue to collect data. They continue to collect data in terms of road conditions, also in terms of where, what's happening. And then we were discussing with our RD colleagues, of course, these are anonymous data. Can we use this data to identify potential braking hotspots? Where can we do? What can we do there? So as part of our CSR activities, can we change the design, if possible, or do an intervention on that road or on that corridor where we can actually reduce fatalities and accidents? So this is what mobility can do when you actually really look into the space of public, safety and others. So you have to think beyond just selling cars or trucks and buses, but also in a developing country like India, as Shubhanshu said, the challenges are different. Right. So as players, what can we do to then change the game?
All right, gentlemen, we are completely out of time. One last word, Dr. Hagen, 30 seconds.
I'd add, you need a radar. So at Porsche, we have something called Porsche Ventures, and we heard this before. Looking at startups is a great idea to capture ideas. And for blue sky thinking, you need those ideas that are floating around, and maybe a vehicle like Porsche Ventures is a very good idea.
All right, gentlemen. Well, that's all we have time for. This conversation can continue forever, and I'd love to take it offline with you, but right now we are completely out of time. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Future of Mobility at the News9 Global Summit in Germany.
Requesting all the panelists to please stay on stage. So much talk of blue sky, thinking when the skies are nice and grey outside, almost snowing and raining at the same time. But, as if to clear all the greys, a lot of blue sky thinking. Fascinating discussion on the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for these gentlemen on stage for helping us get a peek into the future of mobility. We're going to felicitate them. Before we let go of them, I'm going to invite Mr. Ramu Rao Jupalli and Mr. Hemant Sharma ji to please take the stage to felicitate our panel of guests. We can have another shawl, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our match referee for the playoff, Karthik Malhotra. The man who's been doing so much else apart from this. And of course, and with that, we've arrived at a very important stage in the News9 Global Summit. Because with this, we are moving on to the Golden Ball Address segment, where we will be having none other than the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, delivering the Keynote Summit address. But to take us through this Golden Ball session, I'm going to invite upon stage my colleagues Aditya Raj Kaul and Padmaja Joshi. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of welcome.
Thank you, Krishna. We're just minutes away from the great Golden Ball, and that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi's speech. That is the key element of the News9 Global Summit in Germany, isn't it, Padmaja?
And we're at a very interesting stage right now, because in just a few hours from now, we will have the results declared for some of our most critical states, 2 states in our country, and of course, a number of smaller by-elections as well. So there's a lot of excitement, there's a lot of buzz in India. And of course, it's not just about one election alone, it's also about what trajectory the country is taking. A historic feat by the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, for having come back for a 3rd term. He's already said he's got his eyes set on Mission 2047. So I'm quite certain all of you will be waiting with great expectations of what he is about to say.
Well, yes, and on that note, we have a very special guest here at the News9 Global Summit. Winfried Kretschmann, the Minister President, is here. Can
I please request all of you to get on your feet? Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
And India's Union Minister, Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia, joining us on the day 2 of the News9 Global Summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. A huge round of applause for both gentlemen. Can I request everyone to please settle down? We've got our guests in the room with us. All right, so here we are in our Golden Ball session. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the time that we've all been waiting for. The summit keynote address, the golden ball address of the News9 Global Summit. None other than the Prime Minister of India himself, Shri Narendra Modi, will be delivering the golden ball address. And to welcome him to the summit, can I please request on stage the MD of TV9 Network, Mr. Barun Das.
The man who has been actually working on this for days together, Mr. Barun Das.
Meine Damen und Herren, nun spricht Herr Barun Das.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, Padmaja.
Vielen Dank, Aditya. Vielen Dank, Padmaja.
Kretschmann,
Herr Ministerpräsident Winfried Kretschmann, Bundesminister Jyotiraditya Scindia, Exzellenzen, meine Damen und Herren. Willkommen zur Golden Ball Session, genannt nach dem Ballon d'Or. Willkommen seitens der TV9 Netzwerk.
Federal Minister Cem Özdemir made some India and Germany can collaborate to create a prosperous but sustainable future together. Mr. Gunther Oettinger laid out a very comprehensive
hat dabei die Zukunft
and the experts who spoke at various sessions have given us many useful ideas on a variety of important subjects. I'm sure all of us have enough to take away and incorporate in our decision making. As we navigate a highly complex and challenging world today, more than ever we need to collaborate, work together
Dabei müssen wir unbedingt
each of our nations and indeed
gemeinsamen Herausforderungen.
There is a saying that is often attributed to Henry Ford. It is one of my favorite quotes, and I'd like to share that with you first in German, and I do apologize in advance
im Deutschen wiedergeben. Dabei entschuldige ich mich für die deutsche Aussprache.
Here it goes. Zusammenkommen ist ein Beginn.
Zusammenzukommen ist ein Beginn. Zusammenbleiben ist ein Fortschritt. Zusammenarbeiten ist ein Erfolg.
To those who like me do not speak German,
kein Deutsch sprechen, bedeutet das, Zusammenkommen ist bloß der Anfang.
Staying together is
Zusammenbleiben
progress,
ist Fortschritt.
and working together is
Arbeiten,
success.
zusammenzuarbeiten,
We are fortunate
ist Erfolg.
that we are gathered today in the
Wir
capital
sind
of a state whose very DNA.
Heute in einer Hauptstadt.
After all,
einer
Baden-Württemberg was
Landeshauptstadt,
created by bringing together three different
definiert ist
provinces.
durch Erfolg.
That makes the state
Baden-Württemberg
not
besteht
just
aus
innovative,
drei
but also
ehemaligen
welcoming
Provinzen.
of
Das ist
people.
nicht nur ein innovatives
Baden-Württemberg has a
Bundesland,
robust
sondern auch
economy.
ein Bundesland
The
mit
last
einer
year,
Willkommenskultur.
that last year produced
einer
more than
starken
half a billion
Wirtschaft.
euros
Letztes
in
Jahr
goods and services,
betrug der
and almost
Umsatz über
50%
eine
of
Milliarde
this
Euro.
came from exports, which
Nahezu die
essentially
Hälfte
means
davon
that the state
war dank
is home to
Export.
companies that
Das
are world
heißt,
champions.
dieses Bundesland ist
Being
die
globally
Heimat
minded is not
globaler
something new
Pioniere.
to
Ein
the state
globales
of Baden-Württemberg.
Mindset zu haben,
As a
ist
tribute
nichts
to
Neues
the
hier
progressive
in
leadership of the
Baden-Württemberg.
state, I would like to point
Als Testament zum Pioniergeist dieses Bundeslandes möchte ich sagen, im Jahre 68, kurz bevor meiner Geburt,
Baden-Württemberg
als
forged a
Indien
special
gerade einmal
relationship
20 Jahre
with the state of
unabhängig
Maharashtra. That's when Stuttgart became the sister city of Bombay, now called Mumbai. It is a relationship that has not only grown in decades since, but also strengthened due to close collaboration in vital areas. For instance, the state of Baden-Württemberg recently signed an agreement with Maharashtra to recruit thousands of skilled workers. I'm sure Minister President Kretschmann will tell us more about the secret sauce that makes Baden-Württemberg so successful. With that, let me once again welcome you all to the Golden Ball session and make our way for our honored guest, Minister President Winfried Kretschmann. Danke, namaskar.
Excellencies, Honorable Prime Minister Modi, Honorable Minister Scindia, Ambassador Gupte, Consul Sinha, Honorable State Secretary Hassler, dear Mr. Das and dear Mr. Kasper, thank you for organizing today's summit in Stuttgart, and welcome to all business leaders from India and Germany, dear members of press, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that Baden-Württemberg and India are actually direct neighbors? At least it is true as far as the Indian embassy and our state offices in Berlin are concerned. And I'm very glad indeed that we are not just good neighbors in Berlin. The News9 Global Summit is the latest example to demonstrate that India and Baden-Württemberg are getting closer in many different respects. We are honored and indeed proud that you have chosen Stuttgart as the first place outside of India to host today's event. In fact, Stuttgart perfectly illustrates the closeness of our ties. It has been the partner city of Mumbai for over 50 years. It has been home to Europe's largest Indian film festival for 20 years now. And homegrown multinational players like Bosch have been present on the Indian market for over 100 years. It proves the relationships between India and Baden-Württemberg have in India and Baden-Württemberg has exceeded 4 billion euros. And the agenda of this summit demonstrates the large scope of topics important for our common future, especially in times of global warming and geopolitical challenges, from green energies to artificial intelligence to skilled workers. Baden-Württemberg strives hard to find good solutions across all these areas. And it is good to know that our Indian partners are great allies. We founded a partnership with the state of Maharashtra almost 10 years ago. We are expanding our support for skilled Indian employees who would like to come to work here. We support companies from Baden-Württemberg wishing to enter in the Indian market and vice versa. In addition, we foster collaboration in the fields of science and education. So, as you can see, we want to build firm and lasting bridges between India and Baden-Württemberg. I happily remember my own visit to the state of Maharashtra 7 years ago. The lively cities and rich culture, the great innovative spirit, the incredible hospitality. I truly hope that as our guest from India, you feel just as welcome here in Stuttgart and that you will return here soon. By the way, you could not have chosen a better football club to visit. VfB Stuttgart is 2 world champions. VfB Stuttgart is home to world champions, fantastic fans, and plays exciting football. But I do admit, being a fan myself, I might be a little biased. I wish you all an inspiring event with fruitful discussions. Thank you very much.
We'll request you to stay on the stage, Mr. Kretschmann, and the felicitation will take place now. We request Mr. Barun Das, Mr. Ramu.
Mr. Reuven Kasper, can we please have Mr. B.C. Tripathi and Mr. Ramu Rao Jupalli please come on stage And can we please have a token of our appreciation for Mr. Kretschmann?
Try to pronounce Baden-Württemberg. Simple for people in southwest Germany, not so simple for everybody else. Luckily, finding simple solutions is at the core of our DNA. For instance, when our Arthur Fischer was fed up with his favorite picture constantly falling off the wall, he simply revolutionized the fastening industry by inventing the dowel. Or when we had the simple idea of getting from A to B without horses, the car. Simple idea, simply revolutionary. Our inventiveness makes us the #1 innovation region in Europe. Simply put, we love inventing things like this and that and this and that and that and that, that, and also that. Simplicity is key, because simple ideas are the ones most likely to fly. So even for elaborate processes, we always find a simpler solution. Almost always. No wonder we're the perfect home for 35% of German world market leaders. We think that the best place to grow young talents is in your own front garden. That's why we have over 70 universities, more than 100 research institutions, Cyber Valley, and Europe's largest ecosystem for artificial intelligence, the EPI. We are Germany's sunniest state, so we simply use this advantage to power a more sustainable future. We are convinced that everything you do should be simple. This is why we even found an easier way for you to say Baden-Württemberg. Simply call us the land.
The land, you'll have a vacation and maybe find solutions to your problems.
And before we get to the big golden ball address of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, let us set this into context. And let's call on stage our special guest from India, the Senior Minister in Narendra Modi ji's cabinet, Jyotiraditya Scindia, the Minister of Communications, and Donia. The News9 Global Summit will in fact feature a series of insightful and knowledgeable sessions, and within the automotive category, alongside different other industries, dignitaries will be participating as well.
In fact, let's just set the context for what Mr. Scindia's project is all about. Let's take a look.
In Stuttgart, where innovation meets legacy, a global confluence unfolds. The News9 Global Summit, where ideas shape tomorrow. At its heart, a transformative leader, a voice for sustainable growth, bridging innovation with impact, progress with purpose, charting a roadmap for India and Germany.
Join him as he maps the agenda for sustainable progress.
News9 Global Summit.
Can we please welcome you on stage? Please put your hands together for Mr. Jyotiraditya Scindia.
Seated with me at this Golden Ball session, Minister President Baden-Württemberg, Mr. Winfried Kretschmann, my friends from yesterday, Mr. Hassler, Mr. Ruben Kasper, Ambassador Gupte, the evangelist who has put this event together in such a historic manner, Barun ji of TV9, ladies and gentlemen from across Germany present here today, friends from the media, and all are fans of TV9 from across the globe. It is indeed my honor to be here at the Golden Ball session. I've heard that yesterday and all of today's deliberations have yielded very concrete steps in the direction in which India and Germany's relationship must head. And as I mentioned yesterday, this relationship has always been a historical relationship between two peoples, two cultures, symbiotic in their nature, complementary in their nature. Today I shall talk about India's turnaround story. If you look back in history, civilization has always recorded the rise and fall of nations. But the rise and fall of nations do not merely follow the tide of time. Like ships, they are anchored in their leadership. They are anchored in their strength. And in India's case, a country that has witnessed a transformative journey in the last decade under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a country that has today graduated from being Asia-Pacific to Indo-Pacific, that tells the story of India's arrival, the story of India's rise. But as we talk about India's rise and India's arrival, what are the levers behind this transformative change? What are the levers behind the emergence today as a global power? And as they always say, the engine of the ship is always the captain ship. And under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, the direction that this ship has been given, the routing that this ship has been given, taking it to newfound destinations and newfound heights. Suffice to say, it has been a 180-degree turn. Prior to 2014, the 60-year-old socialist straitjacket has been thrown off. Myopic policies that restrained the growth of a great country, myopic policies that were tailored for sustenance, have been eradicated, and a new growth policy, a new growth lever has been instituted. Growth policies and growth levers based on the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India.
Ein Indien,
and that policy,
das sich selbst gerecht wird.
Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, over the last decade, has resulted in a country that is far more confident, a country that is far more consequential as an economy, and a country that is marching down the path of progress at light speed. And when we talk about the concept of speed, what is speed? But the amount of distance covered in a period of time. And when we talk about distance, today Indian products, Indian companies, the Indian brand, there is not a single country across this world where Indian products or Indian brands are not known, where Indian products and Indian brands have etched their quality and their capability. Indian supply chains today extend to every continent across the globe. And India today has become the go-to destination for every multinational, every rising company, and every startup. Because in today's globe, irrespective of the point of time in your journey as a company, every company has to be global. And suffice to say that any global strategy cannot be even contemplated about without the core of that global strategy being centered around Bharat Mata, being centered around India. And if you look at the change, citing one example, the ubiquitous part of our lives, the mobile phone, which is a ministry that now I am in charge of. Apple came to India to manufacture mobile phones in the year 2021. They had a turnover of $1.6 billion. Today, 3 years down the road, Apple's turnover from manufacturing iPhones in India, the only country where it has manufactured phones outside China, is $8.1 billion. Over a 5-fold increase in a period of 3.5 years. That is the transformative change that we are talking about. And similarly, when we talk about time, it would not be a hyperbole to say that India has condensed growth of over decades into one golden decade, quote unquote, being the golden ball session. One golden decade where in 60 years in India, you had 90,000 kilometers of national highways. Today, you have 150,000 kilometers of national highways. 60,000 kilometers built only in one decade. In a country like India, where you had 74 airports built over a period of 60 years, today you have 160 airports. That's an additional 85 airports in a period of 10 years. In India today, where you had broadband users up till 2014, only 60 million broadband users. In that same country today, you have 924 million broadband users, where the consumption of data was limited to 1 GB per person on a monthly basis. Today, that consumption of data has gone to 20 Gbps per person. Those are the numbers that we are talking about in India today. And similarly, a country that was the 11th largest economy in 2014, today at close to $4 trillion, has become the 5th largest economy. And by 2027, we will become the 3rd largest economy in the world. On foreign exchange reserves, a country that had close to $304 billion today has $684 billion in terms of reserves. In terms of exports, a country that had $446 billion worth of exports today has $777 billion worth of exports. And therefore, India, ladies and gentlemen, has transformed itself, is transforming itself, both at scale and at speed. And we are poised to create a new economic miracle, not only across South Asia, not only across the global South, but across the length and breadth of humanity. Now, this progress that we talk about today under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is not only about numbers. It's about the ability to transform lives. It is about our targeted welfare measures that have changed the lives of our citizens, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, from Bharuch till Arunachal Pradesh. And this empowerment of our people has transformed our continent from its roots to be able to compete in a globalized world. In 60 years of our independence, we had built 30 million houses for the poor. In the last 10 years, we have built an additional 30 million houses, and we have now said, in the next 5 years, we will build another 30 million houses, ensuring 100% saturation of a roof over every single citizen's head in India within the next 5 years. Similar is our case with regard to toilets. In the last 10 years, we have built 120 million toilets across the length and breadth of our country. Not a single person in India, in any village across the length and breadth of our country, 650,000 villages, is without the dignity of being able to use their own facilities. Our largest healthcare program, the largest healthcare program today in the world, a universal coverage of close to about $6,000 on an annual basis for every single citizen below the poverty line, covering today 30 million citizens across the length and breadth of our country, and adding on every single person above the age of 70 years, taking that number from 30 million to 36 million. And similarly, every single woman across the length and breadth of our country will move from using wood to cook their food to gas cylinders and gas stoves. In the last 10 years, 100 million women through the Ujjwala Yojana have been empowered with free gas stoves and free gas cylinders. When COVID came along, and many across the world were left without jobs, left without food to eat, under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, we committed ourselves that not a single citizen in India will go to sleep on an empty stomach. We instituted a food program for 800 million people across the length and breadth of our country. And that's why we use the refrain that India is moving both at scale and at speed. And all of this, ladies and gentlemen, all of this at the click of a button. India's economy, India's welfare programs have all been moved onto the digital system. And if I were to give you a perspective of the magnitude of the task that we have undertaken, today with our DPI network, digital public infrastructure, our UPI network, United Payment Interface, which our Minister of Communications in Germany has used when he visited India last time to buy chilies. A system today that has 16 billion transactions in a single month. 16 billion transactions in a single month, comprising of $272 billion, which means $3.2 trillion a year. So yes, we have a national metalled highway, but along with that national metalled highway of 150,000 kilometers, we also have a digital highway. And that digital highway has been the leveler, providing opportunity to every single citizen across the length and breadth of India. And so digitalization is no longer a challenge for India. Digitization is now a leveler of growth. And it is a lever of growth for the people, of the people, by the people. And as India progresses down that highway, in the last 10 years, 250 million people have been lifted above the poverty line. This is probably the largest turnaround that history has documented in any economy across the world. And as we move from the core to the periphery, and when we talk about the periphery in growth mode under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we are talking about India's innovative capability, India's soft power capability. India historically has always been a land of invention. We invented the zero. We gave the world yoga. We gave the world Ayurveda. Surgery was invented in India. But now India moves from invention to being a cradle of innovation. And when India moves from being a cradle of invention to innovation, it reminds me of the movie Star Trek, where Captain Kirk's dialogue, "Where no man has gone before." India's Mars mission, ladies and gentlemen, a successful mission, was executed at 11% of the budget of NASA. India's mission to the moon, the first country in the world to land on the south pole of the moon with Vikram lander. And that's why we say in India, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भारत के झंडे को भारत की धरती पर नहीं, विश्व पटल पर नहीं, लेकिन चांद पे भी गाड़ के रख दिया है. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has raised India's flag within India's firmament. He has raised India's flag on the global firmament, but he has also planted India's flag on the moon. That, ladies and gentlemen, whether we talk about India's adventure into space or in my own portfolio, the Prime Minister made the decision that our state-owned telecom company, BSNL, will move down the technology curve. But we shall not be dependent on international telecom equipment manufacturers. We will manufacture our own 4G stack. And it has taken us only 19 months to manufacture our own 4G stack, our own 4G core, manufactured by CDOT, a government company. Our radio access networks, manufactured by an Indian private sector company, Tejas, and both of them being put together by our own Indian system integrator, Tata Consultancy Services. An end-to-end Indian solution. We are rolling it out as we speak. 50,000 towers have been rolled out, 100,000 towers by next June, on which the 5G network will also be laid. The Indian stack 5G network will be laid, the only fifth country in the world to successfully do so in a record period of time. When COVID came along, and India, a country through history that has always gone to international countries and begged and pleaded and tried to secure international vaccines, whether it is smallpox, BCG. In an environment of COVID, we manufactured not only one, but 2 vaccines. Inoculated 2 billion shots across our 1.4 billion population. But not only that, but exported our domestic vaccines to 100 countries across the world. India believes in not only India first, India believes in humanity first. And that is India's ethos, ladies and gentlemen. So while I was talking about telecom, let me assure this august audience here that we followed the world on 4G. We marched with the world on 5G. But we shall lead the world in 6G. Our Bharat 6G Alliance will contribute over 10% of the patents in the new 6G rule-making network. But whilst we say all this, we also look at the entrepreneurial energy of India. A country in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi started up the Startup India initiative. We had just but a few startups that we could count on our fingertips in 2014. Today, with the democratization of technology, the democratization of opportunity, the democratization of progress, we have over 140,000 startups in India. 117 unicorns. For every 10 unicorns in the world, 1 is based from India. So India is the cradle of innovation, the cradle of invention, and the cradle of entrepreneurial opportunity. But as we move ahead, India's strategy is to grow, but to grow with the world alongside it. And the G20 was a beautiful exposition of the Indian brand of leadership, where we advocated an ethical and inclusive policy of growth so that the global south does not get left behind, where 1/3 of humanity lies, tied very much with the Prime Minister's ethos of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. All-round communication and cooperation, all-round development, all-round effort, and all-round trust. And it is with that notion that today India participates in international narratives, whether it's the Quad, whether it's the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, whether it is international initiatives, such as the International Solar Alliance, the One Sun, One Earth, One Grid philosophy. And while India embarks on this policy, it is also important to understand that India's thought process is to ensure that every country, great or small, participates in humanity's progress. So while India moves ahead, India has also transformed herself from being a rule taker to a rule maker. An ability to create her own future, an ability to create her own destiny. And while she does that, she will move from a policy of being Vishwa par Nirbhar, dependent on the world, to being Atmanirbhar, self-reliant. From being Atmanirbhar, self-reliant, to Vishwa Bharat par Nirbhar. The world depends and trusts India. The Prime Minister's thought of reform, perform and transform. Everyone grows as India grows. And as they say, no one can whistle a symphony. It takes a whole orchestra to play it. So ladies and gentlemen, as India moves and embarks on her journey from her Amrit Kal to her Shatabdi Kal, from her 75th year of independence to her 100th year of independence, she needs to poise herself for a new dawn and a new age where there is collective growth and shared triumph. And on this stage, I invite all of you to come be a part of that transformative journey. I thank TV9 and the government of Germany for organizing this wonderful conference, and I wish you all the very best. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Scindia, for joining us on the second day of the News9 Global Conclave.
Well, we're almost there, in fact, Aditya. We request now Mr. Barun Das to please welcome Prime Minister Modi.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. What a remarkable day this has been. We have seen thought leaders from Germany and India coming together, all for global good. I must say with humility that this bilateral mega thought fest has set the right tone for the crescendo. In a few minutes from now, the summit keynote address by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji. When Prime Minister Modi last addressed the TV9 What India Thinks Today summit in New Delhi earlier this year, I took the liberty to talk about 3 key learnings, or mantras as I call them, from his leadership. For those who might have missed it, the 3 mantras that I referred to are, the first is return on governance, how governance has become the touchstone of Prime Minister Modi's government. The second is Modi Multiplier, which is how hundreds of policies that he has launched over the last decade have actually reinforced each other and benefited the very bottom of the pyramid. The third is Country DNA Reset, which is how Prime Minister instilled confidence and hope and pride amongst 1.4 billion Indians. Now that was months ago. Like millions of others, I continue to learn from him. My new learnings can now be summed up in RRR or Triple R. An Indian movie by that same name won an Oscar for the Best Original Song last year. This Triple R isn't meant to win an Oscar, but its value is far greater than that of an award. To me, this Triple R is a formula the world desperately needs to ensure a peaceful and prosperous future. I take the liberty to articulate the Triple R mantras I've learned from the Prime Minister. The first R is relationship. Prime Minister Modi has personalized diplomacy. and the world at large sees in him a friend they can trust. Especially in the kind of divisive time we live in, from Moscow to Kyiv, or from Israel to Palestine, it is about the premium that he puts on relationship. His focus on consensus building and a human-centric approach in the middle of challenges is the new global template for collective progress. The second R of the Triple R mantra is respect. Prime Minister Modi has leveraged relationships to build trust and mutual respect. He said that the strength of humanity lies in collective effort, not in conflict. This sentiment has got global resonance. He repeatedly urged that this is not an era of war. That is a reminder to his political peers that their primary responsibility to their people is shared peace, prosperity, and progress. The third and final R in the Triple R mantra is responsibility. His foreign policy advocates the need to be responsible for actions that target humanity. India, under his leadership, has pursued a vision for global good, especially for countries that are struggling to get their voice heard. Prime Minister Modi's insistence that global action must align with global ambition has been his signature statement for accountability. I thank Prime Minister Modi for taking time out from his very, very busy schedule to join us. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the deep privilege of inviting the Honorable Prime Minister to deliver the summit keynote address on theme, India Inside the Global Bright Spot. Before that, let's take a quick glimpse of the man on a global mission.
Who is India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi?
Narendra Modi is an idea.
Modi has the vision to make India the Vishwaguru.
This is really about reshaping the global order.
I am a fan of Modi.
A man who works night and day for his country.
The Modi government has done extremely well.
His vision for digital India was ahead of its time.
What should the West learn from India?
India's Prime Minister makes the impossible possible